Chapter 1. A century later in a messy bedroom on a wooden bed. My head hurts so much. Am I still alive? Yi Tian's confused thoughts slowly cleared and memories of his past life gradually surfaced. At the same time, a new set of memories merged with his soul. I've traveled through time. He chuckled bitterly, for this body was not his own, but belonged to a boy with the same name. He came from the year 2019, but it was now 2119, also known as the 100th year of the new era. In other words, he had arrived in a time 100 years later. This era was known as the Kai era, also referred to as the Talent era. Yi Tian absorbed the information of the last 100 years in his mind. In early 2019, Earth had many spatial rifts appear, and countless beasts emerged from these rifts. Humanity fell from the top of the food chain, barely surviving under the threat of the beasts. In an attempt to fight the beasts, humanity used firearms and other modern weapons, but a mysterious substance appeared on Earth, later called Kai, which disrupted the structure of these weapons, rendering even nuclear bombs as useful as scrap iron. Humans were thrust back into an age of cold weapons, and were hardly a match for the beasts with such primitive tools. Fortunately, the first beasts to arrive were low-level beasts, giving humanity a chance to survive. After much research by scientists, humans discovered that the mysterious substance known as Kai could be harnessed. A new profession emerged: martial warriors. Train the body, absorb Kai, break through human limits, and become a martial warrior. Simultaneously, human talents were awakened. Only a few had talents, and the most common was cultivation talent. Cultivation talent determined a person's potential achievement. Besides cultivation talents, there were other talents like blade talent, flame talent, ice talent, etc. Relying on talents and warriors, humans gradually could contend with the beasts. However, most of the Earth was occupied by the beasts, with only a few areas held by humans where they established survival bases. Worth mentioning, Earth had expanded hundreds of times, possibly influenced by Kai. Kai talents, beasts, what an exciting world! Yi Tian took a deep breath and smiled. Perhaps coming to this era was a good thing for him. But soon his face turned somber. When the spatial rifts appeared and Kai descended, a very few Earthlings awakened talents on that night. Cultivation talent is innate and doesn't need awakening, but other talents can be acquired later in life. For Earthlings back then, talent awakening wasn't a blessing but a curse. Without a strong enough body to handle the power, talent awakening was suicidal. According to records, many humans were destroyed by the tremendous force brought by talent awakening, either dying or becoming crippled. It seems I awakened some unknown talent back then, and my entire body exploded. Yi Tian was sure that he had absorbed countless Kai. His entire body exploded, leading to his death. What talent did I awaken back then, powerful enough to cause my body to explode? Even though humans from a century ago might awaken talents suddenly without adapting to Kai, most of them would just swell up or become crippled. I must have awakened an incredibly powerful talent, but sadly, after time traveling, I can't know what talent it was. Yi Tian felt quite regretful. After sorting out his past life and current era's information, Yi Tian slowly examined his new body. This body was 15 years old, the prime age to start cultivating in the Kai era. Before 15, a body was still growing and was not suitable for cultivation. The exception was if some powerful families used precious treasures to accelerate body growth for early cultivation. 15 was the golden age for cultivation. After 20, even if one has high talent, their future achievements would be limited. Thank goodness it's not an old man's body, or I'd be doomed. Wait a minute. Yi Tian's face suddenly changed. He finally remembered something from his memory, which was the talent of this body. This body had very low talent, weak talent in this era. The most important talent was cultivation talent. Cultivation talent was categorized from low to high as weak talent, low-tier talent, elementary/basic talent, intermediate/medium talent, and high talent. It was said that there were even higher levels of talent above high talent, but Yi Tian didn't have access to that information. Once someone turned 15, they could purchase a talent stone to check their own talent. But this was limited to cultivation talent. Other types of talent required specialized talent stones to be checked. His predecessor had excitedly bought a talent stone at the age of 15 and checked his talent in his room, only to discover that he had weak talent. Out of despair, he died of a broken heart, which benefited the transmigrated Yi Tian. Damn it, weak talent. This is the worst cultivation talent. There's no hope of becoming a martial warrior at all. Yi Tian also felt hopeless. Martial disciples and martial warriors were the first two levels of cultivation. Martial disciple was not considered a real level, while martial warrior was the first real level, requiring 1,000 katas of strength to reach. But to become a martial warrior, the minimum requirement was low talent, which was a level higher than weak talent. Although someone with low talent might only become an early-stage martial warrior in their lifetime, they at least had hope. Once they became a martial warrior, even at the early stage, they were considered powerful figures, towering above ordinary people. But those with weak talent were stuck in an awkward position. Even if they cultivated for a lifetime, they could only remain as martial disciples. If only I could change my talent, Yi Tian comforted himself. Knock, knock, knock. A series of knocks sounded on the door. Brother, are you in there? A young girl's voice came from outside. Yi Tian knew it was his sister in this life, Yiyu, who was 13 years old. He opened the door to see a cute girl who looked like a porcelain doll. Brother, what's your talent? Yiyu asked curiously. One's talent was always kept a secret. Unless it was a close relative, asking about someone's talent was considered taboo. After all, nobody wanted their talent to be known by others. For example, some people with high talent might become targets for assassination if their specific talents were revealed. In this world, such things have happened before, so nobody was allowed to ask about others' talents. However, Yi Tian wouldn't blame his sister. Little Yu, brother's talent is pretty good. I can definitely become a great martial warrior in the future. Yi Tian looked at little Yu with a slight smile, but the smile was filled with bitterness. But the next moment, his pupils contracted, he was shocked. A virtual image appeared on his retina. Human, Yi Yu, cultivation talent, low, ice talent, elementary unawakened. Chapter 2, Copying Talent. What's going on? Yi Tian was somewhat bewildered. At first glance, he thought it was an illusion, but after a while, he was certain that what he saw was not an illusion. Is this a golden finger cheatability? No, perhaps this is my hidden talent. Yi Tian thought for a moment and realized. Yi Yu was only 13 years old and had not yet reached the age for cultivation. But cultivation talent was determined at birth, so it was normal for Yi Yu to have cultivation talent. However, the ice talent belonged to talents outside of cultivation talent, which was very rare, 1 in a million. If she awakened it in the future, she would definitely be able to dominate opponents of the same level, and even potentially fight against higher-level opponents. It is said that after becoming a martial warrior, one can absorb spiritual energy, and hidden talents will slowly awaken, but people with other talents are too rare. I didn't expect my sister to have the rare ice talent. But is my talent just being able to see other people's talents? Yi Tian felt that his talent was definitely not that simple. Soon, he tested some things. When he touched his sister, he found that behind the cultivation talent in the virtual display, there was an option to copy. That was to say, he could copy his sister's low cultivation talent. However, he could not copy the ice talent since it had not yet awakened. You want a copy? Faced with this choice, Yi Tian naturally refused. Low talent, although better than his weak talent, was still rubbish, and even if he copied it, it would be of little use. After sending his sister away, Yi Tian sat alone in his room to check his talent. I can see my sister's talents, so I should be able to see my own talents, right? Yi Tian thought to himself. So Yi Tian focused his attention on himself. Soon, information about his talent appeared on his retina. Human, Yi Tian. Cultivation talent, weak. It was a simple talent situation, which showed that Yi Tian had only weak cultivation talent and no other hidden talents. In the words of this era, he was a standard waste, just a little better than an ordinary person without any talent. Now that I have figured out the basic situation, My amazing ability is probably the mysterious talent that caused me to explode and die, which followed me through reincarnation. This talent should be called the copy talent, able to copy other people's talents. Whether it overwrites my talent or merges with my own talent, I need to experiment. Also, copying others' talents requires touching them, which is a bit troublesome, but perhaps it will change in the future. With these thoughts in mind, Yiqian formulated a plan. He would copy the cultivation talent of a genius because, with his own weak talent, he could not hope to reach the level of a martial warrior in his lifetime. And without becoming a martial warrior, life in the future would not be easy. Yiqian's parents had been killed by ferocious beasts a year ago. Now, only he and his sister remained in their family. This was the current state of many families, as humanity continues to survive in this era. People died every moment, and countless families had been shattered. The place where Yiqian resided was a small base called Linhai Base. The base housed a total of 300,000 people, among which only about 1,000 were martial warriors. These martial warriors had privileges that ordinary people couldn't enjoy. Yiqian's deceased parents were warriors that were unfortunately killed on a mission outside. Even though they died, the base provided certain compensations to their family, such as a subsidy that could be claimed until the age of 15, ensuring their livelihood. However, once they turned 15 years old, the subsidy would not continue. Yiqian had reached 15 years old, so he would no longer receive the subsidy. Only his younger sister, Yi would receive the subsidy, but the amount could only support one person. Both siblings were young and had no way to make money. To save money, he and his sister even dropped out of school early. At Linhai Base, children could attend school from the age of 9 until 15. Education regarding language, mathematics, and knowledge about ferocious beasts was provided. Since Yiqian and Yi had learned enough, dropping out didn't impact them too much. My parents left a small inheritance, Yiqian thought. Although it's not much, it's enough for me to live on for a few years. But what about the future? If I don't become a martial warrior, I'll have to work for others. Work for others? That was impossible. He would never do that in his lifetime. Becoming a martial warrior was the only way out in this era. I'll go out and wander the streets. After making up his mind, Yiqian instructed his sister to stay at home and then went out alone. The streets were bustling with people coming and going. Most were ordinary people, some were martial disciples, and only a few were martial warriors. These martial warriors emitted a strong aura, which made it hard to breathe if one got too close. Low talent, weak talent, low talent. As Yiqian wandered, he found that most people had weak or low talents. He didn't see many with even basic talent except for a few warriors. It seems that in Linhai Base, even basic talent is considered very good. Yiqian frowned, but it made sense. Linhai Base was only a small base, and its strongest person was said to be only a great martial warrior. Low talent could be cultivated to the early stages of a martial warrior, while basic talent guaranteed becoming a martial warrior, with a slight chance to become an elite martial warrior. Medium talent guaranteed becoming an elite martial warrior, with a slight chance to become a great martial warrior. The Grand Warrior of Linhai Base was already very old and was probably only of medium talent. Medium talent, at least find someone with medium talent to copy, Yiqian thought. I can't get close to those warriors. If I touch them, I might get killed. A warrior killing an ordinary person may only result in a fine, especially for someone like me without a background. I can't risk copying the talent of a warrior. The base has 300,000 people, and my copy talent can only view others' talents within 3 meters. This distance is too short. It's slow to check one by one. If I check each person's talent one by one, it will be too slow. The best way is to find specific people, inquire about fast-progressing martial disciples, then check their talents. If I find medium or higher talents, I will replicate. I don't believe that in such a large Linhai base, there isn't a single medium talent. Most martial apprentices were concentrated in the 5 major academies of Linhai Base. As long as you were 15 years old, you can attend these academies. Except for the first academy, which required basic talent or certain connections. The other academies had no requirements. My previous plan was to awaken a basic talent and attend the first academy, but now, even if I have basic talent, I don't dare to go there, Yiqian sighed. They require talent testing. If others find out about my talent and it becomes higher later, I'll be cut into pieces for research. Now, his only option was to attend other academies. In fact, he had to go to a college to learn body tempering methods. Martial disciples couldn't absorb Kai, so they had to practice body tempering to enhance their bodies, allowing them to have the strength of 1,000 pounds catas and become martial warriors. Chapter 3. Medium Cultivation Talent Acquired, the 5th Academy Training Ground. No. 3. To become a martial artist, you must have talent. Most of you will not be able to become martial artists, but as long as you can become martial disciples, you will have much more prospects than ordinary people. The chances of finding a job will also be much better than ordinary people, and to become a martial disciple, you must practice body refining techniques. A middle-aged man was lecturing a group of students. The students below were listening very carefully. They were all commoners, and their only channel to learn body refining techniques was the academy. If they didn't listen seriously, they could make mistakes in their practice and continuously fail to improve their strength or even injure their bodies. Yiqian was among them. He had already entered the 5th Academy and had been studying there for 10 days. During these 10 days, the middle-aged teacher taught body refining techniques every day and personally demonstrated the 18 movements of body refining techniques. Perhaps due to traveling through time, Yiqian's soul was stronger than ordinary people, and his memory was quite good. Therefore, he mastered the 18 movements of body refining techniques in just 10 short days, ensuring that he would not make mistakes. As for the other students, without a month or two, it would be very difficult to fully grasp the body refining techniques. Of course, seeking private coaching was another matter, but the cost of private coaching was not something ordinary people could afford. You must completely master body refining techniques before you can officially cultivate them. This is the first movement. The middle-aged teacher demonstrated the movements of body refining techniques one by one. An hour passed, the teaching ended, and the students left one by one. Yiqian, how's your learning going? I have mastered 13 movements, and I will soon be able to practice body refining techniques. A chubby boy stopped Yiqian, excitedly saying. The chubby boy's name was Zhang Bao, a classmate Yiqian met in the academy during his 10 days there. They had a good relationship. I've only mastered 8 movements, Yiqian said deliberately. He didn't want to say that he had already mastered all 18 movements, as that would certainly cause unnecessary trouble. Having just arrived in this era, it was better to keep a low profile. Keep it up, I believe you can do it. In the future, we will definitely become strong martial artists, Zhang Bao encouraged, but Yiqian saw a trace of helplessness, even despair, deep in Zhang Bao's eyes. Perhaps, Yiqian smiled. He had observed Zhang Bao's talents through his ability to copy talents, and although it was better than his own, it was only a low-level talent. With such talent, becoming a martial artist was hopeful, but who knew how much time and resources it would take? Zhang Bao was not from a large family. He was just from an ordinary family, and he didn't have the ability to practice peacefully all the time. Zhang Bao's ultimate outcome might be to become a martial disciple, then find a stable job and gradually grow old, or die in a future beast tide. Zhang Bao, who is the most talented person in our academy? Yiqian asked quietly. He had only been in the academy for 10 days, and Zhang Bao had been there for over a month. Moreover, Zhang Bao was outgoing and got along well with many people, so he must know more. The most talented. Zhang Bao didn't know why Yiqian was inquiring about this, but he still said, "Talent is something very secretive. No one would reveal it, but it can be seen from the usual progress in cultivation. Our 5th Academy is not a big academy in Linhai Base. The truly talented ones go to the 1st Academy, but our academy does have a genius." "Who?" Yiqian asked curiously. "Chen Dong," Zhang Bao said mysteriously. Chen Dong is also from an ordinary family. His parents are ordinary people. He came to our 5th Academy a month ago, and in just half a month, he became a martial disciple, and then he was taken as a disciple by our dean. Now, Chen Dong no longer practices with other students but is privately taught by the dean. Whoosh! A sudden spark of excitement flashed in Yi Tian's eyes. He was certain that Chen Dong's talent was definitely not bad. Otherwise, he would not have been taken as a disciple by the dean of the 5th Academy. You must know that the dean of the 5th Academy was an elite martial artist at the peak realm, whose strength far surpassed that of ordinary peak martial artists, and ordinary martial artists were like ants in the dean's eyes. In the coastal base, the dean of the 5th Academy was undoubtedly a top figure. Mediocre talents would certainly not be valued by the dean, and those who could be valued by the dean had to have at least medium-level talent. Because only medium-level talent would inevitably become an elite martial artist with the hope of becoming a great martial artist. How can I get in touch with Chen Dong? Yi Tian pondered. Just then, a commotion was heard. Chen Dong is here. My goodness, Chen Dong, who was taken as a disciple by Dean, actually appeared in our number 3 training arena. Wasn't he privately taught by the dean? Why is he in our training arena? The eyes of one student after another looked at Chen Dong with envy or perhaps jealousy, for this was an era that valued talent, and Chen Dong was a figure they could never hope to reach in their lifetime. At that moment, Yi Tian also noticed Chen Dong and slowly approached him. When no one was paying attention, he came within 3 meters of Chen Dong, then instantly activated his talent duplication. Human. Chen Dong, cultivation talent, medium. It really is medium talent. Yi Tian suppressed the excitement in his heart, his eyes flashing, secretly planning. Chen Dong, I heard you were taken as a disciple by the dean. What level have you reached now? A student asked, looking up to Chen Dong. I already possess the strength of 200 katas, Chen Dong proclaimed proudly. SSSSS, there was a gasp all around. Becoming a martial disciple only required 100 katas of strength, and Chen Dong had just become one not long ago. Yet he possessed 200 katas of strength. With this pace, wouldn't Chen Dong quickly become a martial artist? Show off. Yi Tian finally knew why Chen Dong came here. Evidently, Chen Dong had just made some progress in his cultivation and couldn't resist showing off. It was just like a nouveau rich mentality. Chen Dong, can I have an autograph? Chen Dong, may I have an autograph? One student after another took out paper and pen, hoping that Chen Dong could give them an autograph. Getting the signature of a future martial artist would be an honor. If Chen Dong became an elite martial artist like the dean in the future, such a signature might be sold for several months' worth of ordinary people's living expenses. All right, I'll sign for you. Chen Dong was somewhat elated, fearing no one, signing one by one for the other students. Yi Tian squeezed in too, but not to seek an autograph, but to duplicate the talent. I've touched it. Yi Tian, at the moment of touching Chen Dong's left hand, duplicated Chen Dong's cultivation talent and then quickly withdrew his arm. The entire process did not attract the attention of others, as touching Chen Dong was too normal in this situation. Medium cultivation talent duplication successful. You want to integrate. Chapter 4. Talent Metamorphosis. Shall I merge? At that moment, Yi Tian dared not merge, as he did not know what reaction the merging would cause. It would be better to merge in a place where nobody was around. The academy's management was loose and did not care about the students' comings and goings. It didn't matter if they did not come to the academy. In fact, once they had learned the body forging technique, the students were mostly practicing on their own, as the teachers in the academy didn't have much time to teach the students how to cultivate. This was the current state of the 5th Academy. It was very different in the 1st Academy. Strictly speaking, only the 1st Academy was the real academy, while the others were just larger martial arts schools. Back at home, his younger sister, Yi Yu, was reading books to learn about martial arts knowledge. Those books were left by their parents, and Yi Yu read them in her free time to prepare for martial arts practice in 2 years. Yi Tian went into his bedroom alone and locked the door. Merge. Boom! A mysterious force acted upon Yi Tian's body, washing over him. Pain. Boundless pain surged into his mind, and his whole body felt like it was going to explode. Damn, I didn't expect that merging the copied talent would be so painful. Yi Tian muttered to himself in anger. But even if he knew it would be painful, he would still merge without hesitation. This was a chance to change his talent, like reincarnating with new bones. What did a little pain matter? Big brother, what's wrong? Yi Yu seemed to sense the noise and asked softly from outside the door. It's nothing. Yi Tian yelled through gritted teeth. He dared not scream in pain, or he would have no explanation. Fortunately, the pain came quickly and left just as fast. 10 minutes later, the pain in Yi Tian's body gradually subsided, replaced by a sensation of relief, as satisfying as the pleasure between men and women. Of course, Yi Tian did not forget the most important thing. He immediately checked his talent situation. Human. Yi Tian cultivation talent. Medium talent. Seeing the information on the virtual screen, Yi Tian could not help but feel excited. Finally, he was no longer weak in talent. This meant that his talent had truly changed, and it represented an unlimited future for him. Warrior, elite warrior, grand warrior were no longer his limits. As long as he continued to merge new talents, he would certainly become an existence beyond a grand warrior in the future. 1 month. I need another month before I can copy talents again. This was the information Yi Tian received after copying the talent. That meant he could only copy talents once a month. Let's try the cultivation speed that medium talent brings. Yi Tian was eager to try it. In fact, after mastering the initial 18 moves of the body forging technique yesterday, he couldn't help but try it. But unfortunately, the effect was very weak. He only felt a slight tingling all over his body. If it were not for his strong soul, he might not have even noticed it. Because the feeling was not deep, he went to class again today, wanting to know if he had practiced it wrong. Regrettably, he did not practice it wrong at all, meaning his cultivation speed was so slow that without prolonged cultivation, there was no effect. If it were not for the copied talent, he would have had no hope of becoming a martial disciple, even after a year of cultivation with his original talent. First move. Second move. Yi Tian had begun performing the exercises of body cultivation in his room. These movements looked quite peculiar, but were the best basic body cultivation techniques that humans had tried and refined over time. The 18 movements took half an hour to complete. Only by performing all 18 movements at once would there be the effect of strengthening the body. Soon, half an hour passed, and Yi Tian had perfectly executed all 18 movements. When the 18th movement was performed, a surge of heat suddenly emerged from Yi Tian's body, slowly flowing to various parts of his body, refining it. This heat flow represented the potential of the human body, and body cultivation was an effective way to tap into this potential. However, overdevelopment of human potential could harm the body, so body cultivation could be practiced a maximum of 10 times a day, and only 3 times consecutively at most, based on the summarized experience of countless people. It's worthy of being a medium talent, far stronger than the effect of yesterday's weak talent cultivation. It's 100 times stronger. No wonder Chen Dong became a martial disciple in just half a month, possessing the strength of 200 katas within a month. Yi Tian was satisfied with his medium talent, but he also knew there were even higher talents, the progression of which he could not currently imagine. Therefore, he had to work hard. After the heat flow from the first round of body cultivation had nearly dissipated, Yi Tian began the second round. After performing body cultivation 3 times consecutively, Yi Tian's body was covered in sweat and faint black impurities. Yi Tian first took a bath, then ate about 10 buns. Cultivating body techniques consumed a lot of energy, so he had to eat more to replenish it. A month later, Yi Tian was practicing in a small grove of the 5th Academy. It was a place he often came to cultivate. Phew, I've completed my daily 10 rounds of body cultivation. Yi Tian stopped and headed to the number 3 martial training ground. There were many stones on the training ground, some weighing 100 katas, some 200, and even 300. If you could hold 100 stone above your head for 3 seconds, it meant you had the strength of 100 katas. If it was a 200 stone, it represented 200 katas of strength. It was the simplest test method. On the 8th day of his body cultivation, Yi Tian had already achieved 100 katas of strength, entering the level of martial apprentice. Today, I should be able to lift the 200 stone. Chen Dong has the guidance of the dean and progresses quickly. But I'm not bad either, with my medium talent combined from weak and medium talents. In theory, I'm slightly stronger than Chen Dong. Plus, I've been diligent for a month, not wasting a single moment, completing the daily 10 rounds of body cultivation. The more you practice, the more painful it is, and not everyone can complete the 10 rounds daily. Considering Chen Dong's character, he probably only manages 7 or 8 rounds, so my progress might even be faster than his. Yi Tian thought to himself. After resting for a while, he walked to the 200 stone. Rise! With a forceful effort, he lifted the stone at his feet and raised it. When the 200 stone passed above his head, and he held it for 3 seconds, Yi Tian dropped the stone, lying on the ground, utterly spent. He knew he now had the strength of 200 katas. This is a good start. With my medium talent, perhaps I can become a martial warrior within a year. Yi Tian clenched his fist, full of expectation. After resting for about 15 minutes and the sky gradually darkening, Yi Tian left the academy, heading home. Walking on the streets, shops were still open, and the entire base was illuminated by various lights. This era no longer had electricity, and some powerful bases had managed to use elemental power instead of electricity, creating many magical devices, recreating the glory of the pre-apocalyptic era. But that was in large bases, while the small Linhai base did not have this capability. People used oil lamps or candles. In these streets, Yi Tian felt as if he had returned to ancient times, suddenly. Ah, a fierce beast! Run for your lives, a fierce beast is coming. Fear and panic spread throughout the street. Chapter 5. Copying talent from a ferocious beast. Ferocious beast? Yi Tian had also been stunned. He had never seen a ferocious beast, but he had heard that they were extremely terrifying. They could easily slaughter ordinary people, and the only ones who could deal with them were warriors. Outside the coastal base was a ring of walls, but sometimes the walls couldn't stop the ferocious beasts, and occasionally a beast would break into the base. When ordinary people encountered a ferocious beast, there was only one outcome: death. I have to go home quickly. Yi Tian thought of his sister, Yi Yu. The house was not far from here, and the fragile walls were completely unable to withstand the ferocious beasts. He was very worried about his sister. As he ran, Yi Tian vaguely saw a silver-white shadow darting back and forth at the end of the street, and one after another, ordinary people died under the shadow's attack. What a fast speed! Yi Tian was shocked. Such speed had already surpassed the reaction speed of the eye. He was only watching from a distance. At close range, he would likely be killed by the ferocious beast without even seeing its shadow. If I encounter this beast, I will surely die, Yi Tian thought. He would not foolishly believe that he was the protagonist who would never die in any situation, nor would he foolishly go and fight with the ferocious beast. When faced with an unbeatable situation, the best course was to flee as quickly as possible. Yi Tian was not foolish, so he ran. Unfortunately, his speed was too slow compared to that of the ferocious beast, and the beast seemed to be charging in Yi Tian's direction. Yi Tian knew that this beast was not targeting him, but if he encountered it, the beast would certainly not hesitate to kill him with a swipe of its claw. Scum, daring to kill in the base? Several warriors, led by a middle-aged man, rushed over and quickly surrounded the ferocious beast. Great, it's the Wind Wolf Hunting Squad, someone shouted. The Wind Wolf Hunting Squad. Yi Tian knew the name of this hunting squad. It was a well-known squad in his area. The squad leader had a title called Wind Wolf and was a high-level warrior in the late stage, with more than a dozen early or middle-stage warriors under his command. Seeing that the Wind Wolf Hunting Squad had arrived, many people breathed a sigh of relief, some even looking excitedly. Get out of the way, this ferocious beast is no ordinary one. the Wind Wolf Squad leader yelled at the onlookers. With this shout from the Wind Wolf Squad leader, many people finally realized that watching a fight between warriors and a ferocious beast was not safe. If they were careless, they might die at the hands of the beast, and even the warriors might not have time to rescue them. Retreat. 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 Everyone retreated, and Yi Tian also retreated far away but did not leave. He also wanted to know what the combat power of a warrior was like. Soon, the battle began. The Wind Wolf Squad leader's blade swung at the ferocious beast, the blade's light extremely dazzling in the night, obviously very powerful. The stone slabs on the street were slashed with a mark 3 meters long by the squad leader's blade. Unfortunately, the speed of the beast was too fast, and it dodged the strike. What a powerful attack! Even the street slabs were cut open. If it were to strike a person, it would probably split them in half instantly. Is this the power of a warrior? Yi Tian was somewhat envious. The warriors of the Wind Wolf hunting squad all drew their weapons and began to battle the ferocious beast, but their expressions were serious. Suddenly, a warrior was struck by a ferocious beast, flung away in one blow, and a bloody mark was left on his chest. Zaya. The Wind Wolf team leader looked on with concern, but didn't check Zayabai's injuries, instead attacking the ferocious beast. Though the beast had seriously wounded a warrior, it was surrounded by many others and quickly injured. Be careful, this beast is trying to escape. The Wind Wolf team leader shouted. As expected, seeing the situation turn against it, the beast transformed into a silver light, breaking through the encirclement and tried to flee into the distance. At that moment, an arrow shot from afar hit the beast. Following a loud thump, the beast fell onto the street, its true form fully exposed. It's a silver mink. Yi Tian saw it clearly. This silver mink, a meter long, had sharp claws and blood-red eyes. This silver moon mink has been critically injured by Xiaoyu. Let's work harder and kill it. Then we won't have to hunt beasts for a month, the Wind Wolf team leader excitedly said. Obviously, the silver moon mink was very valuable. The injured silver moon mink was no match for the Wind Wolf hunting team, but it seemed it hadn't given up hope. Suddenly, a silver glow burst from its body, and its momentum dramatically increased. Be careful, it's stimulating its bloodline and preparing to explode, the Wind Wolf team leader roared, warning the others. Swish, swish, swish. The warriors quickly backed away, lest they perish with the silver moon mink. But suddenly, the mink charged toward the crowd of people. All the warriors' faces changed. They understood the silver moon mink's intentions. You all scatter, the Wind Wolf team leader shouted at the distant crowd. Sadly, the silver moon mink was too fast, especially after unleashing its bloodline power. There was no way the ordinary people could dodge. In a breath's time, the silver moon mink reached the crowd. Without any technique, merely a crash, ordinary people were sent flying, their fates unknown. Unexpectedly, another arrow shot from the hidden Wind Wolf team member Xiaoyu. Thwack! The arrow entered the silver moon mink, passing through its wound. The already critically injured silver moon mink finally died, its life force gradually fading. At that moment, many people ran away, not daring to approach the silver moon mink. Yet a young man approached the silver moon mink, gently touching its skin. Young man, you are brave, daring to touch a ferocious beast. The Wind Wolf team leader approached, laughing heartily. It's the first time I've seen a ferocious beast. I couldn't help but touch it out of curiosity, the young man said awkwardly. The Wind Wolf team leader nodded approvingly. Not bad, lad. You are already a martial disciple, aren't you? At this age, it's good progress. You might even become a warrior. Once you do, I'll allow you to join our team. Thank you, Wind Wolf team leader, the young man said excitedly. The Wind Wolf hunting team didn't linger and carried away the silver moon mink's corpse, departing one by one. The young man who had talked with the Wind Wolf team leader stood in the street, smiling foolishly. Everyone who saw this thought the young man had gone mad. Becoming a warrior wasn't so easy, and they thought the Wind Wolf team leader's words were mere pleasantries. However, the young man's laughter was not because of the Wind Wolf team leader's words. This young man was Yi Tian. Haha, I didn't expect the second talent I copied to be from a ferocious beast, Yitan said excitedly. Chapter 6. Triple Speed Boost. When the silver moon mink died, it was less than 3 meters away from Yitan. At that time, Yitan was very panicked. Fortunately, the silver moon mink was dead, or else he might have been killed by it. All in all, he was quite lucky. Seeing that the silver moon mink had died, he had a sudden thought to use his duplication talent to examine it. Fierce beast, silver moon mink, bloodline talent, subpar, speed talent, basic. When he saw these talents, Yitan was truly shocked. Fierce beasts mainly rely on their bloodline to evolve, much like human cultivation talents. Without a strong bloodline, it's impossible for them to become powerful beasts. The silver moon mink only had a subpar bloodline talent. Considering its realm, it was at most equivalent to an early-stage martial warrior. But it could easily inflict heavy damage on a martial warrior, and even give a late-stage martial warrior like Captain Wind Wolf trouble, thanks to its other talent, the speed talent. With its speed talent, the silver moon mink had become a terrifying beast. Ordinary low-level fierce beasts wouldn't be able to withstand an onslaught from so many martial warriors. At that moment, Yitan, having already duplicated the speed talent, knew that once he integrated it, his speed would greatly surpass others at the same level, and fighting those of higher levels would no longer be a dream. Home, Yitan ran towards his house. Once home, Yitan had dinner with his sister and then went to his room alone, preparing to try integrating the talent. Normally, talents other than cultivation talents awaken slowly at the martial warrior level, but my duplication talent can break this rule. I should be able to safely integrate the speed talent, Yitan speculated. Whatever, integrate? Yitan bit a piece of cloth and began the integration. Boom, a pain only second to the integration of medium cultivation talents surged into his mind. Yitan, having prepared himself mentally, endured it completely. 10 minutes later, the pain disappeared and a feeling of exhilaration filled his heart. Yitan knew that he had successfully integrated the speed talent. With a thought, he checked his own talent situation. Human, Yitan. Cultivation talent, medium. Speed talent, basic. Too tired and mentally exhausted from the beast attack, Yitan gradually fell asleep. Early the next morning, Yitan couldn't wait to go to the academy's small grove. At that time, no one was there yet. Let's try the speed talent. Yitan activated his speed talent and, like a shadow, rushed towards the distance. What incredible speed! Yitan was astonished. After several tests, he was finally sure that his speed had tripled. A basic speed talent gave him such speed, almost comparable to ordinary martial warriors, and with his cultivation growing, his speed would naturally increase even further. Legend has it that humans with multiple talents are favored by heaven and earth. It's true. With just a basic speed talent, I can probably defeat most martial disciples. It won't be long before I can contend with martial warriors. Yitan was thrilled, but he also knew very well that the true foundation was cultivation. Without strong cultivation as support, having multiple talents would be in vain, making it hard to compare with true strong ones. I have 1 month's time before I can duplicate new talents. The goal for this month is to temper my body and reach a strength of 300 pounds. Yitan set a small goal for himself. With a target in sight, Yitan worked even harder in his cultivation. Moreover, he had initially revealed to other students that he could cultivate physical training techniques. After all, many of his peers were also able to cultivate, so he didn't attract much attention. In his spare time from cultivation, Yitan examined the talents of the entire 5th Academy's students, but found no remarkable talents. Except for Chen Dong, the best were only at the basic level. A month passed quickly, and Yitan achieved his small goal, possessing a strength of 300 katas. The speed is still too slow. If only I could increase the cultivation speed. Yitan sighed. Walking on the road leaving the academy, a voice called out, "Yitan, wait for me." Yitan turned around and saw that it was Zhang Bao, so he stopped. "Yitan, you've become a martial disciple, haven't you?" Zhang Bao asked quietly. "Yes," Yitan nodded, admitting that becoming a martial disciple was not difficult. He didn't need to hide it as long as he didn't reveal that he had the strength of 300 katas. Yi Tian, do you want to increase your cultivation speed? Zhang Bao asked eagerly. Do you have a way? Yi Tian was shocked. Have you heard of ferocious beast blood? Zhang Bao said. Of course I have. Yi Tian nodded. His parents were martial warriors, and naturally, he learned many things from them that ordinary people didn't know. Ferocious beast blood contained powerful energy, and consuming it while cultivating physical training techniques could accelerate body refinement. Unfortunately, his parents were gone, and he had no way to get the ferocious beast blood. Yi Tian, our talent isn't great. If we cultivate step by step, we may only hope to reach the martial warrior level when we're old. But with ferocious beast blood, we might reach it by age 20. Even if we can't improve our cultivation due to our limited talent, we can still live a good life with martial warrior strength, Zhang Bao explained. That's true, but we have no way to get the ferocious beast blood, Yi Tian said helplessly. He wanted to get it, but had no means to do so. Yi Tian, since we're close, I'll tell you. The 5 major academies at Linhai Base are preparing to open a trial. The high-level members of Linhai Base have created a small wilderness area in UI. All the ferocious beasts have been killed, leaving only some fierce beasts, which are the descendants of ferocious beasts. Even ordinary people with weapons can deal with them. Once a fierce beast is killed, its valuable parts can be exchanged for ferocious beast blood. I heard that the first place will be rewarded with intermediate ferocious beast blood, Zhang Bao said, growing envious. Intermediate ferocious beast blood? Yi Tian was also tempted. An intermediate ferocious beast could only be killed by an elite martial warrior. If he had that blood, he might become a martial warrior within 6 months. How do you know? Yi Tian frowned, as he had not received any notification. Zhang Bao proudly said, I know an older student with a strength of 500 katas who told me. But this trial is a bit dangerous, so the academy did not inform the newly made martial disciples. Yi Tian, I know the benefits of ferocious beast blood better than you. My talent isn't good, but some time ago, my parents spent most of their savings to buy a low-grade ferocious beast blood. Now I've become a martial disciple thanks to it. Your talent is better, so you'll absorb it more efficiently and cultivate faster. Let's sign up together for the trial. We'll definitely get some ferocious beast blood, Zhang Bao tempted. Zhang Bao, you've invited more than just me, haven't you? Yi Tian asked. Of course, I've invited more than just you. We've just become martial disciples. How can we compete with those strong ones without teaming up? I've asked 8 other martial disciples, and they've all agreed. We're waiting for you. Zhang Bao revealed a confident expression. I'm sorry, but I don't want to team up. Yi Tian refused. All right then. Zhang Bao showed regret and walked away. He had merely asked, so Yi Tian's refusal was no big deal, especially since Yi Tian had just become a martial disciple and wasn't of much use. However, what Zhang Bao didn't expect was that Yi Tian's refusal wasn't about the trial, but rather that he simply didn't want to team up. The trial might be an opportunity for me, Yi Tian muttered to himself. Chapter 7, Participating in the Trial. Yi Tian, are you really going to sign up for the trial? Although reaching the level of martial disciples allows participation in the trial, those who do not have the strength of 500 katas should avoid participating, as they could easily die during the trial, said teacher Yu Cheng of the 5th Academy, advising Yi Tian. He had seen several students like Yi Tian before, who always thought they were lucky enough to obtain beast blood. They didn't think about the fact that even if the small wilderness area was free of ferocious beasts, some of the mighty beasts were enough to kill most martial disciples. The students who had just become martial disciples were like ants in front of these mighty beasts, unless they relied on numbers or powerful weapons. Teacher, I've formed a group, and we should have a chance to obtain some good gains by relying on our numbers, Yi Tian intentionally said. Well then, it's your own business, but you must sign a life and death contract to register. Once the contract is signed, even if you die in the small wilderness area, the 5th Academy will not provide any compensation, teacher Yu Cheng reminded. I know, Yi Tian calmly signed the contract. Come to the 5th training field of the academy before 8 in the morning 10 days from now, and a teacher will take you there. Teacher Yu Cheng instructed. Yes, teacher, Yi Tian responded. Successfully registered, Yi Tian breathed a sigh of relief. In the following 10 days, he didn't want to waste time. Although confident in his abilities, he was still weak and needed to make some preparations, like purchasing weapons and equipment. In this era, there was little regulation on weapons, and anyone could carry them. Weapons were categorized into several levels, such as ordinary steel weapons called common weapons, and those crafted with elemental materials, suitable for the flow of a warrior's elemental force, called elemental weapons. Yi Tian couldn't afford elemental weapons, nor did he need to buy them. The quality of ordinary elemental weapons was almost the same as that of common weapons, only having additional elemental properties. After a trip to the weapon shop, Yi Tian bought a fine iron-crafted blade, a bow, and some arrows. These weapons cost him 5,000 yuan, Chinese currency, his entire yearly expense. Originally, Yi Tian had only 20,000 yuan, and now he was left with only 15,000, but purchasing these weapons was necessary. In the blink of an eye, 10 days passed. Yi Tian didn't mention the trial to his younger sister, Yi Yu, only telling her that the academy had organized an activity that would take 3 days, and that he would return afterward. Yi Yu naturally didn't think much of it. Otherwise, she would have definitely not allowed Yi Tian to go to the small wilderness area for the trial. 5th Academy, 5th Training Field. When Yi Tian arrived, he saw nearly 100 students, and he knew this was not all of them. He estimated that at least 150 students were participating in the trial. The value of beast blood is incredibly strong. For students with low talent, it represents hope, Yi Tian thought to himself. Yi Tian, aren't you coming? Zhang Bao's voice reached him. Yi Tian looked at Zhang Bao and calmly said, I didn't say I wasn't coming, I just didn't want to form a team. Did you find an expert to lead you? Zhang Bao was shocked. Yi Tian remained silent, keeping his thoughts to himself, while Zhang Bao's eyes showed envy, clearly thinking that Yi Tian had found an expert, and that's why he didn't want to team up with them. Yi Tian didn't explain Zhang Bao's misconception, as the misunderstanding was actually better for him. After waiting for about half an hour, the students were mostly gathered, totaling about 160. These 160 students were mostly of mediocre talent, and most were rather old, with some even in their 20s. Young apprentices like Yi Tian were rare, after all. Youth represented a lower level of strength. Among so many students, many might not return, but in this era, without strength, one could die at any moment. Just like the incident with the silver moon mink not long ago, many ordinary people were affected. It could really be said that trouble had come home. Strength was everything. Everyone's here, so get on the bus, a teacher shouted at the students. Soon, several buses similar to those of the past appeared before the many students. It was the first time all the students had seen a vehicle. They had only seen such vehicles from before the apocalypse in their textbooks. Teacher, aren't the cars from 100 years ago unusable now, since the rules of the world have changed so drastically? A student curiously asked. This is the latest research bus, powered by Yuan energy. Its technology traded from a major base by the higher-ups of Linhai Base, just recently put into use. Only warriors are eligible to buy cars. I believe you'll soon see various cars on the streets, the teacher replied. A car powered by Yuan energy, a group of students exclaimed in realization. Some among them had heard of such Yuan-powered devices, but they hadn't expected Linhai Base to have them too. The students boarded the buses, which then headed towards the outside of the base. An hour later, the buses passed a city gate and headed into the wilderness. Once in the wilderness, many students became a bit panicked. The wilderness was known to be home to many ferocious beasts, and these martial disciples had no means to fight back against them. Don't worry, not long ago, the big shots of Linhai Base cleaned up this area of the wilderness. Within a radius of 3 miles, you won't encounter any ferocious beasts, and our destination is just a mile away in a small wilderness area, the lead teacher said with a smile. Hearing the teacher's words, the students breathed a sigh of relief. Moreover, with over 10 teachers protecting them on the buses and each teacher being a warrior, their safety was ensured. Before long, a valley appeared before them. "This valley is our destination," the teacher introduced. There were several buses parked at the entrance of the valley, belonging to other academies. "It's the students from the 5th Academy, haha. This garbage academy sent people too. Are they trying to be wiped out? The students of the 5th Academy probably haven't seen blood, right? They're nothing like us from the 1st Academy, where our teachers even capture fierce beasts, even weak, ferocious ones for us to practice on. Our fighting strength can't be compared to theirs. I bet they might cry at the sight of a fierce beast. The students of the 5th Academy might not be up to par, but the head of the 5th Academy is a big shot in Linhai Base. Let's ridicule them less. If we offend the head of the 5th Academy, it won't end well for us." These mocking students were naturally from the 1st Academy, while students from other academies were not much better than the 5th and had no ground to ridicule. "Damn, these students from the 1st Academy are too arrogant," many students from the 5th Academy said angrily. But they only dared to grumble and didn't dare to confront the students from the 1st Academy, knowing the gap between them. After getting off the bus, Yi Tian's eyes were fixed on the students from the 1st Academy. The talents of the students of the 1st Academy are at least basic tier, and I might encounter a student with a medium talent. My copying ability is ready to replicate again. This time, I might be able to copy a decent talent. Chapter 8. Intermediate Swordsmanship Talent. The students from the 5 major academies had all arrived, converging at the entrance of the valley, waiting for the trial to begin. Yi Tian was walking around, seemingly wandering, but was actually secretly using his duplication talent to observe other people's talents. His main target was the students of the 1st Academy. Basic cultivation talent, basic cultivation talent, basic cultivation talent. Yi Tian had walked around and found that most students in the 1st Academy had basic talents. The 1st Academy didn't have many students, only about 30 or so. Only 5 left. Yi Tian looked at those 5 and slowly walked over. When Yi Tian got within 3 meters of them, he applied his talent to look at them one by one. "Good fellows, they all have intermediate cultivation talents." Yi Tian was surprised. Clearly, these 5 were the seed students of the 1st Academy, perhaps having reached the peak of martial disciple, only one step away from being a martial warrior. Copying an intermediate cultivation talent doesn't help my current strength much. It would at most make my intermediate talents a little more superior. But this won't help me in the trial. If I could copy a talent that can aid in combat, that would be very useful. Yi Tian thought to himself. Unfortunately, after walking around, he only found a few weak or substandard attribute talents, all in an unawakened state, so they couldn't be copied. Suddenly, a young man carrying a sword walked up to the 5 students of the 1st Academy who had intermediate cultivation talents. "Mo Xiaobei, I challenge you." The young man, holding a sword, pointed it at Mo Xiaobei. This young man. Yi Tian looked at this young man with some surprise. This young man was a student of the 2nd Academy, daring to challenge the 1st Academy's student with an intermediate cultivation talent. He had great courage. I wonder what his talent is. Yi Tian was somewhat curious. He hadn't really examined the students of the 2nd Academy, thinking it unnecessary. But this young man dared to challenge the talented students with intermediate cultivation talent, so he must have some talent. So, Yi Tian walked over. The young man, paying no attention to Yi Tian's actions, just stared at Mo Xiaobei. "Lai Yunxing, they say you're the top swordsmanship genius of the 2nd Academy, but no matter how strong your swordsmanship is, it can't make up for the gap in our strength. I now possess the strength of 990 katas, while you only have 200 katas. You lost last time, do you want to lose again?" Mo Xiaobei mocked. "HMPH, I'm now at 300 katas of strength," Lai Yunxing quickly replied. "Heh heh, is there a difference between 200 katas and 300 katas in the face of 990 katas of strength?" Mo Xiaobei scorned. The other 4 students with intermediate cultivation talents looked at Lai Yunxing with disdain. They knew his situation well. Even if he practiced for a lifetime, he would at most be an early-stage martial warrior, having no qualifications to compare with them. How could such waste be considered by them? Lai Yunxing was somewhat unconvinced, ready to take action. No fighting here, or you'll lose the qualification for the trial. The words came from a teacher's mouth. Lai Yunxing looked at the teacher with trepidation, put away his sword, and dared not provoke any further. This trial was an opportunity for him, and he didn't want to lose it out of impulse, so he turned and left. My friend, I admire your swordsmanship very much. Can we be friends? Yi Tian walked over with a sincere face, extending his right hand in friendship. You are. Lai Yunxing was somewhat stunned, but still subconsciously shook hands with Yi Tian. My name is Yi Tian said. He then chattered on, and after saying a bunch, he turned and walked away, leaving behind a bewildered Lai Yunxing. As Yi Tian walked further away, the scene he had just witnessed appeared in his mind. Human, Lai Yunxing, cultivation talent. Low, swordsmanship talent, intermediate. The swordsmanship talent, like the cultivation talent, was innate, so it could be copied. So Yi Tian copied Lai Yunxing's swordsmanship talent. If he didn't copy it, and if Lai Yunxing died in this trial, he would lose the chance to copy it. Therefore, he didn't hesitate and copied the intermediate swordsmanship talent. Walking behind a rock and seeing no one paying attention to that spot, Yi Tian immediately began to integrate the intermediate swordsmanship talent. Boom! Intense pain came, and his body was being reshaped by a force. 10 minutes later, the pain disappeared. With a thought, Yi Tian checked his talents. Human, Yi Tian. Cultivation talent, intermediate. Speed talent, basic. Swordsmanship talent, intermediate. Swordsmanship. Yi Tian picked up his sword, and immediately it felt different. In the past, the sword in his hand seemed dead, but now it felt like the sword had come to life. With a gentle swing, an inexplicable realization surged in his mind, and he seemed to know how to strike with the sword to maximize its killing power. This is the terrifying power of intermediate swordsmanship talent. Even without my speed talent, with the amplification of intermediate swordsmanship talent, I can fight with a martial disciple with 400 to 500 katas of force. It's a pity that I don't have time to learn sword arts. Yi Tian thought that if he learned sword arts, he could definitely increase his combat power substantially. However, he was quite satisfied with the intermediate swordsmanship talent, feeling that this copy was very worthwhile. Wiping his sweat, Yi Tian returned to the crowd. Before long, the trial began. Everyone took this trial very seriously, including Yi Tian. The first prize was 3 portions of intermediate beast blood plus 100,000 yuan, Chinese currency. The second prize was 1 portion of intermediate beast blood and 100,000 yuan, and the third prize was 3 portions of low-level beast blood plus 50,000 yuan. The reward for the 4th to 10th place was 1 portion of low-level beast blood. The ranking was based on points, and every type of ferocious beast's designated part could be cut off and taken back to be exchanged for points. The trial time was 3 days, and during these 3 days, everyone had to stay in the small wilderness area. For a group of martial warriors, this trial was undoubtedly a challenge. All martial artists enter the trial wilderness area in order, a teacher said, whoosh, whoosh, whoosh. The students of the first academy were the first to enter the valley, gradually disappearing into the trial. Next were the students of the second academy, then the third academy, and finally the students of the 5th academy. I can't see anyone anymore. Yi Tian had just entered the trial wilderness area, and through the trees and uneven terrain, he quickly lost sight of the other students. Although the trial wilderness area was just a small open wilderness, it was still quite large, not smaller than Linhai Base. And Yi Tian quickly encountered his first ferocious beast. P.S. Please leave a review and rating on novel updates. Chapter 9. The Pseudo-Beast Rumor. Fierce spotted snake. Yi Tian stared at a 2-meter-long giant snake 5 meters in front of him. This snake was not particularly strong, and an ordinary martial disciple could handle it. As long as one was not entangled by the snake, they would be fine. But if entangled, Even a martial artist with the strength of 400 or 500 katas would be unable to break free. Whoosh! The spotted snake suddenly lunged at Yi Tian, attacking him. Yi Tian did not dodge. With his speed, it would have been easy to evade the spotted snake, but there was no need. Clang, his blade flashed. The snake's body froze, falling to the ground and struggling for a moment before dying. If one looked closely, one could see that the snake's vital point had been cut open. It was Yi Tian's knife that had sliced it. Too weak? Yi Tian shook his head. He then took the snake's pair of eyes, an item required as proof that he had slain a spotted snake with a value of 1 point. The spotted snake was the most common fierce beast in this small wilderness area. It was said that there used to be a giant beastly snake in the area, and these spotted snakes were its descendants. One day, a few elite warriors joined together to slay the giant beastly snake, then cleared other beasts in the area, turning it into a small wilderness. This tidbit was revealed by a teacher on the road, though its authenticity was unknown. In a blink of an eye, more than half a day had passed, and night was about to fall. Today's harvest is not much. Yi Tian opened his bundle and carefully counted. Various materials from fierce beasts amounted to only 23 points. For the average student, these points were quite good, but they were far from enough to compete for the top 3, and even making the top 10 would be difficult. The night was very dangerous. Human eyes, affected by the darkness, had difficulty detecting some beasts, so it was best not to hunt at night, lest one be hunted by the beasts. In the trees, there were mainly spotted snakes, but as long as one was cautious and observant of the surroundings, it was not easy to be attacked by them. Even if a snake did approach, Yi Tian's reflexes and speed were enough to handle it. The night passed without incident. The next morning, after roasting and eating a rabbit, Yi Tian continued hunting. At this time, he moved deeper into the small wilderness area, for only in the deeper parts were there stronger beasts, worth 5 or 6 points each, far more than what could be earned on the outskirts. Help! Someone save us! Sparse cries for help reached Yi Tian's ears, accompanied by the howling of wolves. Someone's run into a wolf pack, Yi Tian thought to himself. After considering for a moment, he sprinted in the direction of the wolf pack. Not that he wanted to save those people, but because wolves were valuable in points, especially the tooth wolves, each worth 10 points, much more profitable than hunting ordinary beasts. Soon, Yi Tian arrived at an open area where about a dozen tooth wolves were attacking 7 or 8 students, with several bodies lying on the ground. Zhang Bao! Yi Tian recognized one person, Zhang Bao, who he was on good terms with. But Zhang Bao looked extremely disheveled, blood oozing from his body, his face pale. Waving an empty bow, he was clearly at the end of his rope. To Yi Tian, Zhang Bao's plight seemed quite normal. After all, Zhang Bao and the others were weak. Even with a group of over 10, they were still easy prey for a strong beast. Yi Tian had known long ago that this group had little hope of obtaining beast blood, but he had not said so outright, understanding their desire. Taking his bow, Yi Tian aimed at a tooth wolf and shot an arrow. Thump! The arrow pierced a tooth wolf, but unfortunately it was off target, missing its vital spots, yet still injuring the wolf. Ayo! The fang wolves had spotted Yi Tian and started charging toward him. Not far away, Zhang Bao and others had also seen Yi Tian approaching. They initially ignited a glimmer of hope, but upon closer examination they were filled with despair. Zhang Bao knew Yi Tian, and also knew Yi Tian's strength. He had just entered the rank of a martial disciple, the same as him. Yi Tian, run quickly, you can't deal with these fang wolves, Zhang Bao shouted. This chubby fellow is not bad, he actually doesn't want me to be in danger. Yi Tian felt a warmth in his heart and had sincerely decided to rescue them. Had Yi Tian unleashed all his strength, he might have been able to kill these fang wolves in a short time, but that would undoubtedly have revealed many issues. I should hold back a little, Yi Tian thought to himself. The strength of the fang wolves was formidable, no less than a martial disciple with the strength of 400 to 500 katas. If Yi Tian were to collide head-on, he would undoubtedly suffer. Therefore, Yi Tian fully demonstrated the sharpness of his swordsmanship and a bit of speed. He maintained 1.5 times the speed while fighting with these fang wolves. Possessing a medium talent in swordsmanship, he could precisely seize the opportunity to deliver a fatal blow at the critical moment. Thud! The blade suddenly slashed across a fang wolf's neck, killing it with one stroke. No matter how the fang wolves attacked Yi Tian, he seemed to have the ability to foresee, always able to dodge. And each time he struck, he inevitably took the life of a fang wolf. In no time, more than a dozen fang wolves' bodies lay on the ground, and Yi Tian's body was stained with some blood, the blood of the fang wolves. "Are you all right?" Yi Tian sheathed his sword, looking at Zhang Bao and the others. "No problem." Zhang Bao's pupils dilated, and he swallowed his saliva, stammering. "I killed these fang wolves, and I will take their fangs. You don't mind, do you?" Yi Tian asked in a deep voice. "Not at all." The group of people shook their heads. How could they mind? Such fierce fang wolves were all killed by Yi Tian alone, and he had saved their lives. Even if they were brainless, they wouldn't dare demand a share of the fangs. The fangs were the only proof of killing the fang wolves. Of course, Yi Tian didn't need to take all the fangs, just the two largest canine teeth of each wolf. More than a dozen fangs, collected together, amounted to quite a bundle. Fortunately, Yi Tian's strength was up to 300 katas, so carrying this on his back was not a big deal. "I advise you to get out as soon as possible. With your strength, it's difficult to win the reward of beast blood. Don't lose your lives. You only have one life, and there will be more opportunities to get the beast blood later." Yi Tian persuaded. After saying this, Yi Tian was ready to leave. At that moment, Zhang Bao's expression changed, and he said, "Yi Tian, with your strength and the fangs you obtained this time, getting a share of the beast blood shouldn't be a problem, but you probably want a good ranking, right? I have some news I'm not sure if I should tell you." "Speak." Yi Tian said curiously. "In the small, wild area, there has appeared a pseudo-beast, a mottled snake, and students from the first academy have gone to hunt it down. That snake is worth 500 points. Zhang gritted his teeth and said. He didn't know whether it was good or bad to reveal this information to Yi Tian, but he said it anyway. "What? A pseudo-beast mottled snake?" Yi Tian was completely shocked. More importantly, he was attracted by those 500 points. If he could obtain the eyes of the pseudo-beast mottled snake, he would surely be ranked first in the trial. Chapter 10. The Ferocious Striped Snake. Is the news true? Yi Tian asked. "It's true," Zhang Bao confirmed. "We caught a glimpse from afar earlier. The students from the first academy were working together to combat a striped snake that was 10 meters long, but unfortunately they failed. Now there must be even more students going to besiege that striped snake." "Which direction?" Yi Tian inquired. "Southeast direction," Zhang Bao pointed. Whoosh! Yi Tian ran off at great speed, soon disappearing from sight. At that moment, Zhang Bao gazed at the retreating figure of Yi Tian and sighed deeply. "I originally thought that Yi Tian's strength was similar to mine, but I never realized that he hid his abilities so well. With Yi Tian's talent, it's certain he will become a martial warrior in the future. He might even have the potential to reach the level of an elite martial warrior. It would be false to say he wasn't envious, but envy was useless. In this era that valued innate talent, he only had second-rate talent. At best, he could only reach the early stages of a martial warrior in his lifetime." "Let's go. We should head back," Zhang Bao said somewhat resignedly. "Go back, not hunting fierce beasts anymore." One of the students said discontentedly, "No more hunting. With our strength, even if we united, there's little hope of obtaining the blood of the ferocious beast. I should have realized earlier. This so-called trial is nothing but a chance given by the 5 major academies to their top students. They just want to produce some martial warriors as soon as possible. As for the lives of us weaker martial disciples, do you think those big shots would care? They wouldn't feel pain no matter how many martial students die," Zhang Bao said with a bitter smile. The other students all remained silent, evidently in agreement. The world was cruel. For martial warriors, the lives of ordinary people and martial disciples truly didn't amount to much. This trial was said to be for all students, but in reality, it was a test or a training exercise only for those top students. 7 or 8 people, looking dejected, headed towards the outskirts of the small wilderness area without looking back. After running a distance, Yi stopped. Now he was carrying quite a few things on his back. Although not very heavy, they would certainly affect his combat abilities, and he couldn't possibly fight with these materials on him all the time. Under normal circumstances, there were 2 solutions. One was to return to the valley entrance and exchange these materials for points, but going back and forth like that would waste too much time. The second option was to hide the materials and retrieve them later when returning. Better bury them. Yi quickly dug a hole in the ground and buried all the materials, then concealed it. The small wilderness area was vast, and the chance of someone discovering the materials was extremely low. The ordinary wild beasts would also not be interested in these materials. With everything ready, Yi sped off in the southeast direction. Boom! From afar, the sounds of battle reached him, and just from the noise alone, he knew how fierce the fight was. Could it be that the pseudo-ferocious striped snake is being besieged again? Yi speculated. Although the pseudo-ferocious beast was strong, this time there were also quite a few peak martial disciples. If they truly fought, the pseudo-ferocious beast would not be a match for these students. I hope I can get there in time, Yi secretly hoped. 30 seconds later, Yi arrived, but the situation was not what he had anticipated. This is... Yi pupils contracted. In the field, about 10 martial disciples were besieging an injured striped snake. This snake was not the 10-meter one that Zhang Bao had spoken of, but reached a length of 12 meters. A ferocious beast, this striped snake has reached the level of a ferocious beast, but it's one of the weakest types of ferocious beasts, he thought. Yi had judged. Ferocious beasts were not categorized by size, and this spotted snake was considered quite large among them. However, it had only a single method of attack, and its strength was not significant, making it weaker than the average ferocious beast. But how had this spotted snake become a ferocious beast? Not only was Yi puzzled, but the other students were also very curious. At that moment, no one thought too much about it, for their primary desire was to hunt down this ferocious spotted snake. A pseudo-ferocious snake was worth only 500 points, but a true ferocious one was different, with a value of at least 1,000 points. Moreover, it was a ferocious beast. Once slain, its blood could be absorbed and refined by many students. It could be said that this ferocious spotted snake was a treasure all over its body. Fortunately, this spotted snake had just advanced to the level of a ferocious beast and was not much more potent than the peak of a martial disciple. Otherwise, these students would not dare to attack it together. However, even so, the students were continuously injured and withdrew from the fight one by one. Yi had not acted, but instead he had been observing secretly. About 10 minutes passed, and only 5 students were left in the field. These 5 were the talented students from the first academy who possessed medium cultivation talents. They were also wounded, though, not lightly. But the more severely injured was the ferocious spotted snake, with numerous arrows, knife, and sword wounds all over its body. Even its forehead had a sword scar, looking utterly miserable. Suddenly, the ferocious spotted snake activated its bloodline power, sweeping its massive tail violently, sending all 5 students flying. The next moment, the ferocious spotted snake fled into the distance. With its bloodline activated, the ferocious spotted snake had attained the speed of a normal ferocious beast. Unless pursued by a warrior, no one could catch up with it. The students attempted to chase it for a moment, but soon realized they were falling far behind. Damn, it escaped again. Everyone chase it. This ferocious beast is severely wounded. It can't get far, Mo Sheabe angrily exclaimed. However, unbeknownst to everyone, a shadow secretly followed. Haha, fortune is on my side. After activating my speed talent, I can easily catch up with this ferocious spotted snake, Yi excitedly said. He followed the ferocious spotted snake, and after many twists and turns, found it crawling, injured, into a cave. Yi hesitated for a moment and then entered the cave, knowing that with his speed he could retreat if he faced any danger. The cave was deep and stretched downward. After what seemed like a long walk, Yitian finally arrived at a rocky cavern where the ferocious spotted snake lay. By this point, the snake was barely hanging on, yet it was still crawling toward a corner of the cave. Without wasting time, Yitian utilized his speed talent, wielding his fine iron knife, slashing repeatedly at the snake's body. Though his power was weak, he soon killed the ferocious spotted snake. Collect the ferocious beast's blood? Yitian didn't forget this crucial task. He quickly took out the water bottle from his waist, punctured the snake's heart, and the beast's heart's blood trickled into the bottle. Since this snake had just become a ferocious beast, most of its blood was still that of a wild beast. Only the heart's blood was pure, ferocious beast blood, so Yitian only collected it, deeming the rest unnecessary. Soon a bottle was filled, and the snake's heart's blood had drained completely. Equivalent to 5 portions of low-level ferocious beast's blood. I've hit the jackpot this time. Yitian was overjoyed. Chapter 11. Body Training Method and Fierce Beast's Blood. The most valuable part of the ferocious striped snake was its blood. As for its skin, although it was worth several thousand pieces of money, Yitian couldn't carry it alone, and skinning was very troublesome. Mo Xiaobei and his men would likely find this place quickly, so Yitian couldn't linger here for too long. The fierce striped snake was crawling in that direction before it died. Could there be something there that could heal its injuries? Yitian looked over and his eyes widened. Is that? His expression changed. Not far away, a stalactite was hanging upside down from the top of the cave, and a droplet of liquid substance had dripped onto a stone groove, accumulating a small layer. This liquid substance emitted a faint white light. Anyone could see that it was no ordinary thing. In novels, they often mention things like 100-year-old stalactite or 1,000-year-old stone stalactite. Could this be it? Yitian guessed. However, he didn't know about such treasures and was only guessing based on novels from his previous life. Regardless of the case, this thing was certainly valuable. And so, Yitian took out his last water bottle, poured out all the remaining water, came under the stalactite, and collected the remaining stalactite liquid into the water bottle. The amount of stalactite liquid was not substantial, probably because the fierce striped snake had consumed much of it. So only a little more than half the water bottle was filled. Looking at the stalactite and the slowly accumulating stalactite liquid, Yitian had a plan in mind. At this rate, there will be only 1 drop of stalactite liquid in a day. I can't wait, but I also can't let other students benefit from it. I must destroy it, Yitian said with determination. Then he held his iron sword and chopped at the stalactite, quickly breaking it. He then concealed this place with some tricks. This place can produce stalactite liquid, so there might be even more precious treasures in the rock layer, but the rock layer is too hard. I can't break it open now. I'll come back to explore it later, Yitian said with a sense of regret. After erasing his traces and taking the fierce striped snake's eyes, Yitian left the cave. Just 10 minutes after Yitian's departure, a group of students followed the blood trail of the fierce striped snake and arrived there. Upon reaching the cave, they were stunned. The fierce beast is dead. A martial disciple exclaimed, "Damn, someone got here before us and took the fierce beast's eyes. Those are worth 1,000 points. Mo Xiaobei yelled angrily. The other students were equally furious. They had worked for so long, each bearing injuries, and some students had even died. But now someone had beaten them to it. It's bad. The fierce beast's heart's blood has been taken as well, leaving only ordinary wild beast's blood. Another martial disciple yelled. The fierce beast's blood and the striped snake's eyeballs, the 2 most valuable things, were both taken away. The entire body of the fierce beast, although worth some money, was of no concern to Mo Xiaobei and his men. They simply turned and left. However, the corpse of the ferocious beast was of considerable value to those ordinary martial artists, and they divided it among themselves. In the small, wild area, there were many caves, and Yitian quickly found another small cave, killed the fierce beast inside, and took over the cave. By then, he had already obtained the eyeball of the ferocious spotted snake, worth 1,000 points. With a day and a half left, he didn't need to hunt any more beasts, as he had securely claimed first place. But he didn't want to waste time. He planned to cultivate here. How much can all this ferocious beast's blood enhance my strength? Yi Tian looked forward with some anticipation. He took a sip of the beast's blood and began to cultivate using his body-strengthening technique. Boom! The blood of the ferocious beast transformed into a stream of energy, accompanying the movements of the body-strengthening technique, refining Yi Tian's body and accelerating the increase in strength. Quickly, 18 movements were performed, and the energy of the ferocious beast's blood was almost exhausted. Yi Tian carefully sensed the changes in his body and was immediately overjoyed. It's almost 4 times the cultivation speed, and this is just the blood of a low-level ferocious beast. If it's the blood of a mid-level beast aiding in cultivation, wouldn't the effect be even more incredible? No wonder many people with mediocre talents become martial warriors or even elite warriors in their 20s or 30s. They must rely on a large amount of ferocious beast's blood. Yi Tian guessed. He took another sip of the beast's blood and continued to cultivate. Being of medium cultivation talent, Yi Tian's absorption of the beast's blood was far superior to ordinary people. If it had been someone of primary cultivation talent, a 2 times increase in cultivation speed would have been good. With the beast's blood, Yi Tian's growth rate far exceeded others. In the blink of an eye, several hours passed. At this time, Yi Tian realized he had performed the body-strengthening technique 10 times, but it seemed, my body doesn't feel that tired. Could it be that I can practice the body-strengthening technique again? Thinking thus, he acted. Yi Tian practiced the body-strengthening technique again, and found that he really had cultivated it easily once more, without causing any damage to his body. I understand now. The reason ordinary people can only practice the body-strengthening technique 10 times is due to the body's limited energy. Overcultivation would be an overdraft on potential, but with the ferocious beast's blood, it's different. The blood replaces the body's energy, so I can practice the technique multiple times. 10 times is far from the limit. I might even be able to do it 20 or 30 times. Yi Tian said excitedly. Perhaps this secret was not a secret to the warriors, but no one revealed it to the martial disciples. Mainly because martial disciples had difficulty obtaining beast's blood, and the warriors themselves needed all they could get for their own cultivation. Naturally, they wouldn't make this secret public. Otherwise, countless martial disciples would go mad. Even in large clans, supplying martial disciples with large quantities of beast's blood was simply unrealistic. Ha, so much beast's blood is enough for me to cultivate for 2 days. Perhaps at the end of the trial I can increase my strength to 400 jin. Yi Tian clenched his fist, thinking to himself. He continued to cultivate. Meanwhile, chaos ensued outside. To gain more points, many martial disciples fought each other to seize each other's possessions, all to achieve better rankings. However, these martial disciples dared not kill, as the punishment would be severe, and no one knew if there were warriors hidden in the shadows. Even so, the weaker martial disciples were unlucky, as their hard-earned materials were stolen one by one. In the blink of an eye, the 3-day trial was about to end. At that time, one by one, the martial disciples emerged from the small, wild area. Chapter 12. The terrifying effect of intermediate ferocious beast blood. Zhang He 10 points, Lai Yu 15 points, Bao Lei 23 points, Zhu Hai 0 points. The teacher calculating the points looked at Zhu Hai's injured face and clearly guessed the reason. Zhu Hai had undoubtedly been robbed of his materials and beaten up severely, resulting in his score of 0 points. However, he felt no sympathy for this kind of situation. If one didn't have the strength and got robbed, it was deserved. Lai Yunxing, 195 points. When Lai Yunxing's score was announced, the students of the Second Academy burst with pride. After all, Lai Yunxing was from their Second Academy, and this was the pride of the Second Academy. Tusk, only 195 points. With such a result, you dare to challenge me. Mo Xiaobei, who had just walked out of the small, wild area, looked at Lai Yunxing with a cold smile. Immediately, he took out his gains, 3 large bags in total. The scoring teacher carefully calculated Mo Sheabe's gains and announced a shocking score. Mo Sheabe, 427 points? So many. Lai Yunxing's face changed, and he coldly said, "You must have stolen from others." "That's as a result of my strength, too." Mo Sheabe responded with a cold laugh. Lai Yunxing's face turned red, not knowing how to refute. "Wow, 427 points. Mo Sheabe must be first now, right?" Among the 5 geniuses of the First Academy, Mo Sheabe's strength is the strongest. It wouldn't be an exaggeration to say he's the #1 martial disciple in our Linhai base. Nobody must have scored more points than him. You don't know yet. A ferocious beast, a mottled snake, appeared in the small, wild area. Many martial artists, general term, regardless of level, attacked it and severely injured it, but in the end, someone took advantage of the situation. That mottled snake was worth 1,000 points. Who got the mottled snake's eyeball? Just the eyeball is enough to win first place, right? Such good luck. Although the luck was good, it was snatched from many martial artists. Mo Sheabe and others are furious. If that person dares to exchange the mottled snake's eyeball for points, his identity will be exposed, and he'll surely offend Mo Sheabe and the other martial disciples. Tusk. The reward for the first place is 3 vials of intermediate ferocious beast blood and $100,000. Offending Mo Sheabe doesn't matter. He wouldn't dare to take action in Linhai base, would he? He might not dare to act, but Mo Sheabe is from the Linhai base's Mo family. Just causing a little trouble for that person would make him regret it. Mo Sheabe paid no attention to the others' conversation. His eyes were fixed on the entrance. HMPH, I don't believe you would give up the title of first place. Once I know your identity, you wait for your death. Mo Sheabe's eyes revealed a fierce light as he thought to himself. Just as the prescribed time was about to end, a young man emerged from the small wild area, carrying a large bag and a small bag. The young man was Yi Tian. "Teacher, here are my gains. Please count them." Yi Tian handed the large and small bags to the scoring teacher, smiling. The scoring teacher opened the bags and carefully calculated, saying, "A total of 163 points. This many points were not a small amount, almost enough to rank in the top 10. "Teacher, I have one more piece of material here." Yi Tian took out the mottled snake's eyeball. As soon as the mottled snake's eyeball appeared, a faint aura of ferocious beast power emanated from it. "The mottled snake's eyeball, you actually got it." The scoring teacher looked at Yi Tian in surprise. "This material counts for 1,000 points. Your total score is 1163 points." Swish, swish, swish. A series of cold glances swept toward Yi Tian. "Who are you? How dare you steal our mottled snake's eyeball?" Mo Sheabe asked coldly. One of Mo Sheabe's henchmen leaned in and whispered, "Boss, he seems to be a student from the Fifth Academy." The Fifth Academy. Mo Sheabe became even more enraged upon hearing this. In his eyes, the students of the Fifth Academy were nothing but scum. They had dared to snatch the eye and blood of the ferocious beast, the spotted serpent, from him. This was tantamount to slapping his face and the face of the First Academy. Although he didn't necessarily need the blood of an intermediate-level ferocious beast, given his status, he could always advance to the level of a martial warrior. By then, his position in the family would be even higher, and there would be plenty of ways to obtain beast blood. But losing face was something he couldn't bear. Stealing the eye of your spotted serpent is truly laughable. The beasts in the wild zone are not yours. If I see it, I can naturally hunt it. What I hunt is naturally mine." Yi Tian laughed. He was not afraid to offend Mo Sheabe. As long as he obtained the intermediate-level ferocious beast blood, he could definitely advance to the martial warrior level in a short time with his talent. Moreover, he could keep replicating his talent, and his future achievements would be far beyond Mo Sheabe's reach. Furthermore, Mo Sheabe could only resort to minor tactics at the coastal base. But if Mo Sheabe dared to go too far, he would make him regret it. Mo Sheabe knew that more words were futile, so he glared at Yi Tian and threw down a line. "Kid, you just wait and see." The others were also displeased with Yi Tian, but said nothing. They knew Mo Sheabe would deal with Yi Tian, and they simply waited quietly. The trial ended. Yi Tian successfully obtained 3 portions of intermediate-level ferocious beast blood and 100,000 in cash. It was now the 3rd day after the trial had ended. During these 3 days, Yi Tian did not consume the intermediate-level ferocious beast blood, but instead consolidated his foundation, completely refining the remaining low-level ferocious beast blood in his body. The spotted serpent's blood was entirely depleted, leading to a substantial increase in strength. According to his calculations, Yi Tian's strength was now around 420 katas, making him a mid-level martial disciple. But it still wasn't enough. I wonder how many times the intermediate-level ferocious beast blood will multiply my strength, Yi Tian murmured, looking at the small bottle of intermediate-level ferocious beast blood. He did not dare to gulp down the entire portion of intermediate-level ferocious beast blood, and only took a small sip. Boom. The power brought by the intermediate-level ferocious beast blood was incredibly violent, far more terrifying than the low-level beast blood, but its benefits were also much stronger. Yi Tian endured the intense pain, repeatedly performing body-forging techniques, completely losing track of time, his body executing the techniques almost instinctively. Finally, Yi Tian felt that the energy from the intermediate-level ferocious beast blood was almost depleted, and he slowly stopped. Did I just practice the body-forging technique 8 times? Yi Tian was very surprised. Practicing the body-forging technique 8 times in one breath was something he had never dared to try before. Otherwise, his body would certainly break. But with the aid of intermediate-level ferocious beast blood, he accomplished it, feeling energetic and full of vigor. He sensed the change in his strength and calculated the amplification effect of the intermediate-level ferocious beast blood. 8 times the cultivation efficiency, Yi Tian concluded. If he could continuously use the intermediate-level ferocious beast blood for training, he even felt confident about advancing to the level of a martial warrior within a month. Such was the terrifying assistance of intermediate-level ferocious beast blood. Chapter 13. Earth Core Essence. 3 portions of intermediate beast blood should allow me to cultivate for 5 days, enough to increase my strength to 600 katas or even more, Yi Tian roughly estimated. A strength of 600 katas, coupled with his talents in speed and medium-level blade skills, would allow him to crush any martial disciple, and he wouldn't be much weaker compared to an early-stage martial warrior. Right, I still don't know what effects the stalactite liquid that I obtained has. I must look it up soon. Yi Tian was also hoping that the liquid could significantly increase his cultivation. Perhaps it could allow him to advance to the rank of a warrior sooner. During the 100 years since the apocalypse, many strange treasures had appeared. Naturally, some people had compiled a treasure atlas to avoid missing treasures for warriors venturing into the wilderness. And such a treasure atlas wasn't expensive. One could purchase it for a mere 1,000 pieces. In the past, Yi Tian wouldn't have been able to afford it, but now he wasn't short of money. In addition to 3 portions of beast blood, the first-place reward included 100,000 pieces. So Yi Tian went to the store and bought a relatively comprehensive treasure atlas. Back at home, he flipped through it page by page. After browsing more than half of the atlas, he finally found the entry on Zhongru liquid. Earth Core Essence, a stone from the Earth's veins that absorbs the energy of heaven and earth for 100 years, solidifying into existence. It has the effect of enhancing cultivation talent, effective only for those with medium or lower cultivation talent. In the place where Earth Core Essence is born, there is a small chance for Earth Elemental Stone to form, which can enhance low-level talents. Staring at this introduction, Yi Tian's breath grew rapid. Heavens, it's a treasure that can enhance cultivation talent. If I sell it, not to mention 100,000, even several million or tens of millions would have buyers, right? Yi Tian muttered to himself, but he quickly quashed this thought. If he truly sold the Earth Core Essence, he was certain he wouldn't live to see the next day. At this moment, he also understood why the spotted snake was able to break through its racial limitations and advance to the beast level. He had glimpsed the snake's bloodline talent, which had reached a medium level, making it seem like a different species compared to other spotted snakes. Now, it seemed that the Earth core essence had enhanced its bloodline talent. Otherwise, it would never have advanced to the beast level in its lifetime. It's a pity that the Earth core essence's effect on enhancing cultivation is too low, and I'm not worried about my talent. Even if it's useful to me, I don't need to take it, and it's useless to me with my medium cultivation talent. If it's useless to me and I can't sell it, what should I do with it? Yi said, feeling somewhat disappointed. Suddenly, he thought of his younger sister, Yi. That's right, my sister seems to have only low-tier talent. If I give her this Earth core essence, wouldn't it be possible to elevate her talent to the basic or even medium level? Yi thought. During lunch, Yi looked at his sister and said, "Sister, this is good stuff, you should drink it." He then took out the Earth core essence and placed it in front of Yi. "What is this?" Yi asked curiously. She wasn't worried that her brother would harm her. She was only worried whether it would taste good. "It's a great tonic," Yi replied seriously. He didn't tell his sister about the effects of the Earth core essence, as she hadn't begun cultivating and didn't know what her talent was. Mentioning it might only cause unnecessary trouble. "Brother, aren't you drinking?" Yi asked, her big eyes fixed on her brother. "I've already had some. This is saved for you," Yi said, caressing Yi's head affectionately. "Okay, then I'll drink it," Yi said, sipping the Earth core essence. The quantity was not much, and Yi quickly finished it. "What does it feel like?" Yi hurriedly asked. He hadn't tried the Earth core essence himself, and was uncertain about its specific effects. However, the Treasure Atlas stated that anyone could consume the Earth core essence without adverse effects, as its effects were very mild. "I feel warm all over, very comfortable." Yi expressed her feelings. "Little sister, this thing is very precious. Don't tell anyone else. Only you and I should know." Yi solemnly warned her. He feared that Yi might inadvertently let it slip while playing with other companions. If someone with ulterior motives guessed it, they would be in danger. "Brother, I won't say anything?" Yi nodded. The two continued to eat. During the meal, Yi kept observing Yi's talent situation using his duplication talent. About 3 minutes had passed, and Yi's talent really changed. Human. Yi, cultivation talent, basic TL, elementary. Ice talent, basic, unawakened. After finishing lunch and approximately an hour later, Yi discovered that Yi's talent had changed again. Human, Yi. Cultivation talent, mid-TL, intermediate. Ice talent, basic, unawakened. Until the next day, Yi's talents remained unchanged, clearly indicating that intermediate was the limit. This was because the Earth's core liquid only worked on those with mid-level talents or lower. And since Yi had already been promoted to said talent level, she could not continue to improve. My sister has now reached mid-level talent. Coupled with her ice talent, she won't have any problem becoming one of the top warriors at Linhai Base. Yi said, comforted. Having money, Yi then sent his little sister to a class. After all, she was only 13 years old and shouldn't stay at home all day. At school, she could not only learn more but also play with more friends. This was the life a young girl should have. Initially, she disagreed because she was aware of their family's situation. But when Yi took out 100,000 yuan, she agreed. Regarding the origin of the money, Yi claimed that he had won first place in a martial arts competition at the academy, and the 100,000 yuan was a reward. In fact, this was not a lie since the trial could also be considered a competition. With his sister at school, Yi practiced without worry. In the blink of an eye, a month passed. By that time, the intermediate beast's blood had already been consumed by Yi. A month of cultivation allowed Yi strength to break through again, reaching 800 jin of force. This level of strength was considered that of a high-level martial disciple, and he was not far from the realm of a true warrior. In terms of actual combat power, Yi was almost comparable to a warrior. Unfortunately, without the beast's blood, his progress slowed down, and his current strength was not enough to hunt beasts in the wilderness. He could only gradually increase his strength over time. At the Mo family, Mo Sheabe had emerged from seclusion. Since the trial ended, he had been in closed-door cultivation aiming for the warrior realm, and now he had successfully reached the warrior level. The entire Mo family was celebrating this joyous occasion. While the outside world was discussing Mo Sheabe, he was talking to his old servant about something. "Old Lai, how is the investigation going?" Mo Sheabe looked at his old servant, Lai Hai, and asked. Chapter 14. Shadow Talent. Lai Hai was a martial warrior, but only a beginner. He was already 60 years old, and this was the level he had reached in his lifetime. He was a servant arranged by Mo Sheabe's father and had always been doing things for him. "Young master, I have already investigated thoroughly. Yi Tian comes from an ordinary family. His parents were once martial artists, but they died in the wilderness more than a year ago. Now only Yi Tian and his younger sister are left," Lai Hai truthfully reported. "If it were not for my closed-door cultivation to become a martial warrior, he wouldn't have been able to live even for a month." "HMPH, find someone to kill him," Mo Sheabe said, his face filled with killing intent. Lai Hai's face changed. "Young master, if we kill someone at the base and it's discovered, even our Mo family might find it troublesome." "If it's found out, indeed, it will be troublesome. But what if it's not discovered?" Mo Sheabe smirked coldly. "If it's not found out," Lai Hai suddenly thought of someone. "Young master, are you thinking of hiring Shadow to do it? But the price for Shadow's services is not cheap, at least 1 million. 1 million to kill a martial disciple. In Lai Hai's view, this was a waste. And Mo Sheabe had just ascended to the level of a martial warrior, so the family funds he could mobilize were not much, perhaps just over 1 million. That young man's talent must be pretty good, as he's reached the martial disciple realm so young. He's not just a beginner martial disciple. His talent must be basic, but probably not intermediate. But even so, with the aid of intermediate fierce beast blood and spotted snake blood, he might be able to ascend to the martial artist realm in a year or two. The cost required to kill a martial disciple is not the same as killing a martial warrior. I want to strangle him before he grows up. Do you understand? 1 million is indeed a significant amount for me now, but in a year or two, what is a mere 1 million? Mo Sheabe analyzed. "Young master, I understand. I will contact Shadow right away," Lai Hai said. With that, he left. In the room, Mo Sheabe muttered to himself. Although Shadow only has a low-level talent and cannot progress after becoming a beginner martial warrior, he is an incredibly rare, multi-talented martial warrior. He has a type of shadow talent that enables him to hide in shadowy places, making him a terrifying existence among martial warriors. Even I might not necessarily be able to evade Shadow's lethal assassination. Yi Tian is as good as dead. Soon after, he put this matter aside and continued his cultivation. A day later, as usual, Yi Tian finished his cultivation in the small grove at the academy and prepared to return home. But just as he was about to leave the grove, his expression subtly changed, and a trace of shock appeared deep in his pupils. He looked discreetly at a tree 3 meters away. It was a large tree, and under its shadow there was nothing, completely empty. However, Yi Tian knew that there was someone there. Human, Lai Kun. Cultivation talent, low, shadow talent, basic. Copying talent had become an instinctive talent for Yi Tian. He could sense everything within 3 meters around him at any time. If anyone or anything approached him, he would know. This was also a way for him to protect himself. This person called Lai Kun must have used his shadow talent to conceal his form, so my naked eye can't see him. With an awakened talent, he is undoubtedly a martial warrior, but with only low-level cultivation talent, his strength is clearly at the weakest stage of a martial warrior. In just an instant, Yi Tian had figured out Lai Kun's situation. It was now evening, and night was about to fall. Most of the academy's students had left, and only he was in this small grove. Lai Kun's intention to hide here was obvious. Is he here to assassinate me? Yi Tian thought to himself. He didn't know Lai Kun, so it was clear that someone had hired Lai Kun to assassinate him. Without guessing, he knew who it was. Mo Sheabe? Yi Tian's eyes flashed with murderous intent. He had only thought that Mo Sheabe would use some petty tricks to give him minor trouble. He hadn't expected that Mo Sheabe would dare to hire someone to assassinate him. "If I live, Mo Sheabe, you must die," Yi Tian swore. The situation at hand was not very favorable for Yi Tian, but it also represented an opportunity for him. His talent for duplication could be used again, but he had not yet decided what to duplicate. Now, a magnificent talent had appeared before him. The shadow talent was indeed a comparatively transcendent one for weaker martial warriors. Once he possessed the shadow talent, there were many things he would be able to do that had previously been impossible. "If I want the shadow talent, I must first kill Lai Kun," Yi Tian had calmly stated. He walked slowly, feeling in his bones a murderous intent about to envelop him. He knew that Lai Kun was about to make his move. However, just as Lai Kun was about to act, Yi Tian struck first. Whoosh! The talent of speed was activated. Yi Tian, with his 800 Jin strength, was not slow to begin with. With the amplification of the speed talent, his velocity had already surpassed that of ordinary martial warriors, even rivaling those in the middle stages. Lai Kun had thought that killing a martial disciple would be easy, so he did not pay much attention to Yi Tian. He was immediately stunned by Yi Tian's speed. "Die!" Yi Tian's iron blade hacked down fiercely. Rip, the iron blade struck an object, and a spatter of blood burst forth. "Kid, you're asking for death?" Lai Kun appeared from his shadow form, a wound on his right arm, the injury fairly serious. If Yi Tian's strength had been just a bit more substantial, his arm would have been severed. With his right hand injured, Lai Kun attacked Yi Tian with his left, holding the knife. Although this greatly reduced his combat effectiveness, he felt he could still kill a martial disciple. But very quickly, he was dumbfounded. Yi Tian's speed was too fast, much faster than his own, and his blade technique was incredibly sharp. Even Lai Kun's 20 years of expertise in the blade did not compare to Yi Tian. Yi Tian gradually suppressed Lai Kun with his speed and blade skills, while Lai Kun's injured right hand continued to bleed, causing his condition to deteriorate. Suddenly, Yi Tian seized an opportunity and slashed at Lai Kun's chest, severely wounding him. "Kid, you wait." Lai Kun's figure flashed and he vanished. However, Yi Tian did not stop, continuing to hack at an empty spot. Boom, with one strike, a figure was sent flying. It was Lai Kun. "Damn, you actually saw through my shadow talent. This is impossible." Lai Kun was obviously incredulous. At Linhai Base, not to mention martial warriors, even elite martial warriors couldn't see through his talent ability. Only great martial artists who could extend their mental power could detect his presence. Relying on his shadow talent, he had become an existence that many martial warriors at Linhai Base dared not provoke. He never expected that dealing with a martial disciple would be so embarrassing. Yi Tian did not speak, only responding to Lai Kun with his blade. Soon, Lai Kun could no longer hold on, and Yi Tian's blade cut through half of his neck, killing him outright. Chapter 15. Bronze-level blade technique. Fortunately, the body is intact, otherwise there would be no way to replicate the talent. Yi Tian breathed a sigh of relief. As for the limitations of copying talents, he had already experimented with it in the wild area. If the corpse was too mutilated, he would not be able to see the talent situation, and naturally he would not be able to replicate the talent. Replicate shadow talent? Yi Tian's mind moved, and he began the replication. In an instant, the shadow talent was successfully copied. He didn't go home, but began to integrate the talent on the spot. Merging basic shadow talent wasn't too painful for Yi Tian, as his body's strength was far beyond what it had been before, and having merged many talents several times, his immunity to pain had increased. So only some minor pain occurred in his body, and he was sweating a bit, but otherwise there was nothing wrong. 10 minutes later, the shadow talent was successfully integrated. At this point, Yi Tian's talent situation had changed. Human. Yi Tian cultivation. Cultivation talent, intermediate. Speed talent, basic. Blade talent, intermediate. Shadow talent, basic. 4 kinds of talents. Yi Tian was very satisfied with his current talents. He didn't know about other bases, but he was sure that in Linhai Base no one had more talents than him. In Linhai Base, he was definitely invincible at the same level. There should be good things on Lai Kun's body, right? Yi Tian carefully examined Lai Kun's corpse. Lai Kun's knife was good. It was a black knife with a blood groove in the middle. There was not a single nick on this black knife, whereas his own knife had been severely damaged after this battle. Presumably, this black knife must be a very sharp elemental weapon. It can be used as a weapon. Yi Tian was delighted to pick up Lai Kun's black knife, and he searched through Lai Kun's clothes. Soon, all the things on Lai Kun's body were searched by Yi Tian. A secret book, 3 gold cards, 5 white cards, and some loose bills. Seeing these gains, Yi Tian was excited, even more so than when he copied the shadow talent. Because 1 gold card represented 1 million in money, and 1 white card represented 100,000. There were more than 3 million here. The gold card is equivalent to a bank card from the previous life. Linhai Base doesn't have the technology to make gold cards. It is said that some big bases made them, and the bank in Linhai Base was set up by those big bases. These gold cards can even be used to withdraw money in big bases. Yi Tian thought secretly. With an additional 3 million in money, Yi Tian's worth suddenly surged many times, and coupled with the shadow talent, he felt he could grow quickly, even to the point where he could ignore the Mo family. Right now, there's one more problem to solve: Mo Xiaobei. A hint of killing intent flashed in Yi Tian's eyes. Now, it was a matter of life and death between him and Mo Xiaobei. Even if he did not seek revenge on Mo Xiaobei, once Lai Kun did not return for a long time and he remained alive, Mo Xiaobei would surely know that Lai Kun had failed. The next attack might even be a later-stage martial warrior, or even an elite martial warrior. So, he had to kill Mo Xiaobei as soon as possible to eliminate the trouble for himself. Of course, he couldn't possibly kill Mo Xiaobei with his own identity, or he would definitely be crazily retaliated against by the Mo family. "I've got it." Yi Tian looked at Lai Kun's body and smiled slightly. At that time, he possessed the shadow talent and Lai Kun's black blade. He could absolutely impersonate Lai Kun. "First, take care of Lai Kun's corpse," Yi Tian said. Yi Tian quickly found an open space and buried Lai Kun deeply, subsequently concealing the traces. Even if the body were exposed in the future, that would be a long time from then, and there would be no immediate problems. By then, the night had fallen, and Yi Tian hurriedly returned home. After returning, Yi Tian did not rest, but instead became familiar with the shadow talent. The shadow talent was not as extraordinary as it seemed, as it was impossible to remain in the shadow state constantly. Being in the shadow state required the consumption of energy, and one must be in a yin shadow area. If any light were to shine on them, the form would be exposed. Furthermore, one couldn't launch an attack while in the shadow state, for doing so would reveal one's position, nor could one be attacked, for the shadow state would be forcibly dispelled if attacked. The shadow talent was suitable for hiding and assassination, allowing one to avoid the enemy at critical moments, but not suitable for face-to-face combat. There's also a secret manual. Yi Tian took out Lai Kun's manual and carefully examined it, becoming more excited as he read. It was a blade technique manual called Shadow Blade. Shadow Blade had only one move, called Shadow Kill, a fast blade technique, swift as lightning. But what truly excited Yi Tian was the explanation about blade techniques. Although he had a medium-level blade manual, he knew very little about blade techniques. Blade techniques were divided into 3 levels: form, momentum, and intent. Most people could use the blade but could only grasp the form and never the momentum. To grasp momentum, one needed to possess blade talent. Moreover, Shadow Blade was a bronze-level blade technique, a very powerful one. Once mastered, one's fighting ability would be greatly enhanced, sufficient to battle opponents of a higher level. According to the description, blade techniques are divided into iron, bronze, silver, and gold levels. Ordinary people may practice iron-level techniques to some extent, but without blade talent, they cannot master iron-level techniques, let alone bronze-level ones. Although Lai Kun had bronze-level techniques, sadly he did not have blade talent. Otherwise, I would have been the one to die today, Yi Tian exclaimed in relief. Let Mo Sheabe live a few more days. I'll practice Shadow Blade first. Once I've mastered the basics of Shadow Blade, the day I make my move will come, Yitian resolved. With his medium-level blade talent, Yitian had an unimaginable comprehension of blade techniques, and in just 3 days, he had managed to master the bronze-level Shadow Blade technique that ordinary people could never achieve in a lifetime. Besides, Yitian's understanding of blade technique also progressed a bit, reaching a high level in blade form and not far from blade momentum. Late at night, at the Mo residence, Mo Sheabe's dwelling. Mo Sheabe was very annoyed at that time, as 3 whole days had passed without any news from Shadow. Lai Hai stood beside Mo Sheabe and could clearly perceive his master's anger. Lai Hai, that damned Shadow didn't take my money and run, did he? 3 days without news. Could a martial warrior not find an opportunity to take down a mere martial disciple? Mo Sheabe said coldly. Young master, Shadow may be greedy, always demanding payment in advance, but his reputation has always been good. Perhaps he took on another mission and hasn't had the chance to act. Lai Hai speculated. It better be so, or I'll show Shadow the terror of our Mo family. Mo Sheabe forcibly suppressed his anger, waved his hand, and dismissed Lai Hai. Lai Hai left Mo Sheabe's dwelling and walked outside. The night was dark, and a murderous intent enveloped the Mo residence. Lai Hai felt a sudden chill, but then smiled. I must be worrying too much. Who would dare attack me at the Mo residence? Just as he was about to leave, a figure flashed to his side, and a black blade came slashing at him. The blade was too fast, and even with Lai Hai's quick thinking, he only caught a glimpse of the black blade before losing consciousness. As he lost consciousness, he thought of one person, Shadow. Why is Shadow killing me? That was Lai Hai's last thought. Chapter 16. Mo Sheabe's death. After killing Lai Hai, Yitian's figure once again vanished into the darkness. Any movement? Mo Sheabe heard a noise outside his room. It was the sound of someone falling. Although he wasn't sure what had happened, he still called out. Lai Hai, what's going on out there? No response. Something's wrong, Mo Sheabe muttered to himself. Lai Hai had just stepped out, and with his martial warrior stage keen hearing, he should have been able to hear him even from 100 meters away. But now there was no response from Lai Hai. Something had definitely gone wrong. A sense of danger emerged, and Mo Sheabe inexplicably felt afraid. I can't go out. I absolutely can't go out, he thought. Mo Sheabe had a feeling that if he went out, he would surely die. Someone come here, Mo Sheabe shouted loudly. Although he didn't know if this approach would work, he certainly didn't want to sit and wait for death. The Mo family might not have many martial warriors, but if he attracted attention, the strong ones among them would rush over one by one. By then, even elite martial warriors wouldn't be able to escape from the Mo family's grasp. Outside, Yitian was hiding in the darkness in a shadowy form. Hearing Mo Sheabe's shout, he realized that waiting for Mo Sheabe to come out was unrealistic. Mo Sheabe is too cautious and too timid. It looks like I'll have to force my way in, Yitian thought to himself. Immediately, he deactivated his shadow talent and activated his speed talent, rushing toward Mo Sheabe's room using his speed talent. In the blink of an eye, Yitian broke through the door. It's you. Mo Sheabe was stunned upon seeing Yitian. Then he saw the black knife in Yitian's hand, and his expression changed dramatically. Shadow's blade. Did you kill Shadow? At that moment, he finally understood why he hadn't heard from Shadow for 3 days. It turned out that Shadow had been killed by Yitian. So it was you who sent someone to kill me. Yitian had been 90% sure it was Mo Sheabe's doing, but now he was 100% certain. You have no aura of elemental energy. A martial disciple might be able to assassinate a waste like Lai Hai, but killing me is nearly impossible. Just wait another minute, and the experts of my Mo family will arrive. You're as good as dead, Mo Sheabe said, forcing himself to appear calm. In reality, he was panicking inside. Shadow was a terrifying assassin who could make even martial warriors pale in fear. If he had fallen to Yitian, it meant that even as a martial disciple, Yitian was stronger than many martial warriors. 1 minute. No, you won't last 10 seconds, Yitian moved. Shadow kill. The black knife transformed into a streak of black light, slashing toward Moshe like lightning. This was a strike amplified by his speed talent, powerful enough to instantly kill an early-stage martial warrior. Moshe was, after all, a genius, significantly stronger than his peers. He reacted quickly, attempting to block Yi Tian's shadow blade with his long sword. Unfortunately, he had underestimated Yi Tian and the bronze-level knife technique. In a flash of the blade, Moshe's right hand was severed from his arm, cut off in a single move. Before Moshe could even scream, the second shadow kill move descended, this time targeting his neck. "No!" Moshe screamed in despair within his heart, making every effort to dodge. However, no miracle occurred. His head flew off his body, landing at a distance, his wide-open eyes filled with disbelief. After killing Moshe, Yi Tian didn't even have time to collect the spoils of war. He hurriedly rushed out of the room, entered a shadowy area, and activated his shadow state, swiftly fleeing toward the outside of the Mo family estate. With the cover of darkness, Yi Tian moved along the shadows. Even when he passed by the Mo family's guards, no one detected him. However, Yi Tian didn't dare to linger. He was unsure if the Mo family had any grand martial warriors. On the surface, the Linhai base didn't have many grand martial warriors, but was that the reality? Ever since he learned that Linhai base had quite a few martial warriors with medium-level talents, he knew that there must be more grand martial warriors than meets the eye. Perhaps these grand martial warriors were the trump cards of the major families, not easily deployed. But with the death of a genius with medium-level talent, if the Mo family had a grand martial warrior, they would surely be enraged. If he encountered a grand martial warrior, even 100 Yi Tians would be doomed. Not long after Yi Tian left, many high-ranking members of the Mo family gathered at Moshe's residence. A middle-aged woman saw Moshe's severed head and cried out, "My son," before fainting. As for the other members of the Mo family, their faces were grim. "Who killed my son?" A burly martial warrior roared. His aura erupted, causing surrounding martial disciples and even ordinary martial warriors to retreat, not daring to approach. This was an elite martial warrior in the mid-stage, just a step away from the late stage. He was Moshe's father, Moen, the 10th elder of the Mo family. "10th elder, calm down," an old man hastily said, Moen's eyes filled with bloody tears, his anger reaching its peak. "I only had this one son, and he had medium-level talent. Even I only have low-level talent and reached the mid-stage of elite martial warriors at great cost, unable to progress further. My son had the potential to become a grand martial warrior. He was the hope of our Mo family. Now he's dead, and he died in the Mo family estate. How can I be calm?" Just then, a powerful aura emanated from a distance. All the Mo family members bowed their heads, showing respect. Even Moen calmed down slightly. They knew this was the Mo family's only grand martial warrior, Elder Mo Chanking. "Elder Sheabe is dead." Moen knelt on the ground, his face covered in tears. "I know." Mo Chanking was also filled with uncontrollable rage, but at this point the only course of action was to find the murderer and avenge Moshe. Mo Chanking arrived at the scene and first looked at Lai Hai's corpse, then at Moshe's. Lai Hai was killed in a single sneak attack. As for Moshe, he was killed in his room with 2 slashes. The perpetrator should be an early-stage martial warrior, skilled in concealment, otherwise he couldn't have entered the Mo estate. Moreover, he managed to evade detection from Lai Hai, who was also a martial warrior. This is definitely not ordinary concealment, Mo Chanking deduced. Shadow. Moen thought of someone, his eyes filled with intense killing intent. "It should be Shadow," Mo Chanking nodded. Only a martial warrior like Shadow with special talents could instantly kill Lai Hai and even overpower Sheabe. Shadow is an assassin and normally wouldn't target the children of major families unless someone offered him an irresistible reward. In an instant, the Mo family's high-ranking members directed their suspicions toward a few major families that were hostile to them. Mo Sheabe had medium-level talent, which was no secret. If the Mo family provided sufficient resources, they might have produced a second grand martial warrior within the next 10 years. This was not something certain families would want to see. Sending Shadow to assassinate Mo Sheabe was not impossible. Search. We must find out which family did this. Also, offer a bounty for Shadow at any cost. I want to make Shadow regret this for the rest of his life. Chapter 17. Entering the Wilderness. The Mo family had initially suspected the Shadow and a few other major clans as the culprits behind the murder. They never expected that the perpetrator would be a mere martial disciple. Consequently, no matter how much they investigated, their efforts were in vain. They couldn't find any leads. The Shadow was already dead. How could they find someone who no longer existed? It could be said that as long as Yi Tian didn't deliberately reveal his shadow blade and the Shadow's unique abilities, the Mo family would never find him. In the days that followed, Yi Tian practiced body cultivation techniques every day. He pretended to know nothing and kept a low profile for the time being. Meanwhile, the Linhai base was in turmoil due to the death of Mo Sheabe. The death of a mid-level cultivation talent had driven the Mo family to the brink of madness. They engaged in conflicts with several other families, resulting in many secret casualties. Only through the intervention of the Lin family, the strongest clan in Linhai base, did the disputes end. As time passed, the Mo family still couldn't locate the Shadow. They assumed that he had already fled from Linhai base. Although they had to admit defeat, they didn't withdraw the bounty on the Shadow. The moment the Shadow showed himself, he would face the Mo family's relentless revenge. 10 days later, when Linhai base had calmed down, Yi Tian prepared to leave for the vast wilderness to hunt ferocious beasts. Only with enough beast blood could he quickly advance to the level of a martial warrior. Moreover, even after reaching that level, he would still need the aid of beast blood to enhance his strength rapidly. Once he entered the wilderness, he wouldn't be able to return for a day or two. Therefore, he had to make arrangements with his younger sister. Yi Tian fabricated a reason, claiming that the academy was taking a group of excellent students for closed-door cultivation, and that he wouldn't be back for a while. His sister, not knowing any better, easily believed him. This time, Yi Tian took 2 blades with him, the shadow blade for use when he was alone and a newly purchased fine iron blade for use when in the presence of others. He also packed some essential supplies. Once everything was ready, Yi Tian headed toward the exit of the base. At the East City Gate, a group of soldiers were on patrol. These soldiers were mostly martial disciples, with only the squad leaders being martial warriors. After all, martial warriors were esteemed figures and wouldn't be used for gatekeeping. In reality, the base had many martial disciple soldiers. If a beast attacked the base, they wouldn't have enough manpower to fend it off without recruiting a large number of martial disciple soldiers. Being a soldier was one of the most promising careers in Linhai base, although it was also risky. Countless soldiers died at the hands of beasts every year. Yi Tian walked through the city gate and left. A soldier shook his head as he watched Yi Tian's retreating figure. Another martial disciple hoping to get rich overnight. Does he think the wilderness is like the base? He'll be dead within a day. Clearly, he thought Yi Tian was one of those martial disciples who risked their lives for money. In fact, there were many such martial disciples. If they were lucky enough to find a beast corpse in the wilderness and bring it back, they could live comfortably for several years. In the face of such lucrative profits, naturally, some martial disciples would take the risk. The area within 1 or 2 kilometers outside the base was generally safe. Any beasts entering this area would have been killed by martial warriors long ago, unless it was during a beast tide, when many beasts would appear to hunt beasts. One had to go much farther. Yi Tian's destination was a habitat of ferocious beasts, Xiao King Mountain. It was said that 100 years ago, Xiao King Mountain was just a small mountain range. But as the earth expanded hundreds of times, the mountain range grew into a massive one, filled with towering ancient trees and densely populated by beasts. It had become a paradise for them. Rumor has it that deep within Xiao King Mountain, there are high-level beasts and even entities beyond that. I wonder if it's true. Yi Tian thought as he hurried along. High-level beasts were terrifying creatures that only great martial warriors could handle. Even an elite martial warrior would find it difficult to escape from them. Yi Tian's goal was not the depths of Xiao King Mountain. He merely wanted to stealthily hunt a few beasts on the outskirts. However, less than 10 minutes after leaving the base and before even reaching Xiao King Mountain, he encountered a ferocious beast. Ironclad bull. Yi Tian stared at the massive ironclad bull, which was 3 meters long, his expression serious. The ironclad bull was not a rookie beast like the spotted snake. It was a genuine, low-level, ferocious beast. Both its strength and defense far surpassed that of the spotted snake. Even an early-stage martial warrior would find it difficult to deal with. Under normal circumstances, it would take several martial warriors to surround and kill this ironclad bull. Holding his fine iron blade, Yi Tian activated his speed talent and aimed a shadow strike at the ironclad bull's neck. Bang! The fine iron blade seemed to hit steel. The ironclad bull's neck only showed a white mark, not even breaking the skin. This fine iron blade is of poor quality, and my strength is only 800 Jin katas. I can't break through the ironclad bull's defense, Yi Tian lamented. Immediately, he drew his shadow blade. It was much sharper than the fine iron blade and could at least break the ironclad bull's defense. Since no one was around, he wasn't afraid of revealing his identity. Kill. Yi Tian transformed into a series of afterimages, launching a series of attacks on the ironclad bull at an incredible speed. The ironclad bull wanted to trample Yi Tian to death, but speed was its significant weakness. It was much slower than Yi Tian and couldn't attack him at all. After a minute-long series of relentless attacks, the ironclad bull finally fell to the ground. Collect the beast blood. Yi Tian took out a water bottle and collected a considerable amount of beast blood before stopping. As for the remaining beast blood, he left it behind. It wasn't that he didn't want to collect it, he just couldn't carry any more. However, he did cut off 10 jin of ironclad bull meat. It was said that the meat of the ironclad bull was of good quality and tasted excellent. Continuing on. An hour later, Yi Tian arrived at Xiao King Mountain. Along the way, he had faced several dangers, encountering small groups of beasts and even a very powerful beast once. He sensed the beast's formidable aura from a distance. Each time, he found a dark place and entered his shadow state just in time to save his life. Otherwise, he would have died at the hands of the beasts long ago. He had now genuinely recognized the dangers of the wilderness. One could say that if you didn't move in a team in the wilderness, the chance of a dying was over 50%. Even a hunting squad could be wiped out if they weren't careful. This was still near the base, where there weren't too many beasts. Farther away, the number of beasts was terrifyingly large, and they were even more potent. Even if all the martial warriors from Linhai Base were to go, they would be like sending food. Yi Tian had heard from his parents that Linhai Base was just in a remote corner with few resources. Even powerful beasts didn't want to come here. Otherwise, Linhai Base would have been destroyed long ago. Upon arriving at Xiao King Mountain, Yi Tian didn't rush to hunt beasts. For now, he had already obtained a considerable amount of low-level beast blood and planned to cultivate for a few days before hunting again. So, he looked around and finally found a hidden small cave to temporarily reside in. Chapter 18. Advancing to Martial Warrior. This cave seems to be the den of some beast, but judging from its condition, it appears that no beast has been here for a long time. The beast that used to live here is probably dead. It should be safe to cultivate here for the time being. Yi Tian assessed. With that, he began his cultivation with ease. After drinking a large mouthful of low-level beast blood, Yi Tian started practicing his body cultivation technique. With an ample supply of low-level beast blood, he cultivated in the cave for a full 5 days, during which his strength broke through once more, reaching 900 jin. However, after reaching 900 jin of strength, increasing it further became somewhat difficult. The effectiveness of the low-level beast blood was diminishing. Yi Tian had anticipated this situation. His case was relatively good. Although progress was slow, he was still advancing. In contrast, Martial disciples with lower talents found it almost impossible to progress beyond 900 jin. They needed to spend more time and effort to incrementally increase their strength and eventually break through the bottleneck. After exhausting his supply of beast blood, Yitian hunted beasts in Zio King Mountain. Each time he killed a beast, he returned to the cave to cultivate. As for his regular meals, they were entirely replaced by beast meat. The nutrition and energy provided by beast meat far surpassed that of ordinary food, which also contributed to an extent to Yitian's increasing strength. Hunt, cultivate, then hunt again. In this manner, a month passed. In the cave, Yitian finished his cultivation for the day and sensed the power within his body. I'm close to 1,000 jin of strength now. However, starting from yesterday, my strength hasn't increased. I must have reached the threshold of a martial disciple and am now in a bottleneck. Once I break through this bottleneck, I can advance to the level of a martial warrior, Yitian muttered to himself. As for how to break through the bottleneck, he didn't ponder it. Instead, he began to practice his blade techniques. Over the past month, he had occasionally practiced his blade techniques. Although the time spent was limited, he had a medium-level talent for blade techniques, so his progress wasn't slow. Now, his bronze-level blade technique, Shadow Strike, had reached the peak of the minor completion stage. However, advancing it to the major completion stage was extremely difficult. According to the secret manual, it's hard to cultivate a bronze-level blade technique to the major completion stage without reaching the blade momentum realm. My blade form is already perfect. I'm just a step away from blade momentum. It's time to comprehend blade momentum, Yitian decided. Blade momentum involves releasing one's understanding of the blade, forming a unique momentum. Only those with sufficient comprehension of blade techniques can grasp blade momentum. Not knowing how to comprehend blade momentum, Yitian continued to practice his blade techniques. One strike after another, he kept contemplating the mysteries contained within the blade techniques. When tired, he would drink some beast blood and practice his body cultivation technique. In this manner, another half-month passed. On this day, Yitian had a sudden insight. Numerous understandings of the blade surged into his mind, and he involuntarily closed his eyes. Gradually, his aura changed, becoming oppressive like a blade, making the air around him seem thick. Boom, blade momentum erupted. Invisible blade Kai impacted the stone walls around him, causing countless particles of stone to fall from the walls. Blade momentum achieved? Yitian smiled faintly. Suddenly, he felt as if some kind of shackles within his body had broken. Could it be? Yitian thought of a possibility and quickly gulped down several mouthfuls of beast blood, beginning his body cultivation practice. Waves of energy from the beast blood filled his entire body, refining every part of him. Unlike before, Yitian clearly sensed a surge of immense power throughout his body, accelerating the refinement of his flesh and making him increasingly stronger. He knew he had broken through, advancing from the level of a martial disciple to that of a martial warrior. After an indeterminate amount of time, the transformation of his body was complete. Phew. Yitian exhaled a turbid breath, then clenched his fists, sensing the immense power contained within his body. He was overjoyed. I'm much stronger than before, definitely breaking the limit of 1,000 jin. I've indeed advanced to the level of a martial warrior. Yitian had achieved his goal for coming to the wilderness. However, he didn't plan to return just yet. He intended to cultivate his shadow strike technique to the major completion stage before going back. Having comprehended blade momentum, Yitian's understanding of blade techniques deepened. In just 3 days, he fully comprehended shadow strike to the major completion stage. The speed of his shadow strike at this stage was extremely fast. Even a late-stage martial warrior would find it difficult to dodge if caught off guard. In terms of strength, I estimate that I can contend with a mid-stage martial warrior. However, I still fall short when compared to late-stage martial warriors. Their strength is too formidable, and they have elemental protection. Even if my shadow strike is powerful, it's useless if it can't break their defense, Yitian thought to himself. Additionally, Yi found that his body cultivation technique could no longer help him enhance his strength. It was said that martial warriors could absorb elemental energy to improve their strength, but he didn't know how to refine it. Therefore, he needed to return to Linhai Base to continue improving his strength. It's time to go back. Yi packed up his belongings, wrapped up the beast materials he had acquired during this period, and left the cave, heading in the direction of Linhai Base. Linhai Base, East City Gate. After a month away, Yi clothes were tattered, his face dirty, and he even emitted a strange odor. However, the gatekeeping soldiers didn't dare to look down on him, casting envious and respectful glances instead. They knew Yi was a martial warrior, and one who had stayed in the wilderness for a long time at that. Such martial warriors were not to be trifled with. Upon entering Linhai Base, Yi didn't go home immediately. Instead, he found a nearby inn to stay in, took a bath, and changed into a new set of clothes before returning home. When he saw his sister Yi studying at home, he finally breathed a sigh of relief. He had been genuinely worried that something might have happened to Yi during the month he was away. Thankfully, everything was normal. The next morning, Yi left early. He was heading to the Martial Warrior Black Market. The Martial Warrior Black Market was located underground and was a frequent haunt for martial warriors. Martial disciples and ordinary people were not qualified to enter. Only martial warriors could. Yi had heard of the Martial Warrior Black Market before, but had never been inside. He was extremely curious about everything within it. Now that he had finally advanced to the level of a martial warrior, he naturally wanted to take a look. More importantly, he needed to purchase some items he required from the Martial Warrior Black Market. Chapter 19. The Girl with High-Level Talent. At one of the entrances to the black market, Yi looked at the two martial warrior guards at the gate and walked straight in. The guards scrutinized Yi and found him somewhat unfamiliar, but sensing the aura of a martial warrior on him, they didn't stop him. Entering through the gate, a stone staircase led downward. Soon, Yi arrived at the actual underground black market. The area was vast, at least as large as a big square, with many shops and numerous martial warriors walking around. Yi found a shop that purchased fierce beast materials. He sold the materials he had gathered from his hunts, making a total of 200,000 yuan Chinese currency, a modest gain. The Martial Pavilion. Yi arrived at the entrance of this shop and carefully examined it. Judging by its size and scale, this shop was undoubtedly the largest in the black market. Upon entering the Martial Pavilion, a female apprentice clerk approached Yi and respectfully said, "Honored martial warrior, may I assist you with any purchases? Our Martial Pavilion sells a variety of items. You can find most things here." "Do you have cultivation manuals for martial warriors?" Yi asked. The female clerk smiled and said, "Are you referring to elemental body cultivation methods? We only have low-level ones here. For higher-level methods, you'd have to go to a larger base." Elemental body cultivation methods. This was the first time Yi had heard this term. It wasn't his fault for being unaware. The higher-ups at Linhai Base had strict control over information related to martial warriors. Apprentices and ordinary people had limited access to such knowledge. "You have a list of items? I'd like to take a look before making a purchase." Yi thought for a moment and said, "Yes, we do." The female clerk nodded and quickly fetched an item list. The list contained many items, including elemental body cultivation methods, beast blood, healing potions, weapons, secret techniques, and various rare treasures. Some of the precious items were worth millions of yuan. Initially, Yi thought he was wealthy, but after seeing these items, he realized his money wasn't that much after all. It was barely enough to support his cultivation at the martial warrior level. "I'll take one low-level elemental body cultivation method, one martial warrior information guide, 3 portions of mid-level beast blood, 1 beast atlas, and 3 bottles of clear origin liquid," Yi listed. The female clerk calculated. A low-level elemental body cultivation method is 50,000 yuan. A martial warrior information guide is 10,000 yuan. 3 portions of mid-level beast blood are 500,000 yuan. The beast atlas is 20,000 yuan, and 3 bottles of clear origin liquid are 1 million yuan. The total is 1,580,000 yuan. Spending 1,580,000 yuan all at once made even Yi Tian wince a bit. Fortunately, he had inherited the wealth of Shadow Lai, so he could afford such a purchase. After paying, Yi Tian collected his items. Just as he was about to leave, the female clerk spoke. "Honored martial warrior, our martial pavilion manager would like to meet you. Do you have time? The manager of the martial pavilion wants to see me." Yi Tian frowned slightly, somewhat reluctant, but after thinking it over, he decided it would be better to meet. He was also curious about what the manager of the martial pavilion wanted with him. Led by the female clerk, Yi Tian arrived at the 2nd floor of the martial pavilion. Here, he met the manager of the martial pavilion. A girl. Yi Tian was somewhat surprised. He had initially thought that the manager of the martial pavilion would be a middle-aged man or an old man. He hadn't expected it to be a young girl, who looked to be no more than 18 or 19 years old. Subconsciously, Yi Tian checked the manager's talent status. The moment he saw it, he was utterly shocked. Human. Yu Ling, cultivation talent, high-level swordsmanship talent, mid-level speed talent, low-level, a genius. A true genius. This was the first real genius Yi Tian had encountered since his arrival in this world. Compared to Yu Ling, people like Mo Xiaobei were simply insignificant. She has high-level cultivation talent, mid-level swordsmanship talent, and low-level speed talent. Given her age and background, she must already be an elite martial warrior, Yi Tian thought. Immediately, he became excited. He wasn't too concerned about the mid-level swordsmanship talent, as he already had mid-level blade talent. Even if he copied the swordsmanship talent, it wouldn't significantly improve his abilities. However, he wanted to copy both the low-level speed talent and the high-level cultivation talent. His copy ability could be used again, but he could only copy one talent at the moment. Although the low-level speed talent was useful, it wasn't as crucial as the high-level cultivation talent, especially since he might not have another opportunity to encounter Yu Ling. So Yi Tian extended his right hand with an innocent smile. "Hello, my name is Yi Tian." Yu Ling hesitated a bit, but still extended her jade-like right hand to lightly shake Yi Tian's, immediately pulling it back afterward. What Yu Ling didn't know was that the moment Yi Tian touched her hand, he had copied her high-level cultivation talent. Success! Yi Tian was overjoyed, his heart practically bursting with happiness. "Hello, I am Yu Ling, the manager of the martial pavilion." Yu Ling introduced herself and then signaled the female clerk to leave with a glance. "Manager Yu, what did you want to see me about?" Yi Tian got straight to the point. Yu Ling sat down, looked intently at Yi Tian, and asked, "Yi Tian, you've just advanced to the level of a martial warrior, haven't you? Do you know the background of our martial pavilion?" "I have indeed just advanced to the level of a martial warrior. As for the martial pavilion's background, I'm not sure, but I assume it's a major force in Linhai Base." Yi Tian said. "No." Yu Ling shook her head. "The martial pavilion is not a force from Linhai Base. Although Linhai Base is a minor power and has limited contact with other bases, some larger bases have established branches here due to Linhai Base's unique geographical location. These larger bases are concerned about any incidents occurring in Linhai Base. For them, Linhai Base serves as a gateway, so even if Linhai Base is weak, they will station people here. The martial pavilion comes from one of those larger bases. From a larger base." Yi Tian showed a look of understanding. No wonder the martial pavilion could sell so many treasures. He had already guessed Yu Ling's identity. She must come from a larger base and hold a very noble status. But what was Yu Ling doing in Linhai Base? This was just a small base, after all. "Manager, you called me here because?" Yi Tian asked, increasingly puzzled. "Would you like to join the martial pavilion? I see that you're at most 16 or 17 years old and have already advanced to the level of a martial warrior. More importantly, you're not from one of the major families in Linhai Base, which makes you even more valuable. Therefore, I would like to invite you to join the martial pavilion," Yu Ling candidly said. "Manager Yu, I don't wish to join any forces for the time being." Yi Tian immediately refused, without giving it a second thought. Chapter 20. Cultivating the Elemental Body Technique. Joining the martial pavilion would bring him only disadvantages, not benefits. If Yi Tian only had mid-level or high-level cultivation talent, he would definitely join the martial pavilion. The organization had vast resources and could offer him the best cultivation environment. However, his ability to continuously improve his talents might make him the most talented person on Earth. Joining the martial pavilion would inevitably involve talent testing. How would he explain his continuously improving talents in the future? Would he keep claiming that he had obtained a treasure that could enhance his talents? Such an excuse might work once, but not repeatedly. Even if the martial pavilion valued him highly, they would become suspicious of his secrets, and his talent-copying ability would be exposed. Yi Tian was well aware of his situation. He wouldn't join any organization, as that would only bring trouble. However, he could consider establishing his own force in the future. You actually refused. Yu Ling was shocked. Do you know how massive the martial pavilion is? Any individual we dispatch could easily annihilate the entire Linhai base. She couldn't understand why Yi Tian would pass up such a golden opportunity. Even in larger bases, countless geniuses wanted to join the martial pavilion but had no chance. I really don't want to join any forces, Yi Tian reiterated. Fine then. Yu Ling finally gave up on persuading him to join the martial pavilion. After a brief conversation, Yi Tian left. Once he was gone, an old man walked in from the next room. Young lady, why did you invite a martial warrior from a small base? Even if he's young, how talented can someone from Linhai base be? At most, he would have mid-level cultivation talent, which doesn't count as genius in a large base unless he has some special talents, the old man asked, puzzled. It's nothing. I just thought it would be nice to recruit such a young martial warrior from a place like Linhai base. I initially planned to take him on as an attendant, but since he's not even willing to join the martial pavilion, he obviously wouldn't want to become my attendant, Yu Ling said indifferently. To Yu Ling and the old man, Yi Tian was an insignificant individual. However, for Yi Tian, this encounter was a small but significant opportunity. He was destined to stay in Linhai base for a long time and had thought it would be a while before he could copy high-level cultivation talent. Now, he had met a genius from a large base and successfully copied her high-level cultivation talent. Originally, Yi Tian thought it would take him quite some time to advance to the level of an elite martial warrior. But now that he had high-level cultivation talent, he felt that he could reach that level in just 1 or 2 years. Back at home, Yi Tian was alone as Yi Yu had gone to school. Without any hesitation, he began the fusion process. Boom. A long-absent, intense pain surged into his mind, as if his entire body was being torn apart. 10 minutes passed. Yi Tian felt a sudden relief throughout his body and let out a long sigh. With a thought, he checked his talent status. Human. Yi Tian. The information that followed would reveal the fruits of his labor, the newly acquired high-level cultivation talent, high-level speed talent, low-level blade talent, mid-level shadow talent, low-level. My high-level cultivation talent is a combination of my original mid-level cultivation talent and Yu Ling's high-level cultivation talent. In terms of talent, I'm even stronger than Yu Ling, Yi Tian thought to himself. He then took out the Elemental Body Technique Manual and studied it carefully, along with the martial warrior information he had. After a while, Yi Tian gained a general understanding of martial warrior cultivation. In fact, the body cultivation technique for martial disciples is called the basic body technique. For martial warriors, the body is the foundation of everything. The elemental body technique for martial warriors differs from the basic body technique. The latter focuses on unlocking the body's potential, while the former involves absorbing elemental energy from the environment and storing it in the danshin. This energy then helps in refining the body. In the early stage, martial warriors refine their skin. In the middle stage, they refine their muscles, and in the late stage, they refine their bones. Once all these stages are completed, one would be at the peak of the martial warrior realm, possessing immense strength. According to the martial warrior information, 10,000 jin, cat is the limit for martial warriors, and 100,000 jin is the limit for elite martial warriors. The limit for grand martial warriors wasn't mentioned, but even 100,000 jin is terrifying, Yi Tian gasped. It was only now that he truly understood the strength of martial warriors, which was far beyond his imagination. He was still very weak, possessing only a little over 1,000 jin of strength. He hadn't even started practicing the elemental body technique and didn't have elemental energy yet, so he couldn't be considered a true beginner martial warrior. Time to start cultivating. Following the 9 movements described in the elemental body technique, Yi Tian began to absorb elemental energy from the environment. Boom! Streams of elemental energy flowed into his body through his pores, transforming into strands of elemental force that entered his danshin under the guidance of the elemental body technique. Then, the elemental force spread to his skin, beginning the process of refining it. Immediately, a tingling sensation spread across his skin, accompanied by a slight pain. Yi Tian knew this was the process of refining his skin, which needed to be incredibly strong to withstand weapons. While refining his skin, Yi Tian could clearly feel his strength increasing, much more noticeably than when he was a martial disciple. People with poor talents find it difficult to absorb elemental energy even after becoming martial warriors. For example, those with basic cultivation talent can only absorb a strand of elemental energy after a long time, advancing at a snail's pace. Those with low-level cultivation talent are even more unable to absorb elemental energy, losing their path forward after becoming martial warriors. Even using mid-level beast blood doesn't help them. But with my high-level cultivation talent, I can absorb so much elemental energy. The difference in talent is too obvious, Yi Tian thought as he cultivated. After a while, Yi Tian tried using mid-level beast blood to assist in his cultivation. The blood contained powerful energy that could better refine his skin and muscles, making the cultivation process much faster than practicing the elemental body technique alone. And with his high-level cultivation talent, his absorption of mid-level beast blood was far superior to those with mid-level cultivation talent. He quickly tested it out. A 3-fold increase in cultivation speed. This is quite good, Yi Tian said, very satisfied. Chapter 21. Target Immortal Jellyfish. After just a few days of cultivation, Yi Tian found himself in a bit of a predicament. It wasn't that his progress was slow. Rather, the movements required for a martial warrior's cultivation were too expansive. Although there were only 9 movements, each one could disturb the air, and the room at home was too small. He risked damaging household items with a single careless move. It's time to move. This location is on the edge of the base. If a beast invades the base, this place would be the first to be attacked. I'm not afraid, but my sister hasn't started cultivating yet and has no means of defense. I'll often venture into the wilderness in the future and won't be able to protect her. We must move to a small villa in the center of the base, Yi Tian decided. The central villa area was very safe. Unless the base was breached, it was unlikely to be affected. However, the houses there were extremely expensive. Even a small villa would cost at least 10 million, which was unaffordable for an average family. Yi Tian still had around 2 million in cash. Coupled with his status as a martial warrior, he could get a loan from the base's bank, enough to buy a small villa. At lunch, Yi Tian discussed it with his sister Yi Yu. Yi Yu, I'm planning to move to a small villa in the center of the base. I've looked into it, and the central garden community seems pretty good. Yi Yu widened her eyes, walked over, and touched Yi Tian's forehead. Brother, do you have a fever? A villa in Central Garden costs at least 10 million. We can't afford that. Where did you learn to talk like that? Yi Tian flicked Yi Yu's little head and then said with a smile, Your brother has money now. Saying this, Yi Tian placed 2 gold cards on the table. This is 2 million, and as a martial warrior I can take out a loan, Yi Tian said, puffing out his chest proudly. Ah, you're a martial warrior now? Yi Yu covered her mouth in disbelief. She remembered that her brother had only been cultivating for half a year. Becoming a martial warrior so quickly was incredibly fast. Yes, I just broke through, but you can't tell anyone. After all, with a genius brother like me, others might get jealous, and that wouldn't be good for our family, Yi Tian quickly added. Okay, brother, I promise not to tell. Yi Yu nodded repeatedly, her eyes full of joy. Having such a talented brother made her feel extremely proud. In the following days, Yi Tian went to complete the purchase procedures. This era didn't have complicated procedures like property certificates. A contract was all that was needed. The villas were already furnished, but the so-called furnishings were very simple in Yi Tian's eyes, resembling ancient courtyard styles rather than the modern villas he had imagined. Perhaps the larger bases could produce modern villas, but Linhai Base lacked this capability, mainly because the cost was too high. The only consolation for Yi Tian was that the small villa was quite spacious, with a 50-square-meter courtyard, 5 rooms, 2 living rooms, and 2 bathrooms, totaling 400 square meters. After purchasing the villa, Yi Tian began to move. There wasn't much to move, and in just half a day, he and his sister officially moved into their small villa in Central Garden. However, the villa wasn't truly his yet. If Yi Tian were to fall or fail to repay the loan, the small villa would be repossessed. So Yi Tian wanted to pay off this loan as soon as possible. However, 8 million was not a small sum. Even for a martial warrior, earning that much money would take a long time. A regular martial warrior would likely need decades to repay it, but Yi Tian felt he wouldn't need that much time. Given the rate at which he hunted beasts, he was confident he could repay the debt relatively quickly. For the next half-month, Yi Tian ventured into the wilderness every day to hunt beasts. He chose smaller beasts and immediately brought them back to the base after killing them. Averaging 1 beast a day, each worth around 200,000, he had earned as much as 3 million in just over 2 weeks. Such frenzied hunting was something other martial warriors dared not do. It wasn't a question of capability, but rather the risk involved. Who could guarantee a safe return every time? Most martial warriors wouldn't take such a gamble, especially when encountering a powerful beast could mean not even having the chance to escape. However, Yi Tian was exceptionally fast. Even in the early stages of being a martial warrior, his speed surpassed those in the later stages. Coupled with the advantage of his shadow talent, he dared to hunt beasts so recklessly. After this period of frenzied hunting, Yi Tian planned to take some time to cultivate and increase his strength. Another half-month flew by. With ample beast blood and the advantage of his high-level cultivation talent, Yi Tian's strength had increased significantly. He now possessed a force of 2,000 jin, and his skin had been tempered to be extremely tough, capable of resisting ordinary fine iron weapons. In terms of his previous life standards, he could now resist bullets with his body. Unfortunately, bullets didn't exist in this era. One day, Yi Tian returned to the black market. He wasn't there to sell beast materials, but to make a purchase. "I want to buy a map of the Lake of Death," Yi Tian said. The Lake of Death was located 10 kilometers away from Linhai Base and was surrounded by numerous beasts. The lake got its name because it was home to many terrifying aquatic beasts. Even elite martial warriors found it hard to survive there. Yi Tian wanted to go to the Lake of Death because he was interested in a particular aquatic beast, the immortal jellyfish. Before the era of elemental energy, the immortal jellyfish was a micromarine organism, but with the advent of this new era, they had mutated. They were no longer confined to the ocean and had become much larger, about the size of a human palm. They were also extremely hard to kill. Their tentacles could even pierce through a martial warrior's body. It was said that even elite martial warriors had to flee when encountering a swarm of immortal jellyfish, or else face certain death. When Yi Tian learned about this beast, he became very interested in its abilities. He believed that the immortal jellyfish must possess some kind of healing or regenerative talent. If he could replicate it, his ability to survive would increase by several levels. Although going to the Lake of Death was risky, he felt that the potential rewards were worth the risk. Chapter 22, The Lake of Death. "We have maps of the Lake of Death priced at 10,000 and 100,000. Which one would you like, sir?" the female clerk asked earnestly. "What's the difference?" Yi Tian inquired. The 10,001 provides a general layout and basic information, while the 100,001 offers detailed information, even including the types and weaknesses of many aquatic beasts in the Lake of Death. The clerk responded. "Give me the 100,001, Yiqian declared. A mere 100,000 was nothing to him. The more he could learn about the Lake of Death, the better, as it would help him avoid many dangers. After paying the 100,000, Yiqian obtained the map of the Lake of Death and also purchased some healing medicines. Having bought what he needed, Yiqian left some instructions for his sister Yi Yu and then left Linhai Base. The 10-kilometer journey was not easy. Yiqian was extremely cautious and took more than half a day to finally arrive at the Lake of Death. Boom! The sound of battle echoed from a distance. "There's people." Yiqian was somewhat surprised. The Lake of Death was considered a dangerous place, and it was far from Linhai Base. Even elite martial warriors wouldn't normally venture this far to hunt beasts. Why would there be martial warriors here? "I need to be careful," Yiqian thought to himself. Martial warriors might coexist peacefully within Linhai Base, but that wasn't necessarily the case in the wilderness. Conflicts over resources were not uncommon. He walked quietly, making almost no sound, and approached the Lake of Death step by step. The terrain around the lake was peculiar, surrounded by hills on all sides. The only advantage for Yiqian was that the hills were covered with trees, providing ample dark spots suitable for him to use his shadow talent to hide. Soon, a group of people appeared in Yiqian's line of sight. He hid in the darkness and observed carefully. "It's her." Yiqian recognized a familiar figure. It was Yu Ling, whom he had seen in the martial pavilion. Yu Ling and her group were engaged in intense combat with a group of beasts not far from the Lake of Death. Giant crocodile beasts? Yiqian was stunned as he identified the creatures. These giant crocodile beasts were each over 10 meters long, clearly mid-level beasts. The leader was even more massive, reaching a length of 20 meters. Its movements seemed to shake the earth. A high-level beast. Yiqian was 100% certain that the leading giant crocodile was a high-level beast, equivalent to a grand martial warrior. Fighting the high-level beast was an old man, who must have also reached the level of a grand martial warrior to be able to hold his own in the battle. 10 elite martial warriors and 1 grand martial warrior, and they all seem to be centered around Yu Ling. They must be her guards. But what is such a powerful team doing at the Lake of Death? Could it be that there's something in the Lake of Death that Yu Ling needs? Yiqian pondered. He continued to watch without revealing himself. Just then, a figure burst out of the Lake of Death. It was a middle-aged martial warrior who was walking on the surface of the lake without sinking, and his clothes were completely dry. A talent related to water? Yiqian speculated. Such a talent would be extremely convenient in water, but Yiqian had no interest in copying it. What he really wanted to replicate was the talent of the immortal jellyfish. "Miss, we've got it. Let's go," the middle-aged martial warrior shouted frantically. Moving swiftly, he reached the shore and hastily handed something to Yu Ling. Due to the speed and distance, Yiqian couldn't see what it was, but it was clearly a valuable item, perhaps the reason Yu Ling and her team had come here. Suddenly, the Lake of Death churned, and a massive crocodile burst out of the water. Its colossal body was like that of an ancient dragon crocodile, its oppressive aura spreading for miles. Even Yiqian felt the air grow thick. What on earth did they provoke? "This must be a creature beyond a high-level beast," Yiqian exclaimed in astonishment. At that moment, he finally understood. The high-level beast crocodile they had been fighting was not the leader, it was merely a squad captain. The one that had just appeared was the real leader. "Miss, it's a top-level beast. We'll hold it off. You go first." The old man's expression changed dramatically. "Let's go together." Yu Ling gritted her teeth. "It's too late." The old man despaired. They had never expected such a situation. This was just a remote area, yet a top-level beast had appeared, a creature only a grandmaster could handle. Whoosh, 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 one by one, the elite martial warriors charged at the top-level beast crocodile, launching suicidal attacks. The old man pushed Yu Ling far away and formed the last line of defense with the middle-aged man. Yu Ling glanced back. knowing she couldn't save the others. She had to leave, or they would all die here. But while Yuling wanted to leave, the other crocodiles had no intention of letting her go. A group of them chased after her, and she didn't dare to stop running for her life. Such speed, such power. Yuling must be at the peak of elite martial warrior. She could easily kill me in a second, Yiqian assessed. No matter how strong Yuling was, she couldn't defeat so many crocodiles, especially when her guards couldn't hold off the top-level beast for long. So, Yuling went all out. Boom, a grand martial warrior's aura erupted from Yuling. She had used a secret technique to temporarily elevate her strength to that of a grand martial warrior. This was a temporary boost. Once the technique's time limit expired, she would be left in a weakened state and would surely die. With a single sword thrust, Yuling pierced the skull of one crocodile and kicked another away. Her combat power was off the charts, but there were too many crocodiles, and soon she was hit and injured. She ran and they chased. Soon, Yuling was covered in injuries, and the number of pursuing crocodiles had dwindled. She didn't know how far she had run, but there were no more crocodiles behind her. However, her injuries were severe. Suddenly, Yuling's expression changed. Not good, the secret technique's duration is up. Then she despaired. This was the wilderness. She hadn't reached a safe area yet. When the secret technique's time expired, she would undoubtedly fall into a state of weakness and unconsciousness. Any beast could easily kill her then. Before she could think of a solution, her consciousness faded and she collapsed on the ground. Just as she hit the ground, she seemed to see a figure appear beside her. Chapter 23, Yuling's Gift. I'm not dead. Yuling slowly regained consciousness from her stupor, her first thought filled with confusion. Given the circumstances, she had been almost certain of her demise, yet here she was conscious, which meant someone had saved her. Could any of my guards have survived? Yuling wondered subconsciously, but she immediately dismissed the idea. Facing a top-tier beast, it was impossible for her guards to have survived. Opening her eyes, she found her surroundings somewhat dark, but her keen senses told her someone was nearby. "You're awake," a somewhat youthful voice said. Although she couldn't see the person's face, Yuling recognized the voice. "Yiqian, did you save me?" She tried to stand, but was too weak. She could only manage to sit up. "Yes, I happened to see you lying on the ground and brought you to this small cave," Yiqian responded. "Thank you for saving me," Yuling said gratefully. "It's nothing, I just happened to come across you," Yiqian said with a slight smile. In truth, he had considered not saving Yuling. He could have even taken her valuables and money, but that would have gone against his nature. Moreover, Yuling was inherently good. Her lack of an extreme reaction when he had refused to join the martial pavilion had revealed that much. If it had been someone like Mo Sheabe, not only would he leave him to die, but he would actively attempt to kill him. Suddenly, a soft light emanated from Yuling's hand. It was a stone that lit up the dark cave like a light bulb. "What is this?" Yiqian was somewhat surprised. He had carried Yuling all the way to the cave and hadn't noticed this stone. If it had been there, he felt he would have sensed it. "This is a light stone. It can store light and is quite rare. Even in large bases, only a few people have them," Yuling explained without hiding anything. She wasn't afraid that Yiqian would covet the light stone. After all, although it was rare, it wasn't valuable. If Yiqian wanted it, she wouldn't mind giving him one. Yuling placed the light stone on a nearby rock and then produced a bottle of healing liquid. After taking a sip, she quietly waited for her injuries to heal. It appeared out of nowhere. Yiqian was certain that Yuling had suddenly produced the bottle of healing liquid. Creating something out of nothing was impossible. That meant Yuling must have some legendary storage equipment. Moreover, the grade of her healing liquid was much higher than his own King Yuan liquid. He had given her a bottle of King Yuan liquid while she was unconscious, but it had only alleviated her injuries. In contrast, Yuling's healing liquid was visibly restoring her skin at an astonishing rate. Seeming to notice Yiqian's gaze, Yuling smiled and said, "You've never seen a storage bag, have you? It's made from the spatial pouch of a space kangaroo, refined by a martial warrior with spatial talents. It can be used by martial warriors after some refining." "What's a space kangaroo?" Yi Tian asked curiously. From Yu Ling's explanation, Yi Tian finally understood the origins of the space kangaroo. It was a high-level beast, fast, powerful, and intelligent, making it a difficult creature to hunt. The pouch of the space kangaroo had spatial properties, allowing it to store many items. Once a space kangaroo was hunted, its pouch could be refined by a martial warrior with spatial talents to create a storage bag. While other items with spatial properties could also be used, the pouch of the space kangaroo was the most practical and easiest to find. I've learned something new. Yi Tian couldn't help but marvel internally. It wasn't surprising that he didn't know. After all, he came from a small base like Linhai and couldn't compare to Yu Ling, who hailed from a large base. For the next 2 days, Yi Tian stayed with Yu Ling. Since her injuries hadn't fully healed, he couldn't leave on his own to search for the immortal jellyfish. Although it was a bit of a time waste, he gained much knowledge from Yu Ling, such as the realm above the great martial warriors. In Linhai Base, great martial warriors were the strongest, and there were only a handful of them. But in large bases, great martial warriors were considered mid-tier. Above them were the Grandmaster-level martial warriors. A Grandmaster could easily defeat a group of great martial warriors, and had a lifespan far exceeding that of ordinary people, living up to 200 years. When Yi Tian learned that Grandmaster-level experts could live up to 200 years, he was utterly stunned. Thus, he set another goal for himself, to reach the Grandmaster level. Unfortunately, becoming a Grandmaster was extremely difficult. Even those with high-level cultivation talents had less than a 10% chance, and only those with top-level cultivation talents had a 100% chance. Yi Tian, I'm preparing to return to the large base, Yu Ling said after her injuries had mostly healed. Then take care on your journey, Yi Tian replied. Before leaving, Yu Ling tossed Yi Tian a package. You should find the items inside useful. Consider them a gift. Before Yi Tian could refuse, Yu Ling had already left, moving so quickly that he couldn't react in time. Seeing this, Yi Tian could only smile wistfully. He opened the package and found a secret manual, 10 bottles of beast blood and 10 gold cards inside. Wow, an intermediate elemental body forging technique, 10 bottles of high-level beast blood, and 10 gold cards equivalent to 10 million yuan. This gift is incredibly generous. Yi Tian was genuinely shocked. The most valuable item was the intermediate elemental body forging technique. He didn't know if the major families in Linhai Base had it, but ordinary martial warriors couldn't obtain it, no matter how much money they had. With the intermediate elemental body forging technique and 10 bottles of high-level beast blood, I'm confident I can advance to the elite martial warrior level within 3 months. Yi Tian was extremely confident. Originally, he had planned to go to the Lake of Death immediately to look for the immortal jellyfish. But now, he changed his mind. He decided to wait until he advanced to the elite martial warrior level before going to the Lake of Death, as it would be safer. Actually, now was not a good time to go to the Lake of Death. Yu Ling and her team had caused quite a commotion there, and the beasts might be on high alert for foreign martial warriors. Going there now would be tantamount to seeking death. 3 months might be enough time for the Lake of Death to calm down, making it the best time to go. So, Yi Tian prepared to return to Linhai Base. Chapter 24. Elite Martial Warrior. Without any incidents along the way, Yi Tian safely returned to Linhai Base. The day after his return, he visited the black market and purchased numerous vials of intermediate beast blood, spending nearly all of the 10 million he had. He could have easily paid off his debts if he had used the 10 million for that purpose, but Yi Tian chose to buy intermediate beast blood instead. Although he had 10 bottles of high-level beast blood, relying solely on them for cultivation wouldn't last him 3 months. The most effective method was to occasionally use high-level beast blood for cultivation, and use intermediate beast blood to supplement his practice at other times. In the small courtyard of his villa, Yi Tian began practicing the intermediate elemental body forging technique. This technique had only 9 movements, but each was far more intricate and complex than those in the basic elemental body forging technique. As he executed the intermediate elemental body forging technique, a rich flow of elemental energy surged into his body at a rate much faster than the basic technique. It's 3 times more effective than the basic elemental body forging technique. Yi Tian was astonished. This was just the result of practicing the intermediate elemental body forging technique alone. If he used beast blood to aid his cultivation, the effects would be even faster because the intermediate technique could utilize the beast blood more effectively. Let's try the effects of high-level beast blood. Yi Tian couldn't resist taking a sip. Boom! A surge of immense energy erupted from within his body as if he were being torn apart. I underestimated the energy of the high-level beast blood, Yi Tian thought, alarmed. He immediately began practicing the intermediate elemental body forging technique, repeating it over and over until he finally absorbed the energy from the high-level beast blood. Thank goodness for the intermediate elemental body forging technique. Otherwise, I wouldn't have been able to absorb the energy from the high-level beast blood. Yu Ling must have known this, which is why she gave me both, Yi Tian pondered. After some calculations, he estimated that the high-level beast blood could increase his cultivation speed by 6 times. Coupled with the intermediate elemental body forging technique, that would be 18 times. Given his high-level cultivation talent, which was at least 3 times better than intermediate-level talents, his cultivation speed would be 54 times faster compared to the average intermediate-level talents in Linhai base. Yi Tian was amazed. Even though those with intermediate-level talents could also use intermediate beast blood to aid their cultivation, increasing their speed by at least 2 or 3 times, his cultivation speed was still 20 times faster. 1 month of his cultivation was equivalent to nearly 2 years for those with average talents. The only downside is that I have only 10 bottles of high-level beast blood, Yi Tian thought, somewhat greedily. With abundant resources and no external disturbances, Yi Tian devoted himself fully to his cultivation. Soon, 3 months passed. I've finally reached the level of an elite martial warrior. I'm so excited, Yi Tian exclaimed. His skin, muscles, and bones had been tempered to an extraordinary level of strength, and his power had broken through the limit of 10,000 katas. He had just entered the realm of elite martial warrior, but he was not yet in the early stages of being a true elite martial warrior. To reach that level, he needed to temper his blood. The process of becoming an elite martial warrior involved refining one's blood. Only when the blood was tempered to a sufficient level of strength could it nourish the body, supporting its evolution to higher levels. Cultivation was a process of evolution. Yi Tian had not yet begun to temper his blood, a process that was quite complicated. It involved repeatedly purifying the blood to remove impurities and refine what remained. This process consumed a large amount of blood, and if one couldn't keep up with the nutritional needs, the blood could be depleted, leading to death. The best way to replenish blood was to use beast blood. This process required a massive amount of beast blood. Although high-level beast blood would be better, Yi Tian had already run out. Even if he had some, it wouldn't be enough. The scarcity of beast blood in Linhai base was due to elite martial warriors consuming over 90% of it. The amount they used daily would astonish ordinary martial warriors. Additionally, during these 3 months, he didn't waste the opportunity to use his talent for duplication. He secretly copied several intermediate cultivation talents into his identity. Unfortunately, this didn't cause his high-level cultivation talent to transform, but he felt that his high-level cultivation talent had already reached a peak. Perhaps with the addition of just 1 more high-level cultivation talent, his talent could transform into an apex-level cultivation talent. After spending another 3 days, Yi Tian had initially tempered his blood and stepped into the early stage of being an elite martial warrior. With a strength of 13,000 katas, he prepared to head to the Lake of Death once again. He was determined to obtain the talent of the immortal jellyfish. Returning to the Lake of Death, Yi Tian felt slightly nervous. Although his cultivation had improved many times over the past 3 months, and even his blade intent had reached a minor completion realm, he still didn't dare underestimate the dangers of the Lake of Death. This place was home to apex-level beasts. Provoking one would mean certain death. It was evening, and Yiqian didn't enter the Lake of Death immediately but waited quietly for nightfall. The darkness would make it easier for him to use his shadow talent. While it wouldn't fool high-level beasts with psychic abilities, it could deceive low- and intermediate-level beasts. Moving at night was much safer than during the day. Night quickly fell, and the entire Lake of Death became eerily terrifying. Coupled with the pervasive aura of beasts in the area, an ordinary person would likely be too frightened to even walk here. Suppressing his discomfort, Yiqian entered the Lake of Death. "Shadow talent?" he whispered, blending into the darkness and moving slowly under the surface of the lake. As an elite martial warrior, he could stay underwater for an hour without breathing. He had to find the immortal jellyfish within that time, or he would have to surface, which would be too risky. It's so dark underwater. Thank goodness for my duplication talent. Otherwise, I'd never find the immortal jellyfish, Yiqian thought to himself. Soon, under the influence of his duplication talent, he sensed the first aquatic beast, species. Tiger claw fish, bloodline talent, intermediate. Chapter 25. Searching for offensive talents. The tiger claw fish was an intermediate-level beast, not weak by any means. Yiqian chose not to engage with it, instead circling around it as he continued his search for the immortal jellyfish. With his duplication talent, no aquatic beast could escape his detection. Moreover, since becoming an elite martial warrior, the range of his duplication talent had increased from 3 meters to 10 meters. Within this 10-meter radius, he could detect the talents of all living creatures. Time slowly passed. Yiqian detected many aquatic beasts, the most dangerous of which was a high-level beast. Fortunately, he detected it from a distance of 10 meters, and the beast didn't use its psychic abilities for detection, allowing Yiqian to avoid it in time. Half an hour later, Yiqian finally found what he was looking for, a small group of immortal jellyfish species. Immortal jellyfish, bloodline talent, elementary, healing talent, apex level, top level, apex level healing talent. Yiqian was genuinely stunned. He had assumed that the immortal jellyfish would have a medium or high-level talent, but he never expected it to be apex level. He had never encountered an apex-level talent before, and now he had found one in the immortal jellyfish. "I must duplicate it," Yiqian said excitedly. The immortal jellyfish were not strong individually and had difficulty detecting Yiqian's presence. So he slowly approached one of them. The moment his right hand touched the jellyfish, he duplicated its apex-level healing talent. The next moment, Yiqian quickly distanced himself from the immortal jellyfish to avoid provoking a swarm. A single immortal jellyfish was not a threat, but a group of them could be deadly. And being in the Lake of Death, he didn't want to attract the attention of other beasts. Even with his shadow talent, escaping from the Lake of Death would be difficult. Soon, Yiqian emerged from the Lake of Death. The moment he stood on the shore, he finally exhaled in relief. "I must leave immediately." Yiqian quickly moved away from the Lake of Death and headed toward a small cave where he had stayed before. Once inside the cave, Yiqian immediately began integrating the apex-level healing talent. Boom! An unimaginable transformation began. If one could look into Yiqian's cells, they would see that each cell was undergoing a profound transformation, evolving significantly. The pain from this transformation surpassed any he had experienced before, but Yiqian was thrilled. As the saying goes, pain and happiness coexist. After an unknown amount of time, Yiqian finally felt a wave of relief wash over him. Standing up, he checked his talent status. Human, Yiqian, cultivation talent, high-level, speed talent, elementary, blade talent, intermediate, shadow talent, elementary, healing talent, apex level. Yiqian was elated. The apex-level healing talent was a game-changer, and he couldn't wait to explore its potential. But for now, his eyes were set on finding more talents, especially offensive ones, to make him an even more formidable martial warrior. Let's test the apex-level healing talent. Yiqian took out a small knife and made a cut on his arm, then something miraculous happened. In less than a second, the cut healed. "Hiss!" Yiqian gasped. The effect of the top-level healing talent was astonishing. With such a healing ability, unless he suffered a fatal injury, it would be difficult to kill him. His ability to preserve his life had instantly risen several notches. However, Yitian didn't think he was invincible. Even the most miraculous healing ability consumed energy. If his body's energy was depleted, the healing ability would become ineffective. If he encountered an enemy he couldn't resist, the best he could do was delay the inevitable death. Therefore, strength was of the utmost importance. After spending a night in the cave, Yitian returned to the Linhai base early the next morning. Over the next half-month, he resumed his frenzied hunting of beasts. He even bought a small truck, a newly manufactured elemental vehicle, which cost him $1 million. With the truck, he could hunt more beasts each day, significantly increasing his earning potential. Coupled with his healing talent, it was almost impossible for intermediate-level beasts to kill him. High-level beasts were not so easily encountered, so within half a month, Yitian had paid off his loan and saved up 5 million yuan, along with a large amount of intermediate-level beast blood. With these resources, Yitian prepared to cultivate for a while to improve his strength. Elite martial warriors focused on refining their blood, and their flesh had strict requirements as well. Elemental body cultivation naturally refined both the blood and the flesh, complementing each other. Yitian's strength was still less than 20,000 katas, far from the peak of elite martial warriors, whose limit was 100,000 katas. However, with his multiple talents, he could compete with elite martial warriors who had a strength above 50,000 katas, at least enough to survive. But this was far from sufficient. Yitian aimed to compete with the peak of elite martial warriors, and even with grand martial warriors. Unfortunately, most of his talents were of the auxiliary type. He lacked direct offensive talents. Next time, I must choose an offensive talent to duplicate. Yitian decided. He had given up hope on the martial warriors of Linhai base. His target was beasts. Beasts with talents were far more numerous than human martial warriors. Once he locked onto a specific beast, it wouldn't be difficult to find. Much easier than finding a needle in a haystack among humans. Of course, beasts with offensive talents were far more terrifying than other beasts. To duplicate a talent from such a beast, one must possess formidable strength. So, for the next half-month, Yitian cultivated like crazy. With his apex-level healing talent, he wasn't afraid of the bodily harm caused by excessive cultivation, so his cultivation speed soared. In just half a month, after consuming countless bottles of intermediate-level beast blood, Yitian finally increased his strength to 30,000 katas. This was an achievement that even talents with high-level cultivation talents couldn't reach in several months. One day, Yitian was looking at a newly purchased comprehensive beast atlas to find a suitable target. Strong bear, intermediate-level beast, twice as strong as regular beasts, suspected to possess a strength talent. Yitian glanced at it and shook his head. The strong bear might indeed have a strength talent, but the level of that talent would certainly not be high. At most, it would be a low-level strength talent, so it was not the best target. Flame bird, intermediate-level beast, possesses a flame talent, can easily burn regular intermediate-level beasts to death. After reading, Yitian shook his head again. The flame bird's flame talent was also not very powerful, at most an elementary-level flame talent. Such a talent would enhance his strength, but not by much. It wouldn't enable him to compete with peak elite martial warriors. This beast looks good." Yitian's eyes locked onto a beast, revealing a look of delight. Chapter 26. The Beast Clearing Plan. Mighty Ant. Yitian carefully read the introduction about the mighty ant. In reality, the mighty ants were merely low-level beasts, yet they were a particularly terrifying species. Their strength could rival that of mid-level beasts, and they typically appeared in swarms, numbering in the tens of thousands. Even a grand martial warrior would be besieged to death upon encountering the mighty ants. Mighty ants undoubtedly possess an incredibly powerful innate strength. I knew from my past life that ants were very strong. Being beasts, mighty ants naturally have this ability. This ability is a talent. If I could replicate the talent of the mighty ants, my combat power would be boosted instantly. Yi Tian was intrigued. However, he was also very aware of the dangers of mighty ants. Once a type of beast formed a colony, it became a terrifying entity, especially if it was a colony of beasts with special talents. If not for the limitations of their bloodline talents, mighty ants would have long become humanity's nightmare. There are no mighty ants near the Linhai base, otherwise the base would have been destroyed long ago. If I want to duplicate the ability of a mighty ant, I would have to go to a much more remote area, but that would be too dangerous. Yi Tian frowned deeply. Suddenly, Yi Tian thought of a solution. He didn't necessarily have to go looking for mighty ants. If he could obtain a complete corpse of a mighty ant, he could still acquire its strength talent, black market, the Marshall Pavilion shop. They sold everything here, including the corpses of beasts. However, they usually sold beast meat, and rarely sold complete beast corpses, especially those of difficult-to-hunt beasts like mighty ants. Yi Tian came here just to try his luck. After all, he had no idea where to find mighty ants, and going to a remote area alone to look for them would be too risky. A female clerk came to assist Yi Tian. "Sir Warrior, what would you like to purchase?" The clerk was very enthusiastic. "I would like to buy a complete corpse of a mighty ant." "Do you have any here at the Marshall Pavilion?" Yi Tian asked. "Mighty ant?" The clerk was surprised. Such a beast had never been sold before, because warriors who encountered mighty ants usually ran for their lives rather than tried to hunt the ants. "Sir Warrior, let me check for you," the clerk hurriedly said. Soon, the clerk returned with an apologetic look. "Sir Warrior, I'm really sorry, we don't have any mighty ants at the Marshall Pavilion." Yi Tian showed a disappointed expression, but he had already anticipated this outcome. He then said, "Does the Marshall Pavilion have any information about mighty ants, or could you help me purchase a corpse of one? I'm willing to pay a high price." At that moment, the Marshall Pavilion warrior walked over. "Dear guest, I am Chen He, the steward of the Marshall Pavilion." "You wish to purchase the corpse of a mighty ant?" Steward Chen He asked. "Yes," Yi Tian nodded. Chen He smiled slightly. "I do know some information about mighty ants. Would you be interested?" "Oh, what information? As long as I can get a complete corpse of a mighty ant, I'm very interested." Yi Tian showed a look of interest. Linhai Base is preparing to establish a trade route with a medium-sized base. The distance between the two bases is 100 kilometers, and there happens to be a nest of mighty ants in between. Both bases are planning to deploy some warriors to clear out the beasts along the 100-kilometer route. The main force will be warriors from the medium-sized base. Although there are risks, the rewards are quite substantial. If you're willing to join this operation, obtaining a complete corpse of a mighty ant will be a simple matter, Chen He explained. Establishing a trade route? Yi Tian was shocked. In this era, it was the beasts that truly ruled the earth. Humans were merely struggling to survive on the beasts' territory. And now, a small base and a medium-sized base dared to clear out beasts. Wasn't that too bold? Didn't they fear provoking a terrifying beast, leading to heavy losses? The higher-ups of the bases must have considered the potential problems. I guess this area is relatively remote and doesn't have many powerful beasts, so the two bases have the courage to do this, Yi Tian thought. But then he remembered the Lake of Death, which had more than one apex tier beasts. If the two bases dared to clear out the Lake of Death, the losses would be devastating. "I'm willing to participate in this clearing operation," Yi Tian agreed. His thinking was simple. Whether or not the two bases' plan succeeded, it wouldn't interfere with his own plans. As long as he participated in the beast-clearing operation, he would know the location of the mighty ant colony and might even be able to take advantage of the situation to duplicate the ants' talents. Why wouldn't he go for such a good opportunity? Here's the entrance token. Go to the Lin family in 3 days, and tasks will be assigned based on your abilities. Chen He handed Yi Tian a token, gave him some instructions, and then left. It seems that the Marshall Pavilion is also involved in this plan. Otherwise, this steward wouldn't be so concerned. Yi Tian thought to himself. He was aware of the difficulty of this mission. Although the medium-sized base was the main force, Linhai Base was weak. Many warriors could die, but he was confident he wouldn't be one of them. In terms of survival skills, he could even rival a grand martial warrior. And if he gained the Might Ant strength talent, he might even edge grand martial warriors out. 3 days passed in a flash. On this day, Yi Tian arrived at the area where the Lin family was located. The Lin family was the undisputed overlord of Linhai Base. Compared to the Lin family, clans like the Mo family were much weaker. Before becoming a warrior, Yi Tian thought that the Lin family only had one grand martial warrior. But now, he knew the depth of the Lin family's strength. They had 5 grand martial warriors, one of whom was at the peak level, with a strength of 900,000 jin, katas, easily capable of killing ordinary grand martial warriors in seconds. With such a grand martial warrior anchoring the Lin family, other clans wouldn't dare rebel. When Yi Tian arrived at the designated location, he saw that many warriors had already gathered. There were at least 100 people, including elite warriors. However, he didn't see a single grand martial warrior. I see some familiar faces. Yi Tian was surprised. Chapter 27. Lin Family's Strong Hand. Yi Tian recognized the familiar faces of the Wind Wolf hunting squad. The elementary speed talent he had acquired came from a silver moon mink that the Wind Wolf hunting squad had hunted down. In a way, he owed the Wind Wolf hunting squad a favor. The speed talent had been incredibly helpful to him in the early stages. Without it, he might have already died at the hands of Shadow. If I can help the Wind Wolf hunting squad during this mission, I should, Yi Tian told himself. While Yi Tian recognized Captain Wind Wolf, Captain Gale Wolf in the Manhua, but Wind Wolf didn't recognize him. After all, Yi Tian had changed significantly since they last met. His demeanor had matured through periods of cultivation and life-and-death battles, giving him an air of deadly seriousness. Although he was only 16, he looked more like he was 18 or 19, much more mature than before. Additionally, he had grown taller, reaching a height of 1.8 meters, and his physique had become more robust. Wind Wolf had only met Yi Tian once, and at that time, Yi Tian was just a martial disciple. How could Wind Wolf and his team remember such an insignificant figure? They had long forgotten about him. Yi Tian didn't focus on Wind Wolf and his team. Instead, he stood alone in a corner, quietly waiting for the person in charge to arrive. However, several people did try to befriend Yi Tian. After all, he was so young yet already a warrior. His talent must be high, and he had the potential to become an elite warrior in the future. If they knew that Yi Tian was already an elite warrior, they would undoubtedly be shocked beyond belief. In fact, unless one reached the level of a grand martial warrior, it was challenging to gauge another person's cultivation level. This could only be discerned in battle or through the aura they emitted. Yi Tian had been concealing his aura, so how could these people, who were at best elite warriors, discern his level of cultivation? Yi Tian wasn't opposed to revealing his status as an elite warrior, but now was not the time. Once he had duplicated the strength talent of the mighty ants, it wouldn't be too late to reveal his true abilities. By then, he wouldn't have to be so cautious. As for the warriors trying to befriend him, Yi Tian merely brushed them off. Lin Mingjai is here. The crowd began to stir. Lin Mingjai. Upon hearing this name, information about Lin Mingjai surfaced in Yi Tian's mind. Lin Mingjai was the son of the current head of the Lin family. He was only in his 30s, but had already reached the peak of elite warrior status. He was not far from becoming a grand martial warrior. Moreover, Lin Mingjai had a medium-level cultivation talent, qualifying him to ascend to the level of a grand martial warrior. However, he would likely only reach the early stages of a grand martial warrior in his lifetime. Even so, that would be enough to dominate Linhai Base. Aside from the peak grand martial warrior in the Lin family, the other grand martial warriors were only at the early stages. According to Yi Tian's estimation, the peak grand martial warrior in the Lin family probably had a high-level cultivation talent. Unfortunately, he hadn't broken through to the master realm, and given his advanced age, it was unlikely he ever would. Everyone, quiet down. A warrior with thick eyebrows and big eyes stood not far away and shouted at everyone. He was Lin Mingjai. Everyone who has come here is obviously willing to participate in the beast cleaning plan. This plan will result in unimaginable benefits for our Linhai base. After all, Linhai base is small and resources are limited. Once we open up a trade route and trade with a medium-sized base, everyone could even buy treasures not available in Linhai base in the future. So this plan is crucial, Lin Mingjai began. Of course, this plan also carries certain risks, but the rewards are absolutely worth it. I can guarantee that whatever you gain on this journey will belong to you. If you can't carry away the beasts you've hunted, our Lin family will deliver half of them to you later. In addition, we have prepared gifts. Each warrior can receive 20 vials of medium-level beast blood and 2 million in cash. Elite warriors can receive 3 vials of high-level beast blood and 10 million in cash. Lin Mingjai's words sent the warriors present into a frenzy. Not only could they keep their gains, but they would also receive additional rewards. Where else could they find such a good deal? As for only receiving half of the uncarried beast corpses, they had no objections. Some beast corpses were too large and often had to be discarded, which was a waste. The Lin family's promise to bring them back and give them half was already very generous. Yitian looked at the excited warriors around him and shook his head inwardly. These people were too optimistic. The rewards were indeed good, but they had to survive to enjoy them. If they died, they would get nothing, and the Lin family would lose nothing. They had cleverly recruited a group of fighters for free and could also gain considerable resources. The Lin family had played their hand beautifully. Here we have gathered almost 200 warriors. Along with warriors from various major families, I estimate that no fewer than 1,000 warriors will participate in this plan. Yitian calculated. The entire Linhai base had only a few thousand warriors, and nearly half were mobilized for this operation. Soon after, Lin Mingjai had someone bring out a pillar for testing strength, a piece of elemental equipment. Warriors would punch the pillar, and it would display their strength. Clearly, it was a good piece of equipment acquired from another base. One by one, the warriors went up to test their strength and were then grouped according to their cultivation levels. Yitian kept a low profile, displaying only the strength of a late-stage warrior rather than that of an elite warrior. Even so, it caused a huge sensation. Many marveled at Yitian's strength and high talent. Even Lin Mingjai considered recruiting him but was politely declined by Yitian. However, Lin Mingjai didn't take it to heart, assuming that Yitian only had a medium-level cultivation talent, which the Lin family didn't particularly value. After all the warriors had their strength tested, they were grouped. Elite warriors were grouped with elite warriors and warriors with warriors. Different groups had different tasks. The warrior groups only needed to clear out some low-level beasts, while the elite warrior groups had to clear out medium-level beasts. Captain Wind Wolf, how about we form a team? Yitian walked up to Wind Wolf and said. Teams were made up of 10 people, and the Wind Wolf hunting squad had only brought 8, so they were short 2 people. Young brother, are you sure you want to join our team? Our squad only has me as a late-stage warrior. With your high talent, you might be better off joining a stronger team made up entirely of late-stage warriors. Wind Wolf hesitated before speaking. I think Captain Wind Wolf is a good person and has a good reputation, so I'm willing to join your team. If you're not interested, then forget I said anything, Yitian said indifferently. Then welcome, young brother, to our team. Wind Wolf extended his right hand, smiling warmly. Chapter 28. Fire-Spitting Lizards. After Yitian joined Wind Wolf's team, another mid-stage warrior joined, completing the 10-member squad. About half an hour later, everyone had been sorted into their respective teams. Wind Wolf was elected as the team leader, a decision Yitian had no objections to. Our mission is to clear out the beasts in this area, Wind Wolf said, holding a newly issued map and pointing to a specific region. Yitian looked over. The area was about 30 kilometers away from Linhai base. Captain, isn't that a bit far? We've never gone that far before, a team member frowned. We have no choice. This mission spans 100 kilometers. If you came to participate in this beast-cleaning operation, you should have been prepared for this, Wind Wolf replied. The others nodded reluctantly. After drafting a simple battle plan, they prepared to head to their destination. Things in the wilderness could change rapidly, so they didn't spend too much time discussing the plan. Given the distance of this mission, they chose not to drive. Vehicles might be convenient for carrying supplies, but they lacked the agility needed for the uneven terrain of the wilderness. So, traveling light and on foot was the best option. On the way, Yitian thought to himself, "First, I'll complete the assigned task with Wind Wolf and the others. Then I'll head to where the mighty ants are to stir the pot." Through chatting with Wind Wolf, he also learned Wind Wolf's real name, Zhang Feng. Wind Wolf was the name of the hunting squad, which over time had become his nickname. Zhang Feng's talent was not high. He only had a basic cultivation talent. Reaching the late stage of a warrior was already quite an achievement for him. Although he could theoretically reach the elite warrior level in his lifetime, becoming an elite warrior was extremely difficult. Yitian found it easy to become an elite warrior because his talent was extremely high. He had a high-level cultivation talent. For Zhang Feng, who only had a basic cultivation talent, the bottleneck between a warrior and an elite warrior was like a chasm. That's why Zhang Feng had taken on this mission, hoping for significant gains and possibly breaking through his bottleneck during combat. Warriors grew through battles. Although this mission was a bit riskier, it was also an opportunity. For Zhang Feng, who had been fighting for years, it was an opportunity he couldn't pass up. "Yitian, you're not even 20 yet, right? You're already a late-stage warrior at such a young age. With such high talent, why would you participate in such a dangerous mission?" Zhang Feng curiously asked. "Tempering," Yitian simply replied. In an instant, Zhang Feng felt a sense of admiration. He knew that the talented warriors from the large families in Linhai Base wouldn't dare to venture into the wilderness alone. When they did, it was under the protection of multiple elite warriors. Compared to them, Yitian was undoubtedly a true warrior. Zhang Feng asked himself, if he had higher talent, he might not dare to enter the wilderness alone. Instead, he would choose to join a major force and cultivate under their protection. The 30-kilometer journey was long. Since they couldn't speed up too much in the wilderness, it took them most of the day to reach their destination. "Everyone, although our task is to clear out the beasts in this area, if we encounter any medium-level beasts, we should call for backup," Zhang Feng reminded the team. Calling for backup was a right given to each team. Each team leader had a communicator, a piece of elemental equipment. However, its range was limited to only 10 kilometers. Everyone agreed with Wind Wolf's statement, knowing that they couldn't handle medium-level beasts on their own. If they encountered one, they would definitely call for help from elite warriors. However, Yitian shook his head secretly. He knew that the so-called communicator was nothing more than a comfort. With such a long stretch of territory and an unknown number of beasts, there would never be enough warriors to clear the way without heavy losses. Therefore, even if Wind Wolf contacted other elite warrior squads, no one would come to their aid. Many people understood the principle of saving oneself over saving a friend. But when it actually happened, they still clung to a glimmer of hope. Up ahead, there are 3 grass wolves, which are low-level beasts. "Let's go kill them," Wind Wolf said, pointing to 3 low-level beasts 300 meters away. Grass wolves were among the weaker low-level beasts, manageable even for newly promoted warriors. Soon, the 3 grass wolves were killed instantly by the team. Wind Wolf and the others didn't bother collecting materials from the grass wolves. There was nothing particularly valuable on them, and the entire corpse was worth only tens of thousands at most. Given the size of a grass wolf, roughly that of a small cow, it was not easy to carry, so they naturally had to abandon it. The team continued to search for traces of beasts and soon spotted more. Hunt the beasts. Search. Hunt again. Initially, things went smoothly for Wind Wolf and the others. The number of beasts they encountered was not large, and their strength was not particularly formidable. A long period of smooth progress made the team somewhat complacent, but Yitian never let his guard down. The valley up ahead is our main cleaning area. Be careful, there might be powerful beasts inside, Wind Wolf said gravely. Forests, valleys, and rivers were often the most dangerous places in the wilderness, while flat and open areas were generally the safest. Just as the team entered the valley, a beast rushed toward them. It was a lizard, 3 meters long, with a red body and spines on its back, looking extremely ferocious. What kind of beast is this? Someone frowned. Clearly, they had never seen this type of beast before. Even Wind Wolf, who had seen many things, didn't recognize it. There were too many types of beasts, and they only recognized some that were near Linhai Base. Since this beast had never appeared near Linhai Base, they naturally didn't know what it was. Type: fire-spitting lizard, bloodline talent, basic, fire talent, sub-basic. Upon seeing the talents of this lizard, Yitian immediately became serious. Be careful, everyone. This is a fire-spitting lizard with a fire talent, Yitian quickly warned. What? This lizard has a fire talent? The color drained from everyone's faces. Chapter 29. Wind Wolf's Despair and Hope. Fire talent was a special talent, an offensive one that could directly increase combat power. What Wind Wolf and his team feared most when hunting beasts in the wilderness was encountering such beasts with special talents. These beasts were only slightly more valuable than others, but they were far more dangerous. Judging by its aura, this beast still falls within the category of low-level beasts. That's good news, Wind Wolf comforted himself. Everyone retreated, their faces tense. Yitian, you recognize this beast. How strong is its fire talent? Wind Wolf asked. Sub-basic fire talent, Yitian replied truthfully. Sub-basic fire talent means that this beast's fire can double its attack power. Beasts are less intelligent than warriors and have limited attack methods. We can kill it. Those at the early warrior stage should retreat. You won't be of any help, Wind Wolf said. Several early-stage warriors retreated far away. As Wind Wolf had said, they were too weak to be of any help and would only cause chaos. Whoosh. Wind Wolf took the first move, testing the waters. The fire-spitting lizard attacked Wind Wolf, but didn't use its fire-spitting ability, instead biting fiercely. Boom! Wind Wolf's knife collided with the lizard's teeth, sending the beast flying and even knocking out one of its teeth. Yitian stood aside, estimating the lizard's strength. The fire-spitting lizard has about 9,000 pounds of force, and its fire attack is equivalent to 18,000 pounds. The limit for a warrior is 10,000 pounds, and with the amplification of elemental power, it can reach 20,000 pounds. Although Wind Wolf's burst attack may not reach over 20,000 pounds, it should be close enough to deal with this fire-spitting lizard. Seeing that Wind Wolf could handle the lizard, Yitian decided not to reveal his true strength. Roar. The fire-spitting lizard, hurt by Wind Wolf, finally activated its fire talent. Boom! A huge fireball formed and shot towards Wind Wolf at high speed. Slash! Wind Wolf's elemental-powered knife created a blade of air that tore through the fireball and continued toward the lizard. Bang! The blade of air hit the lizard, injuring it again. At this point, Yitian and several other mid-stage warriors also attacked, and soon the fire-spitting lizard was killed by their combined efforts. Haha, so much for a beast with a special talent. One of the warriors couldn't help but exclaim excitedly after killing the lizard. Don't let your guard down. There might be more fire-spitting lizards in this valley, Yitian warned. Wind Wolf's face grew even graver, completely devoid of the excitement from killing the lizard. Yitian is right. We encountered a fire-spitting lizard as soon as we entered the valley. There might be more inside and not just one. Damn Lin family, assigning us tasks without proper reconnaissance, even sending us to clear an area with special beasts, Wind Wolf cursed. But he knew that the Lin family wouldn't care about them, so their complaints were useless. They had already come this far, retreating was not an option. Everyone, stay alert. After Wind Wolf's reminder, they continued to move forward. Soon, they encountered another fire-spitting lizard and killed it after a struggle. Not long after, 2 fire-spitting lizards appeared. This time, Wind Wolf and his team were drawn into a tough battle. After sustaining minor injuries, they managed to kill both lizards. and at this point they were still only at the outskirts of the valley. It's now certain that this valley is a nest of fire-spitting lizards. There must be a large number of them inside. If we continue, we'll lose many lives, Windwolf said, exhausted. After several battles, his elemental power was severely depleted, and his physical strength had also waned significantly. His combat effectiveness had dropped, and killing a single fire-spitting lizard alone was now impossible. To proceed in this state would be suicidal. Let's retreat and regroup. Windwolf suggested. No one objected. They were all frightened. The team began to move out of the valley, but as they were about to leave, they found the entrance blocked by about 10 fire-spitting lizards. Damn it, Windwolf despaired. With their team's current strength, they were barely able to handle one fire-spitting lizard. Facing 10 would mean certain annihilation. Call for help? Windwolf took out his emergency device, retreating while sending out distress signals. However, despite sending numerous distress signals, there was no response. Damn it, there must be elite warrior-led teams within 10 kilometers, but these bastards are ignoring my calls for help. Windwolf fumed. Windwolf, stop calling for help. No one is coming, Yitian said. Sigh, I know, but I was still holding onto a sliver of hope. It seems I've underestimated human nature, Windwolf sighed in resignation. By now, the 10 fire-spitting lizards had charged at them. In terms of speed, the lizards were only equivalent to mid-stage warriors. Windwolf, being in the late warrior stage, had a good chance of escaping if he ran. But if he did, the others would have no hope of survival. Many of them had been his subordinates for over a decade, and he couldn't abandon them. If Xiaoyu were here with her archery skills, perhaps we could have had a better chance of survival, Windwolf thought briefly. But he quickly dismissed the idea. Xiaoyu was very young and only at the early warrior stage. However, her archery skills were excellent, and she belonged to a major family with a bright future. That family would never allow her to participate in such a dangerous mission. And he didn't want her to face danger either, which was why he had refused her request to join. At this moment, Xiaoyu was probably being looked after by her family. Seeing the fire-spitting lizards getting closer, Windwolf made a decision. I'll hold off these fire-spitting lizards. You all run. A sense of resolve emanated from Windwolf, instantly affecting everyone. Captain, let's fight them together. One of the warriors stepped forward. Yes, let's fight them. The others agreed. However, the last warrior who had joined them was not part of Windwolf's hunting team and had no sense of loyalty. He prepared to flee. Everyone, you fight these fire-spitting lizards. I'm sorry, he said, and then ran into the valley, planning to find a place to hide. Despicable. Someone cursed. Windwolf ignored that warrior and turned his gaze to Yitian. Brother Yitian, you have high talent. It would be a waste for you to die here. You should run too. Yitian gave a slight smile and said, Don't worry, we don't have to die. It's just a few fire-spitting lizards. As he spoke, an aura belonging to an elite warrior emanated from Yitian. Chapter 30. Intermediate Beasts. An elite warrior? Windwolf stared at Yitian in disbelief. Becoming an elite warrior had been his lifelong goal, and he knew how difficult it was, especially for someone like him with only basic cultivation talent. Even those with medium-level cultivation talent would only hope to become elite warriors in their 20s. Yet here was Yitian, so young and already an elite warrior. High-level cultivation talent. The thought flashed through Windwolf's mind. This was a talent on par with the Lin family's ancestor, a surefire path to becoming a great warrior and perhaps even ascending beyond that level. At the very least, he could reach the pinnacle of great warriors and become the strongest in Linhai base. Having such a prodigy in their team was an honor for them all. Yitian moved so fast that Windwolf couldn't even track him. In a matter of moments, all 10 fire-spitting lizards lay dead under Yitian's blade, instantly killed. Master Yitian, Windwolf said respectfully. Master Yitian. The others also bowed. An elite warrior was far stronger than an ordinary warrior, not just in strength, but also in reaction time, speed, and the total amount of elemental energy. Even an early-stage elite martial warrior with a physical strength of 10,001 jin was much stronger than a peak-stage martial warrior with 9,999 jin of strength. They were not on the same level. Previously, they had thought of Yi Tian as just a warrior and had been informal with him. But now that they knew he was an elite warrior, they naturally became much more formal. You all don't need to be so formal. Just call me Yi Tian. However, I'd like you to keep my status as an elite warrior a secret for now, Yi Tian said. I'll take the liberty of calling you by your name then. Wind Wolf laughed. Don't worry, we won't reveal that you're an elite warrior. He understood why Yi Tian wanted to keep his cultivation level a secret. He probably feared the major families of Linhai Base. Once Yi Tian's talent was exposed, those major families might try to win him over, but there was also a risk that some might try to kill him out of jealousy. Just then, a scream echoed from the distance. It's Zhang Ben, Wind Wolf frowned. Zhang Ben was the warrior who had run away earlier, clearly having encountered other fire-spitting lizards. Wind Wolf was inclined to rescue him, but Yi Tian stopped him. Wind Wolf, there's no need to save this man. We won't reveal my secret, but he might, Yi Tian said. Wind Wolf paused, looked at the others, and then remained silent, clearly giving up on the idea of rescuing Zhang Ben. The scream soon faded, signifying Zhang Ben's death. Wind Wolf, let's continue moving forward. We should aim to clear out all the beasts in this valley as soon as possible. Yi Tian suggested. Wind Wolf nodded. Without Yi Tian, he would naturally not dare to clear the Valley of Beasts, but with Yi Tian present, it was a different story. A single elite warrior was more than enough to deal with a group of fire-spitting lizards. They moved on and soon came across Zhang Ben's corpse, as well as several fire-spitting lizards feasting on it. Yi Tian casually killed these lizards and they continued on their way. Along the way, whenever they encountered more than one fire-spitting lizard, Yi Tian would take them down himself. Only when a single lizard appeared would he allow Wind Wolf and the others to get some practice. In this manner, Yi Tian led the group deep into the valley. Here, he found a large number of fire-spitting lizards. Standing atop a massive rock, he looked out and saw no fewer than 30 of these creatures, all surrounding an even larger lizard. That is, Yi Tian's expression turned slightly serious. Although he was too far away to discern the larger lizard's specific talents, its size, far exceeding the usual 3 meters, indicated that it was no low-level beast. It must be an intermediate-level beast, Yi Tian speculated. Ordinary intermediate-level beasts didn't concern him, but one with an offensive talent would undoubtedly be the king among beasts. We have a bit of a problem. There are 30 fire-spitting lizards there, and one of them appears to be an intermediate-level beast. Yi Tian informed Wind Wolf and the others. What? Wind Wolf was shocked. An intermediate-level fire-spitting lizard would be incredibly powerful, far beyond the capabilities of an average elite warrior. Yi Tian, let's just leave. We can always abandon the mission. Wind Wolf suggested through gritted teeth. Although reluctant to give up, he knew the dangers of an intermediate-level fire-spitting lizard and didn't think Yi Tian could handle it. Wind Wolf, I'm not that weak. The fire-spitting lizard has a special talent, fire talent, and I have a special talent as well, Yi Tian revealed a little. You also have a special talent, Wind Wolf exclaimed in astonishment. Warriors with special talents were in a completely different league. Even great warriors would think twice before offending an elite warrior with a special talent. Yes, I possess a basic speed talent that triples my speed. My swordsmanship is also quite good. Killing that intermediate-level beast won't be a problem. I plan to carry out a beheading operation. You guys should stay away, Yi Tian advised. He was confident in his ability to kill the intermediate-level beast, but less certain about protecting Wind Wolf and the others. If they didn't heed his warning, things could get complicated. Yi Tian will retreat to a safe distance. Be careful, and if it's not going well, just withdraw, Wind Wolf said. I understand, Yi Tian nodded. Once Wind Wolf and the others had retreated to a safe distance, Yi Tian made his move. Speed talent. Yi Tian activated his triple speed boost and charged toward the group of fire-spitting lizards at an incredible speed. At that moment, the leader of the fire-spitting lizards, who had been sleeping, woke up due to the cries of its subordinates, its enormous eyes fixed intently on Yi Tian. It was determined to kill the little insect that had disturbed its sleep. Yes, in its eyes, Yi Tian was nothing more than a tiny insect. Chapter 31. Killing the Fire-Spitting Lizard Leader? Roar! The leader of the fire-spitting lizards let out a deafening roar, prompting its minions to charge at Yi Tian. However, the lizard leader had underestimated him. Yi Tian was an elite warrior. After activating his speed talent, his velocity was comparable to that of peak elite warriors. More importantly, his swordsmanship was formidable. Shadow kill? His bronze-level sword technique transformed into a blade of light that instantly severed the heads of 2 fire-spitting lizards. Thud, thud, thud. One by one, the fire-spitting lizards fell as blades of light descended upon them. These low-level beasts couldn't even touch Yi Tian's clothes. They merely drained some of his energy. If the number of fire-spitting lizards had been greater, Yi Tian would have been in trouble. But a mere 30 or so didn't concern him. Seeing its minions falling one by one, the lizard leader grew anxious. It could no longer hold back. Otherwise, it would end up a commander without an army. When the lizard leader finally stood up and charged at Yi Tian, he got a clear view of its full appearance. It was 8 meters long, with back spikes each measuring a meter and emanating a chilling aura. Judging by its aura, this was a genuine intermediate-level beast. As the lizard leader came within 10 meters of Yi Tian, he assessed its talent species: fire-spitting lizard, bloodline talent, intermediate, fire talent, basic. Basic fire talent? Yi Tian was surprised. While a lower-level fire talent could only double the attack power, a basic fire talent could triple it. Beasts were generally stronger than warriors of the same level. If warriors didn't have elemental energy to boost them, they couldn't defeat beasts of the same level. However, beasts could also activate their bloodline talents for a temporary burst of combat power, potentially surpassing warriors. This fire-spitting lizard leader was an intermediate-level beast with a basic fire talent, making its attack power exceed Yi Tian's. I can only wear it down. Yi Tian decided. The lizard leader, possessing some intelligence, immediately used its fire talent to form a massive fireball that whizzed toward him. Boom! The fireball exploded, transforming into countless waves of fire. Under such an attack, Yi Tian inevitably took some damage. However, he ignored the fiery onslaught, not even bothering to activate his elemental energy shield. The elemental energy of an elite warrior was potent enough to form a protective shield, but Yi Tian felt it was unnecessary. His shield wouldn't withstand these fire attacks, so he might as well conserve his energy. Thus, he charged directly at the fire-spitting lizard leader. Shadow kill. His advanced-level shadow kill transformed into a dazzling blade of light that instantly sliced toward the fire-spitting lizard leader. The tripled speed, combined with the speed of his bronze-level sword technique, made this strike incredibly fearsome. Had it been an ordinary elite warrior, they would have fallen under this single blow. However, the fire-spitting lizard's defense was much stronger than that of an elite warrior, and it collided head-on with Yi Tian's blade. Boom! The lizard leader was pushed back several meters, a deep gash appearing on its forehead from which a large amount of blood flowed. 50,000 jin of strength! Yi Tian quickly assessed the lizard's strength. The lizard had a strength of 50,000 jin, and its fire attacks were equivalent to 150,000 jin of force. Yi Tian's own strength was only 30,000 jin. With the amplification of his elemental energy, his effective strength was 60,000 jin. With the addition of his bronze-level shadow kill technique, his attack power was equivalent to 110,000 or 120,000 jin. Even so, his attack power still fell short of the fire-spitting lizards. He glanced at his body, covered in burns from the fire. It looked quite miserable. If not for his top-tier healing talent, he would have been doomed. In the blink of an eye, Yi Tian's wounds healed, and he was back to full health. In contrast, the lizard leader's injuries didn't heal, and its condition continued to deteriorate. Relying on his top-tier healing talent, Yi Tian attacked the lizard leader recklessly. Gradually, the lizard leader's injuries worsened, while Yi Tian remained unscathed. 3 minutes passed. Finally, the lizard leader helplessly collapsed on the ground, its life force dissipating. It died at the hands of Yi Tian, who was weaker than it. In fact, even without his top-tier healing talent, Yi Tian still had a chance of winning. After all, he had a basic speed talent and could have dodged the lizard leader's attacks while occasionally ambushing it. However, Yi Tian chose not to do so, opting for a more direct approach to save time. He then cleaned up the remaining fire-spitting lizards and turned his attention back to the corpse of the lizard leader. The blood of an intermediate-level beast was valuable, especially that of a fire-spitting lizard with fire talent. Its blood contained fire energy, which was highly effective for body tempering. So, Yi Tian didn't waste any of this intermediate-level beast blood and collected it. The lizard was quite large, and he collected about 50 portions of intermediate-level beast blood. Just these 50 portions were worth several million, a significant gain. After killing all the fire-spitting lizards, Yi Tian called Feng Lang and the others over. When they saw the corpses scattered around, especially the body of the lizard leader, they were utterly stunned. "Yi Tian, you actually killed this intermediate-level beast." Feng Lang was shocked. He looked Yi Tian over carefully and found that although his clothes were torn, he was uninjured. Feng Lang immediately suspected that Yi Tian had some hidden cards, but he wasn't the type to pry into others' secrets, especially when it could offend them. Yi Tian had no interest in the meat or hide of the intermediate-level beast, but Feng Lang and the others found them valuable. With Yi Tian's permission, they dismembered the lizard leader's corpse. Over the next day, Yi Tian and Feng Lang's group nearly cleared out all the beasts in this area. After ensuring that there were no more dangerous creatures, Yi Tian suggested leaving. When Feng Lang asked him why he wanted to leave, he was stunned by the answer. "What? Yi Tian, you're going to the area where the mighty ants are." Chapter 32. Hostility from the Major Clan. Feng Lang knew well the terror of the mighty ants. He had heard that the ultimate goal of this cleaning operation was to clear out a nest of mighty ants, which housed a large number of them. Although mighty ants were low-level beasts, a single one was far stronger than a fire-spitting lizard. Even an ordinary elite warrior couldn't handle one. These low-level beasts were simply too extraordinary. If one were to rank low-level beasts, mighty ants would undoubtedly be in the top 10. A single ant wasn't the issue. The problem was their overwhelming numbers. Even a great warrior would be overwhelmed. "Feng Lang, I have my plans and I have ways to protect myself." "I'll be fine," Yi Tian declared. Knowing he couldn't persuade Yi Tian, Feng Lang could only let him go. Yi Tian, map in hand, checked it occasionally as he followed the route to the location of the mighty ants. Along the way, he avoided any beasts he encountered rather than hunting them. This wasn't near Linhai Base, but rather a more distant area. Although high-level beasts were still rare, Yi Tian encountered no fewer than 10. He couldn't defeat any high-level beast, and even some stronger intermediate-level beasts forced him to flee. In such a place, he had to be extremely cautious. Of course, he occasionally saw other warriors hunting beasts, but he didn't offer any help, even if they suffered heavy losses. Those people had nothing to do with him, and helping might not earn him any praise but could bring him trouble. Right now, his only goal was the talent of the mighty ants. Nothing else mattered. Thus, Yi Tian proceeded with extreme caution, and with the aid of his shadow talent, he avoided danger multiple times. Finally, he arrived in the area where the mighty ants were located. So many warriors. Yi Tian was surprised upon his arrival. At the foot of a hill, there were about 100 warriors gathered. Judging by their aura, even the weakest among them had the strength of elite warriors, and there were likely many great warriors as well. That's someone from the Mo family. Yi Tian's gaze locked onto one individual. Mo En from the Mo family. Yi Tian knew of Mo En because he had killed Mo En's son, Mo Xiaobei. He had done some research on the Mo family to avoid future troubles. Mo En was only at the mid-level of elite warriors, which wasn't much for Yi Tian now. However, Moen wasn't even in the top 10 of the Mo family in terms of strength. At this moment, Mo-En and a group of elite warriors from the Mo family were respectfully standing behind an old man. That old man must be Mo Chanking, the great warrior of the Mo family, Yi Tian thought to himself. He quickly averted his gaze, not daring to look at Mo Chanking any longer, lest he attract the old man's attention. "Who's there?" a cold voice rang out. "Damn, I've been discovered." Yi Tian was startled. He was quite far away and had been walking cautiously. With the cover of the trees, he shouldn't have been easily spotted. However, he knew he had indeed been discovered. But the one who had discovered him wasn't Mo Chanking. It was another old man who looked quite unfamiliar. The man's attire was also different from the people at Linhai Base. He was wearing a suit of armor. Clearly, that person must be a great warrior from a medium-sized base collaborating with Linhai Base to clear out the beasts. Swish, swish, swish. At the command of the great warrior, several elite warriors flashed over to where Yi Tian was standing. Yi Tian didn't flee. Fleeing would imply guilt, and he had no ill intentions. With a clear conscience, there was no need to run. "I am a warrior from Linhai Base." Yi Tian stepped forward to announce. The elite warriors, recognizing Yi Tian as a fellow warrior and hearing that he was from Linhai Base, refrained from attacking. "Which family does that young man belong to?" The old man frowned. "I don't recognize him. He's not from our Lin family." "I also don't recognize him. He's not from our Mo family." "I don't recognize him either." One family after another shook their heads. Yi Tian walked over and truthfully said, "I'm not a scion of a major family. I've just completed my beast clearing mission and was curious about the mighty ants, so I came to see what was happening." At that moment, Lin Mingjai from the Lin family spoke up. "I remember now. He indeed participated in the cleaning operation. I didn't expect him to complete his mission so quickly and even come here." Lin Mingjai recognized Yi Tian because he had tried to recruit him but was rejected, so he remembered him. His talent is not bad. He has reached the level of an elite warrior at such a young age. "Let him stay and deal with the mighty ants," the old man said. Clearly, he had just used his spiritual power to probe Yi Tian's situation. Yi Tian remained composed. He knew that he couldn't hide his cultivation level from a great warrior, so he might as well be straightforward about it. "What, an elite warrior? This kid—" Lin Mingjai's face changed dramatically. He had always thought Yi Tian was just a warrior. Had he known Yi Tian was an elite warrior, he would have done anything to get him to join the Lin family. The other families also looked at Yi Tian incredulously, all equally shocked. For Yi Tian to reach the level of an elite warrior at such a young age, his talent was self-evident. It must be a high-level cultivation talent. High-level cultivation talent. Some family heads remained expressionless, but inside they were calculating. Yi Tian gave a secret smile, clearly sensing several waves of malice, including malice from Mo Chanking of the Mo family. Jealousy breeds hostility indeed, Yi Tian thought. He didn't want to make enemies with these family heads, but these families always thought too highly of themselves. They saw him as a potential threat to their clans and didn't want to witness the rise of another powerful family. However, he couldn't care less about a mere coastal base. In the future, he planned to leave Linhai Base with his sister for a broader world. Unfortunately, these families would never understand. The great warrior who had discovered Yi Tian was clearly the person in charge here. He instructed Yi Tian to stay, and no one from the other major families dared to object. So, Yi Tian stood to the side, waiting quietly. Suddenly, a figure emerged from the soil and appeared in front of the great warrior. "Elder King, the mission is complete." Chapter 33. High-level strength talent? Is it a talent related to earth attributes? Yi Tian looked at the warrior who had just emerged from the soil, secretly amazed. He was certain that the warrior hadn't dug his way out because there was no hole or crack in the ground. It was more like some sort of earth escape technique from novels, where the warrior emerged directly from the soil. Such a talent could be useful in specific situations, but was also very risky. One could easily encounter dangers underground. Moreover, its utility was limited. It couldn't pass through steel, rock, or rivers. After some thought, Yi Tian decided not to dwell on such a talent. He preferred talents that could increase his strength. "Everyone move back," Elder King ordered. Swish, swish, swish. The warriors quickly retreated, moving far away from the small hill as if something was about to happen. Yi Tian also followed these warriors, retreating to a safe distance. "Begin," Elder King said. As soon as the words left his mouth, the ground began to tremble. Boom. Like a magnitude 10 earthquake, a terrifying wave of elemental energy emanated from underground. "What is this?" Yi Tian was shocked. He could feel that the underground wave was powerful enough to annihilate him. Even a typical great warrior couldn't produce such an enormous wave of energy. Then, something incredible happened. The entire small hill exploded in an instant. Countless rocks splattered around like cannonballs. Some rocks even landed near the warriors, but they were all powerful enough to easily block or shatter these rocks. In the blink of an eye, the small hill disappeared, revealing a huge pit filled with the corpses of mighty ants, their bodies still aflame. At the same time, the temperature in the area rose by more than 10 degrees. "It's like a missile from my previous life," Yi Tian thought. However, it was clearly not a missile, as he sensed elemental fluctuations. It was likely an elemental weapon with effects similar to a missile. What terrifying power! How was this achieved? An elite warrior asked in awe. A great warrior from the Lin family spoke. "This is the effect of a flame-burst sphere. It's said to be the heart of an apex tier beast with fire abilities, modified by a mysterious rune mage. The explosion is the result of igniting the fire energy in the heart. Such a flame-burst sphere is invaluable. Even 1,000,000,000 yuan couldn't buy it." Flame-burst sphere and a rune mage? Yi Tian listened and became interested. However, these things were too far beyond his reach at the moment. "I hope they haven't all been wiped out. Otherwise, I can only hope to find a complete corpse of a mighty ant," Yi Tian thought to himself. However, Elder King looked solemn, his eyes fixed on the exploded pit. "Everyone, be careful. There should still be quite a few mighty ants alive." As soon as he finished speaking, a series of chirping and crawling sounds could be heard. One by one, mighty ants crawled out of the pit. Some were injured, but a good number were unscathed. Clearly, a single flame-burst sphere couldn't wipe out an entire nest of mighty ants, but it had inflicted heavy losses on them. "Attack!" Elite warriors from various major families each targeted a mighty ant and began to fight. The great warriors didn't hold back either. They all took action. Unlike the elite warriors, the great warriors' casual strikes were like cannonballs. A single sword stroke could leave a sword mark tens of meters long on the ground. In their hands, the mighty ants were like mere ants. Especially Elder King, Yi Tian only took one look and his pupils contracted sharply. Elder King casually pressed his hand in the air, and a giant palm, tens of meters in size, appeared out of nowhere. It instantly crushed dozens of mighty ants into dust and even left a large pit in the ground, as if a giant's palm had pressed down on the earth. With Elder King being so formidable, plus all these great warriors, they should be able to steamroll the entire mighty ant nest, right? Yi Tian thought. However, he soon changed his mind. Suddenly, more than a dozen giant mighty ants burst out from underground. These giant ants were 10 meters long, while the regular mighty ants were only 3 meters long. "Intermediate-level beast mighty ants?" Yi Tian exclaimed. He had thought that all mighty ants were low-level beasts, and even if there were intermediate-level ones, there should only be one. But now, more than a dozen intermediate-level mighty ants had appeared. Given the talents of the mighty ants, an intermediate-level one would have the combat power of a great warrior, perhaps even stronger than an average great warrior. As expected, the appearance of these intermediate-level mighty ants immediately put the great warriors in a difficult position. Sometimes, it even took 2 great warriors to restrain a single intermediate-level mighty ant. Elder King, however, seemed at ease. He single-handedly dealt with 5 intermediate-level mighty ants and quickly killed one. At this moment, Yi Tian was engaged in combat with a mighty ant, displaying the strength of a regular elite warrior and fighting evenly with the ant. Secretly, Yi Tian had already checked the talent of the mighty ant species. Mighty ant, bloodline talent, basic, strength talent, high level. Seeing the high-level strength talent, Yiqian couldn't help but smile. This trip had not been in vain. Judging from the performance of those intermediate-level ants, their talents haven't mutated. They should also have high-level strength talents, so there's no need for me to copy the talents of an intermediate-level mighty ant. Yiqian thought briefly before immediately copying the high-level strength talent of the low-level mighty ant. The moment he touched the mighty ant, the copying was completed. However, now was not the time to integrate. He had to wait until he was in a safe place to do so. From the current situation, although the warriors were suffering losses and elite warriors were falling from time to time, they generally had the upper hand. As time passed, the warriors could wipe out all the mighty ants, provided that nothing unexpected happened. However, Yiqian and many other warriors felt a sense of foreboding. Could there be even stronger mighty ants that haven't appeared yet? Yiqian wondered. This possibility was not out of the question. Every group must have a leader, and the leader is often the strongest. Those dozen or so intermediate-level mighty ants were similar in strength. They were definitely not the leaders. I hope it's not a high-level beast mighty ant. Yiqian could only hope for this, otherwise he would have to flee. This group of warriors wouldn't be able to withstand a high-level beast mighty ant. Several more minutes passed. Suddenly, Elder King's expression changed dramatically. Quickly leave. This mighty ant nest has a high-level beast. Chapter 34. The Power of Great Warriors. High-level beast. Upon hearing this, everyone's hearts trembled fiercely. If it were an ordinary high-level beast, they wouldn't care. A single great warrior would be enough to counter it. However, if it were a high-level mighty ant, which had high-level strength talents on top of being a high-level beast, its amplified attack power would not be far off from a grandmaster's. A high-level mighty ant was definitely not something an ordinary great warrior could handle. Even Elder King, who was an exceptionally strong great warrior, would not be a match for it. Perhaps only a heaven-defying great warrior with a similar offensive talent, or a grandmaster, could deal with this high-level mighty ant. Staying here means death, Yiqian realized. Without a second thought, he activated his triple speed and fled into the distance. Originally, his speed was only average among elite warriors, but with triple acceleration, he was not inferior to the top elite warriors, even surpassing some. In an instant, Yiqian's figure overtook many elite warriors. Boom! A gigantic mighty ant appeared. It was 20 meters long and had a faint golden hue, unlike the regular black mighty ants. As soon as this mighty ant appeared, a sense of oppression enveloped the entire area. So heavy. Yiqian felt as if something was pressing down on him. This wasn't gravity, but a form of aura suppression. If one couldn't break free from this suppression, their speed would be reduced significantly, making escape impossible. The speed of the elite warriors suddenly slowed down by several times, while the great warriors were not as affected. Although their speed also decreased, it was only by about 30 to 40%, much faster than the elite warriors. Sword Aura. Yiqian released the aura of his swordsmanship, which was at the Grandmaster level, strong enough to resist the mighty ant's oppressive aura. The suppression lifted, and Yiqian's speed returned to triple, even matching the speed of the great warriors. Whoosh, whoosh, whoosh. Warriors scattered, fleeing in all directions. The high-level mighty ant, even if it wanted to chase and kill, would not go after Yiqian but would target the warriors closer to it. Thus, those elite warriors were doomed. As for Elder King, after warning the other warriors, he was the first to flee, without any intention of fighting the high-level mighty ant. One after another, elite warriors fell under the pursuit of the high-level mighty ant. They didn't even have the qualifications to resist and were slaughtered like ants. In just a few breaths, more than a dozen elite warriors were killed. Accelerate, accelerate. Yiqian didn't even think about looking back. He just focused on running. He didn't know how far he had run, but when he felt that there were no warriors or mighty ants behind him, he finally looked back. When he confirmed that there were no pursuing mighty ants, he finally breathed a sigh of relief. He found a random place and stopped to rest. After running like mad, his elemental energy was almost depleted. and his physical strength was severely drained. If he didn't recover quickly, wandering in the wilderness would be extremely dangerous. He quickly drank a bottle of strength-recovering elixir to restore his internal energy. Several hours later, Yitian was fully recovered. Immediately, he returned to the valley where Feng Lang and the others were. "Yitian, you're back." Feng Lang was overjoyed upon seeing Yitian. He had been worried about Yitian, and now that he saw him return, he finally breathed a sigh of relief. "Quickly, let's go back to Linhai Base. Something big has happened," Yitian said with a grave expression. "What big thing has happened?" Feng Lang and the others asked with furrowed brows. Yitian quickly recounted the events involving the mighty ants, causing the complexions of Feng Lang and the others to change dramatically. A large number of low-level mighty ants, more than a dozen mid-level mighty ants, and one nearly invincible high-level mighty ant. What a terrifying force that was. Although Feng Lang and the others hadn't witnessed it themselves, they could roughly guess the situation from Yitian's tone. At the same time, they admired Yitian's abilities. So many elite warriors had died, yet Yitian had returned unscathed. "Let's go. We've already completed our mission anyway," Feng Lang hurriedly said. So Yitian and Feng Lang and the others headed back in the direction of Linhai Base. Along the way, they remained vigilant. Unfortunately, they encountered several mid-level beasts on their return journey. Thankfully, Yitian's intervention averted a crisis. Half a day later, they finally returned to Linhai Base. Once back home, the first thing Yitian did was to integrate the high-level strength talent. His abilities had already been exposed during the mighty ant incident, including even his speed talent. Although it was unclear whether any families would act against him, increasing his strength as quickly as possible was necessary. Once he integrated the high-level strength talent, he would definitely possess combat power not inferior to that of a great warrior, even overpowering ordinary great warriors. Integrate. A violent transformation began. Yitian's body resembled a cooked shrimp, with veins bulging out as a terrifying force erupted from the depths of his genes, transforming him from head to toe. He didn't know how much time had passed, but he was soaked in sweat, as if he had just emerged from a pool. Soon, Yitian's strength returned, and he began to check his talent situation. Human, Yitian, cultivation talent, high-level, speed talent, low-level, sword talent, mid-level, shadow talent, low-level, healing talent, apex level, strength talent, high-level. Looking at the high-level strength talent, Yitian couldn't help but burst into excited laughter. "Let's test the strength." Yitian grabbed a piece of steel and gently squeezed it with his strength talent activated. The steel transformed as if it were mud. He then lightly stomped his foot, causing the ground to crack and the surrounding area to shake violently. Without precise instruments to measure his strength, Yitian could only test it repeatedly and finally made an estimate. "Originally, my strength was 30,000 jin katas. After being amplified by the high-level strength talent, my strength can reach 300,000 jin." Yitian exclaimed in delight. What did 300,000 jin of strength mean? If elemental energy amplification was added, the pure attack power could reach 600,000 kilograms. The limit for elite warriors was only 100,000 jin, and some newly promoted great warriors had physical strength of only around 110,000 to 120,000 jin. Most early-stage great warriors had only 150,000 jin of strength. Those mid-level mighty ants are basically at the initial stage of elite warriors. They should also have low-level bloodline talents, and were just fortunate to grow to the mid-level beast stage. That's why, under the amplification of high-level strength talent, even a great warrior finds it difficult to kill them. If those mid-level beasts were a little higher in level, a single mid-level mighty ant could easily hunt down an ordinary great warrior, Yitian thought. At this point, he finally understood why Elder King had fled so quickly. Faced with a high-level mighty ant, if it came to a direct confrontation, Elder King would likely be instantly killed. However, although the high-level mighty ant's strength was heaven-defying, its speed and reaction time were still at the early stage of a great warrior, which is why it couldn't catch up to Elder King. With my current strength, killing an ordinary great warrior is a piece of cake. But if a mid-stage great warrior wants to escape, I can't stop them, nor can I catch up. Yi Tian had a clear understanding of his own strength. Chapter 35. A Grandmaster takes action. The limit of a great warrior's strength is 1,000,000 jin, and with the amplification of elemental energy, they can unleash an attack power of 2,000,000 jin. This is the peak combat power of an ordinary great warrior. Compared to the peak combat power of a great warrior, Yi Tian naturally fell short. However, Yi Tian possessed an apex-level healing talent, and coupled with the power of his bronze-level sword technique Shadow Kill, he wasn't much weaker than the peak combat power of a great warrior. Though Shadow Kill is a fast sword technique, it doesn't add much to my attack power. Though if I train Shadow Kill to the perfect realm, I could just use it to multiply an attack's power by several times. In that case, I could injure peak great warriors just with my attack power, Yi Tian thought. However, it was too difficult to cultivate a bronze-level sword technique to perfection with his current swordsmanship talent. Unless Yi Tian could give up on improving his cultivation and focus solely on swordsmanship, which was impossible. Right now, unless he copied a high-level sword technique talent or acquired a sword technique that could amplify his attack power, his combat power wouldn't increase significantly. Sword techniques that can significantly amplify combat power are too rare. I've wandered around the black market for a long time and haven't seen any. I can only wait for the future, Yi Tian said helplessly. The surge in combat power excited Yi Tian. However, he still had a long way to go when compared to real powerhouses and needed to continue improving. Of course, for Yi Tian, every little improvement in his strength would significantly increase his combat power. My current physical strength is 30,000 jin. As long as I reach the peak level of elite warriors, I will be comparable to the peak combat power of great warriors. But Yi Tian also knew his weakness. His speed was still slightly lacking. After all, his speed was only at the low-level cultivation talent, which could only amplify his speed threefold. Compared to his peers, that was quite good, but it was far from enough when challenging higher levels. Yi Tian set a goal for himself. The next time he chose a talent, he would choose a medium-level or higher speed talent. After practicing at home for several days, Yi Tian finally went out to inquire about the situation, at a small restaurant. Yi Tian and Feng Lang were eating and chatting in a small private room. Feng Lang, I've been cultivating these past few days and I'm not clear about what's happening outside. How is the beast-clearing plan going? Yi Tian asked. Feng Lang replied, Yi Tian, I'm too low-level to know much. All I know is that the two bases suffered heavy losses this time. Just the number of elite warriors who died is estimated to be around 50, and 3 great warriors also died. 3 great warriors died. Yi Tian was shocked. Great warriors were incredibly powerful, almost like human-shaped bombs. The fact that 3 had died left him speechless. He speculated that the cause of their deaths was likely the high-level mighty ant pursuing them, leading to their downfall. However, I also heard a rumor. Feng Lang said mysteriously, I heard that the medium-sized base was so furious that a Grandmaster took action. I didn't know what a Grandmaster was before, but now I've heard that the realm above great warriors is called Grandmaster. A Grandmaster took action. What happened? Yi Tian was curious. I'm not sure, but I think he must have won. After all, that's a realm above great warriors. How could a high-level mighty ant be a match? Feng Lang said with a smile. Yi Tian nodded silently. Although the high-level mighty ant had powerful attack strength, perhaps even comparable to a Grandmaster's attack, the ant's weaknesses were also very obvious. Its reaction and speed were far inferior to a Grandmaster's. As long as the Grandmaster didn't foolishly go head-to-head with the high-level mighty ant, they could basically kill it. And indeed, that was what happened. 2 days later, news arrived. The nest of the mighty ants had been cleared, eliminating the greatest threat. The beast-clearing mission resumed. Since Yi Tian and his team had already completed their task, they didn't need to go out again. In the blink of an eye, 10 days passed. The beast-clearing mission was essentially completed, and a temporary trade route between the two bases was established. However, beasts were migratory. Today might be clear, but new beasts could migrate in soon. For both bases, this route was only temporarily safe, and anyone wishing to pass through still needed to exercise great caution. Yet, what puzzled not only Yi Tian, but also many warriors was why the base would expend so much effort to open this route. After all, for the Linhai base, trading with a medium-sized base was beneficial, but what did the medium-sized base gain from trading with Linhai base? That day, Feng Lang delivered some resources to Yi Tian's home. These resources were mostly beast blood, beast meat, and a few gold cards, rewards from the mission and shares from hunting beasts along the way. For Yi Tian at this point, these things didn't mean much, but he accepted them anyway. He might not need them, but Yi Yu would soon be able to cultivate, and these resources would be good for her. Originally, Yi Tian wanted to continue his quiet cultivation. However, the visit of a stranger disrupted his peaceful life. "Who are you?" Yi Tian looked at the unfamiliar man before him and asked. "Sir Yi Tian, I am Mo Yuan, a steward of the Mo family," Mo Yuan replied, showing some deference as he was just a warrior. The Mo family. Yi Tian was surprised, his first thought being that the Mo family had discovered the cause of Mo Xiaobei's death. But he quickly dismissed the idea. If the Mo family had really found out, they would have sent a great warrior, not just a warrior. "What does your Mo family want with me?" Yi Tian was puzzled. "Our family head wishes to invite Sir Yi Tian to be a guest at the Mo family," Mo Yuan said. Hearing this, Yi Tian remained outwardly calm but couldn't help laughing inwardly. The Mo family actually wanted to invite him as a guest. If they knew he had killed Mo Xiaobei, they would probably go mad. "Sorry, I don't want to go out these days," Yi Tian flatly refused. Mo Yuan, who had been extremely respectful, instantly changed his expression. "Sir Yi Tian, our Mo family has many elite warriors and even a great warrior. Being friends with our Mo family would only benefit you. If you offend us, you'll find it difficult to move an inch in Linhai base." Yi Tian widened his eyes, wondering who gave this man the confidence to threaten an elite warrior. A mere warrior daring to threaten an elite warrior was audacious, to say the least. "Are you threatening me?" Yi Tian said coldly. A trace of sword intent burst forth, overwhelming Mo Yuan. In an instant, Mo Yuan felt immense pressure and broke out in a cold sweat. Chapter 36. The Mo Family's Plan. "You can't kill me. This is Linhai base, and the Lin family has rules. No warrior can fight or kill others here, otherwise they will be sanctioned by the Lin family and other clans," Mo Yuan blurted out in panic. "Instead of begging for mercy at this moment, you're still trying to threaten me. It seems you've grown accustomed to throwing your weight around in the name of the Mo family. You've forgotten what real circumstances and reverence mean. Let me teach you a lesson today," Yi Tian said. He reached out and grabbed Mo Yuan's arm, squeezing lightly. Crack! A crisp sound echoed, followed by Mo Yuan's scream. Yi Tian had just rendered Mo Yuan's arm useless. To heal, it would require very precious healing resources. Would the Mo family spend such a high price for a warrior with no potential for advancement? No, the Mo family wouldn't. "Get out!" Yi Tian barked. Mo Yuan dared not threaten Yi Tian any longer. Enduring the intense pain, he scrambled out of Yi Tian's residence. "Mo family, I hope you don't do anything foolish otherwise." A glint of killing intent flashed in Yi Tian's eyes. Upon returning home, Mo Yuan immediately went to see the head of the Mo family, Mo Changsheng. Mo Changsheng had basic-level talent, but thanks to the Mo family's vast resources, he had cultivated to the early stage of elite warriors by the age of 30. Although it was difficult for him to advance further, his high status allowed him to sit on the throne of the Mo family. This was because he was the son of Mo Changking, the only great warrior of the Mo family. Mo Changking had many sons and daughters, most of whom had low talents. Only a few had basic talents, and among them, Mo Changsheng had the best. "Family head, you must seek justice for me." Mo Yuan, dragging his limp arm, walked tearfully to Mo Changsheng and knelt down. "What happened to your arm? Did something go wrong when you went to invite Yi Tian?" Mo Changsheng frowned. Yi Tian has no respect for our Mo family. Mo Yuan cried as he recounted Yi Tian's arrogance. In his narrative, he portrayed himself as a pitiful and innocent person, blaming everything on Yi Tian, who had cruelly disabled his arm. After Mo Yuan finished speaking, Mo Changsheng ordered someone to take him away, without mentioning anything about treating his arm. Waste. Mo Changsheng cursed. Naturally, he was cursing Mo Yuan. Failing to accomplish a task, if not a waste, then what was he? Of course, Mo Changsheng didn't entirely believe Mo Yuan's words. As the family head, he knew what kind of person Mo Yuan was. He must have offended Yi Tian. But it was clear that Yi Tian had refused the invitation. Otherwise, Mo Yuan wouldn't have dared to offend him. HMPH. A mere elite warrior dares to reject our Mo family. If it weren't for my father using a secret technique that shortened his lifespan, why would I even bother inviting an outsider? Mo Changsheng thought resentfully. This was a secret known to only a few people. Even many high-ranking members of the Mo family were unaware. Mo Changking had returned alive from the mighty ant extermination mission. However, he had used a secret technique that consumed his lifespan to escape from a high-level mighty ant. According to his estimate, Mo Changking had at most 1 year left to live. Mo Changsheng was well aware of the Mo family's situation. Without a great warrior to hold the fort, the family would be in a precarious position. They had offended many other families, and if those families retaliated, the Mo family would be in trouble. Therefore, he wanted to strengthen the Mo family's power, and Yi Tian was an excellent choice. Yi Tian was very young, just 16 years old according to investigations, yet he had already reached the level of an elite warrior. His talent was at least of high-level cultivation, and he also had a speed talent, which was revealed during the mighty ant mission and witnessed by many warriors. The Mo family not only wanted to win him over but also to control him. If successful, they would have an ace up their sleeve for decades to come. To control Yi Tian, they had to act before he rose to prominence, and now was the perfect time. Mo Changsheng turned and walked towards an underground chamber deep within the Mo family's compound. Soon he met his father, Mo Changking, who was recuperating. "Father, Mo Yuan messed up the task," Mo Changsheng reported. "Messed up. That's expected. Such talents are usually arrogant and look down on our Mo family. It's normal for him to refuse the invitation. But even if he doesn't come to us, we can still capture him," Mo Changking said coldly. "Father, how about we let the Lin family sanction Yi Tian first?" "He just disabled Mo Yuan, and that's a good excuse," Mo Changsheng hurriedly suggested. "Foolish," Mo Changking scolded. "What is Mo Yuan? Just an ordinary warrior. Yi Tian's talent is incredibly strong. He is destined to become a great warrior, not just an ordinary one like me, but a true peak great warrior. The Lin family won't go against such a talent. They might even try to win him over. Right now, the Lin family is too busy dealing with the alliance between the two bases to handle other matters. Once they're done, Yi Tian will be out of our reach." Mo Changsheng shuddered and lowered his head. "You're right, father. I'll arrange for Yi Tian's capture immediately. Here, this is a potion that erases one's intelligence. I got it from a major base at a great cost. After capturing Yi Tian, make him ingest it. His intelligence will be mostly wiped out, leaving him in a daze for a while and losing his memory. His talents won't be affected. Once he's mostly recovered, we can use our methods to train him and thus completely control him," Mo Changking said sinisterly. "Excellent plan. Much better than using potent poison and occasionally providing an antidote to control him." Mo Changsheng was excited. After taking the potion that erases intelligence, Mo Changsheng left to arrange for Yi Tian's capture. Late at night, the Mo family dispatched 10 elite warriors, 2 of whom had special talents. One had a low poison talent, and the other had a basic swordsmanship talent, and had cultivated a powerful black iron-level sword technique that specifically increased attack power. Although these 2 elite warriors were only at the early stage, their combat abilities were comparable to those at the middle stage. In addition to them, there were 2 middle-stage elite warriors among the 10, making the force equivalent to 4 middle-stage and 6 early-stage elite warriors. Such a force was more than enough to deal with an early-stage elite warrior like Yi Tian, who had a decent speed talent. Unfortunately, they had no idea that the person they were about to confront was an extraordinary genius. Chapter 37. Target the Mo family. In the Central Garden District, each villa was independent and surrounded by walls. At this moment, 10 elite warriors from the Mo family had surrounded Yi Tian's villa. The person in charge of this operation was Mo Xingchen, the Mo family's first elder. He was an elite warrior at the middle stage and had extensive combat experience, although he lacked any special talents. There are only 2 people in the villa, Yi Tian and his younger sister Yi Yu. Yi Yu is under 15 and hasn't started cultivating. She's just an ordinary person. We can capture Yi Yu first to force Yi Tian to surrender. Remember, do not harm Yi Yu. If we provoke Yi Tian into a frenzy, we might have a bit of trouble, Mo Xingchen instructed. Yes, Elder, the other elite warriors responded softly. The 10 elite warriors climbed over the wall and quietly headed towards Yi Yu's room. The Mo family had already gathered detailed information about Yi Tian's household, even down to which room Yi Yu stayed in. Therefore, this mission seemed straightforward to them. Crack. The door to Yi Yu's room was opened by several people. However, when they entered, they found the room empty. Damn it, Yi Yu isn't staying here, Mo Xingchen exclaimed. Although the sound of the door opening was soft, the hearing of elite warriors far exceeded that of ordinary people. It was possible that the noise had awakened someone from sleep. Just then, a cold voice came from nearby. You lot are quite bold, daring to break into my villa, Yi Tian said. Mo Xingchen and the others arrived in the courtyard and saw a figure. It was Yi Tian. At this moment, Yi Tian looked at them with great anger, his eyes filled with murderous intent. Tonight, he had been worried that the Mo family would launch a sneak attack, so he had Yi Yu stay in the same room with him to protect her at all times. Initially, he thought he was being overly cautious, but now it seemed that his caution was warranted. Otherwise, if the Mo family had captured Yi Yu while he was asleep, he would have been hesitant to act, regardless of his strength. Attack him together, Mo Xingchen ordered. Whoosh, whoosh. Whoosh, one after another, the elite warriors rushed towards Yi Tian, attempting to capture him in the shortest time possible. Courting death, Yi Tian snorted coldly. He didn't have a knife with him, but these trash were not worth using a knife on. Speed talent. Yi Tian turned into an afterimage, moving past an elite warrior at a speed far exceeding that of an average elite warrior. His right hand transformed into a blade and slashed at the man's neck. He didn't hold back and fully activated his strength talent. Boom. The man's neck was severed and his body was blasted away. Thud, thud, thud. In the blink of an eye, elite warriors were sent flying and lay on the ground as corpses. None of them were a match for Yi Tian. Even the elite warrior proficient in swordsmanship had his weapon shattered by Yi Tian, who then crushed his skull. In an instant, only 2 elite warriors remained in the field. One was the first elder Mo Xingchen, and the other was the 10th elder Mo En. Both were elite warriors at the middle stage and were quite powerful. However, they were no different from ants in front of Yi Tian. Impossible! How can you be this strong? Mo Xingchen and Mo En were dumbfounded. Yi Tian was supposed to be an elite warrior at the initial stage, so how could he so effortlessly kill 8 elite warriors, including 2 with special talents? Those 2 specially talented elite warriors were trained as death warriors by the Mo family. Their combat abilities were not weaker than Mo Xingchen's or Mo En's. In a life-and-death struggle, they might even have the upper hand. Yet, they were instantly killed by Yi Tian. Even an elite warrior at the late stage couldn't achieve such a feat. Only a grand warrior could. Before Mo Xingchen could ponder further, Yi Tian acted with lightning speed, killing both Mo Xingchen and Mo En with 2 punches. The 10 elite warriors from the Mo family didn't even have a chance to beg for mercy before they all perished. Brother, what happened? Yi Yu rubbed her eyes as she walked out of the room. When she saw the corpses on the ground, she screamed, "Brother, why are there so many bodies here?" Yi Yu's face turned pale. She wasn't afraid because she knew her brother was very powerful, but seeing so many corpses for the first time naturally unsettled her. These people intended to harm me, so I killed them, Yi Tian told her truthfully. He then asked, Sister, I have to go take care of some things. Will you be scared if you're home alone? Yi Yu clenched her fists and nodded. I won't be scared. Good, I'll be back soon. With that, Yi Tian turned into a shadow and disappeared into the night. After he left, Yi Yu's initially panicked eyes gradually firmed up. Brother, I'll be able to cultivate soon. Then you won't have to protect me anymore. I'll be able to protect you and kill the bad guys. On the streets of Linhai Base, a shadow moved quickly. He wore a ghost face mask, which he had just taken from a closed mask shop. It was suitable for concealing his identity. He planned to annihilate the Mo family overnight. He couldn't kill everyone, so he had to disguise himself. He didn't want to give the Mo family a chance to escape. If they dared to come after him tonight, he would wipe out their high-ranking members tonight. With Yi Tian's speed, he quickly arrived at the Mo family's residential area. At this time, several high-ranking members of the Mo family were not sleeping, but were quietly waiting for news from Mo Xingchen in the hall. The Mo family still had nearly 20 elite warriors left, some of whom were death warriors. Each family had hidden strengths, and these elite warrior death warriors were the Mo family's hidden strength, unknown to outsiders. When the Mo family was at its peak, it had 1 grand warrior and more than 30 elite warriors, a formidable force. But now, because they had provoked Yi Tian, the Mo family's glory was no more. Yet the family's leaders were completely unaware that a crisis was about to befall them. Ah! Screams suddenly echoed through the Mo family compound. The faces of Mo Changsheng and others in the hall changed. Not good, someone is attacking the Mo family at night. Boom! Several people broke through the hall door and ran towards the source of the screams. Many other warriors of the Mo family also woke up from their dreams and rushed over in their pajamas. The Mo family was considered a major family in Linhai Base, ranking among the top 10 families. Now someone dared to attack them, which was audacious. Challenging the authority of the Mo family must be compensated with blood. Whoever dares to attack the Mo family must die. Mo Changsheng, already in a bad mood, let out a roar that echoed throughout the entire Mo family compound. Chapter 38. Mo Changking is dead. They are here. Yi Tian noticed figures sprinting toward him from a distance. They were elite warriors from the Mo family. After killing a regular warrior from the Mo family, he stood in place, waiting for the arrival of their elite warriors. Whoosh, whoosh, whoosh. The first batch of 4 elite warriors arrived, all of them in the early stages of being elite warriors. Kill! Without a word, the 4 Mo family elite warriors launched their attack. Shadow kill. A flash of blade light swept by, and the heads of the 4 elite warriors were neatly severed. Their bodies lay orderly on the ground. It didn't take long for the rest of the Mo family's elite warriors and numerous other warriors to arrive. When they saw the corpses on the ground, especially those of the 4 elite warriors, they were dumbfounded. Who are you? Mo Changsheng also arrived, his face serious and tinged with fear. He was only an early-stage elite warrior himself, not much different in strength from the 4 who had just died. Naturally, he was no match for Yi Tian. Without a word, Yi Tian charged toward the numerous Mo family warriors. He didn't want to waste time. If the Mo family members managed to escape, that wouldn't be the outcome he desired. His goal was to kill the Mo family's higher-ups as quickly as possible. Surround him, Mo Changsheng ordered. About a dozen elite warriors from the Mo family tried to stop Yi Tian. However, Yi Tian was too fast and too strong for them to handle. Thud, thud, thud. One by one, the elite warriors were instantly killed by Yi Tian. In a blink of an eye, more than a dozen elite warriors were dead. As for the regular warriors, they didn't even have the luxury to run away as Yi Tian's blade aura swept across the field, killing them in droves. At this point, the Mo family had turned into a living hell. Devil! Mo Changsheng was terrified. He ran, heading toward where Mo Changking was. Father, save me! Mo Changsheng screamed for help. However, he was too slow compared to Yi Tian. In a matter of seconds, Yi Tian leapt over several buildings and caught up with Mo Changsheng. Stop! A voice filled with urgency came from deep within the Mo family residence. It was Mo Chanking. Die. From a distance of about 10 meters, Yi Tian's shadow kill cleaved through the air. In a flash, the air within a radius of several tens of meters froze, and so did Mo Changsheng. He was motionless. The next moment, Mo Changsheng's body was split in half and fell to the ground. He was clearly dead beyond any doubt. "My son," Mo Chanking witnessed Mo Changsheng's death and went mad. "I'll kill you." Mo Chanking used a secret technique, enveloping himself in a mist of blood. His skin began to wither, but his aura grew stronger. Originally, Mo Chanking had a strength of 150,000 jin, but after using the secret technique, his strength doubled to 300,000 jin, and his speed also increased significantly. Boom. An enraged Mo Chanking threw a punch, and his elemental force transformed into a giant fist that seemed to freeze the void. The force of this punch was amplified by elemental force to a level of 600,000 jin. For an early-stage Grand Warrior, this punch was very powerful and could severely injure an ordinary early-stage Grand Warrior. However, Yi Tian's attack power exceeded 600,000 jin. Shadow kill? A dazzling blade met Mo Chanking's punch. Boom. The air exploded, sending shockwaves in all directions. Buildings were shattered, and even some ordinary people and warriors from the Mo family were killed by the impact. This was a head-on collision at the level of Grand Warriors, not something ordinary people could withstand. Thud, thud, thud. Yi Tian took a few steps back, his face calm, while Mo Chanking was sent flying by the slash, a knife mark appearing on his chest. Mo Chanking was injured, and the injury was not light. A Grand Warrior? Impossible. There are no Grand Warriors skilled in blade techniques in the Linhai base. "Who are you?" Mo Chanking was filled with fear. "Grand Warrior?" Yi Tian sneered. Clearly, Mo Chanking had mistaken him for a Grand Warrior. In reality, Yi Tian did resemble a Grand Warrior in terms of strength and was only slightly lacking in speed. Mo Chanking hadn't observed carefully with his spiritual power, so the mistake was understandable. Yi Tian didn't answer Mo Chanking and continued his attack. The speed of his shadow kill, a bronze-level blade technique, was too fast for even Mo Chanking to defend against. Coupled with his inferior attack power, Mo Chanking's only advantages over Yi Tian were speed and combat experience. However, these advantages were meaningless in the face of the huge gap in strength. Suddenly, one of Mo Chanking's arms was severed by Yi Tian. Mo Chanking was severely injured. "Not good, I'm no match for him. I must escape." Mo Chanking thought of retreating. Dragging his injured body, Mo Chanking ran toward the Lin family's location, the only place in the entire Linhai base that could possibly protect him. Whether the Lin family would actually save him was another matter. Yi Tian continued to chase him but was significantly slower and couldn't catch up. Just as Yi Tian was about to give up, Mo Chanking's speed suddenly dropped significantly. His secret technique must have worn off, Yi Tian thought. Mo Chanking's speed was actually much weaker than his own. He had only managed to keep up due to his secret technique. Now that the technique had worn off, Mo Chanking was like a fish on a chopping board, ready for Yi Tian to slaughter. In no time, Yi Tian finally caught up with Mo Chanking. "Please spare me." Mo Chanking fell to his knees, begging for mercy. "Die!" Yi Tian slashed without hesitation. However, just as Mo Chanking was about to be killed, an iron ball appeared in his hand. The ball split open and countless steel needles shot out, some of them aimed at Yi Tian. Due to the high speed of the needles and his close proximity to Mo Chanking, Yi Tian, who was only an early-stage elite warrior, was a bit slow to react. He only had time to activate his elemental shield. Incredibly, the steel needles broke through the elemental shield and pierced Yi Tian's body. What a powerful hidden weapon! Yi Tian was shocked. Although the hidden weapon was strong and had pierced through his body, damaging his internal organs, his top-tier healing ability stabilized his injuries in an instant and began healing at an incredible speed. By this time, Mo Chanking was already dead, killed by Yi Tian's blade, and his body was also pierced by many steel needles. The iron ball in his hand had completely split open, revealing complex machinery made of an unknown metal. It must be a one-time use hidden weapon. I wonder where Mo Chanking got it from. This kind of weapon shoots in all directions, even putting the user within its range. No wonder Mo Chanking didn't use it. It's clearly a weapon of mutual destruction, Yi Tian thought. Fortunately, he had top-tier healing abilities. Otherwise, he would have died due to his carelessness. Never underestimate a grand warrior. Every grand warrior has their own trump card, Yi Tian mused. He searched Mo Chanking's body and found only a gold card. Mo Chanking's assets were probably all in the Mo family. But going there now was not appropriate. Although almost all of the Mo family's higher-ups were dead, the commotion had already attracted the attention of many people in the Linhai base. Perhaps the Mo family residence was already surrounded by onlookers. Time to go home, Yi Tian decided. His sister, Yi Yu, was alone at home, and he would feel more at ease if he returned sooner. Chapter 39. The Mo family annihilated. The Mo family residence was crowded with people, but most didn't dare to enter. Only warriors from some of the major families cautiously ventured in after waiting for a long time. What they found was a horrifying scene. Apart from children, women, and some ordinary people, almost all of the Mo family's higher-ups and warriors were either dead or severely injured. Bodies littered the ground, shocking everyone present. It was almost as if the family had been wiped out. The elders and the head of the Mo family are dead. Someone shouted after finding the bodies of Mo Chanking and others. Just then, a grand warrior from the Lin family arrived. As the ruling family of the Linhai base, the Lin family had to show up when such a major incident occurred. "Greetings, Elder Lin Zi," the crowd of warriors greeted as an old man approached. Lin Zi surveyed the scene, nodded slightly, and then began examining the bodies of the Mo family members. The killer must have acted alone. These warriors were all killed with a single blade strike, indicating that the killer's blade technique is terrifying. "I estimate that the killer is a grand warrior skilled in blade techniques," Lin Zi concluded. A grand warrior skilled in blade techniques. The crowd pondered. There didn't seem to be such a grand warrior in the Linhai base. "What about the Mo family's grand warrior?" someone asked. "Why not ask the surviving members of the Mo family? Someone must have seen what happened," another warrior suggested. After questioning the surviving members of the Mo family, they had a basic understanding of the situation. "Elder Lin Zi, we found out that a person wearing a ghost mask invaded the Mo family. None of the warriors were a match for him. Even the Mo family's grand warrior, Mo Chanking, was defeated and fled in that direction." A warrior pointed eastward. The east was where the Lin family resided. Lin Zi had come from a different direction and had thus missed Mo Chanking. "Elder Lin Zi, should we go and take a look?" A warrior whispered. They wanted to go but were afraid of encountering the killer, a grand warrior capable of killing even elite warriors in seconds. Didn't Mo Chanking, a grand warrior himself, have to flee? "Let's go take a look." The killer likely had a grudge against the Mo family, which is why he attacked them. "We have no quarrel with him and shouldn't be targeted. Besides, I am a grand warrior of the Lin family. He won't be foolish enough to oppose us. You can come with me," Lin Zi calmly said. So the group of warriors followed Lin Zi. They quickly found Mo Chanking's body, following the trail of blood he had left behind. "Mo Chanking is dead?" A warrior broke out in a cold sweat. This was a grand warrior, a level he could never hope to reach in his lifetime. In his eyes, grand warriors were like gods, and now one had died. The impact was staggering. Lin Zi immediately went over and examined Mo Chanking's body. "Mo Chanking's skin is aged. He must have used some secret technique. Rumor has it that he had a technique that burned his lifespan to temporarily boost his strength. Even with that, he could only flee, which speaks volumes about the killer's strength. What's strange is why the killer only caught up with him here when Mo Chanking was injured. Could the killer also be injured?" Lin Zi then noticed the iron ball in Mo Chanking's hand, the holes in his body from the steel needles and the needles scattered on the surrounding walls. "This is a hidden weapon, iron pear bead. Rumored to come from a mysterious force, it's one of the weapons of mutual destruction. Its power is immense. At close range, even a Grand Warrior would find it hard to escape its attack. Only those at the peak of Grand Warrior strength could possibly evade it. Linz was astonished the first time he saw the legendary hidden weapon. From the condition of the body, it was clear that Mo Chanking had activated the hidden weapon just before he died and had successfully launched it. The person didn't die, but he's likely severely injured, Linz concluded. His face then turned grim. The near annihilation of the Mo family didn't concern him, but the appearance of such a mysterious Grand Warrior in Linhai Base without any information reaching the Lin family was not a good sign. The key questions were, who was this person? Why did he kill the Mo family? Would he pose a threat to the Lin family? These were all matters the Lin family needed to consider. "Everyone, I'm heading back," Linz said, quickly departing. "With almost all of the Mo family's higher-ups dead, do they even have any warriors left?" Someone suddenly spoke up. As soon as the words were out, many warriors quietly left and re-entered the Mo family residence. Their intentions were obvious. That night, the Mo family, having just experienced near annihilation, suffered another round of burglaries. Countless warriors entered the Mo family residence and stole their possessions. In the chaos, no one knew who took what. Even if the Lin family investigated later, they wouldn't know whom to blame. Who would stand up for the declining Mo family? More importantly, the Mo family had many enemies. When Mo Chanking was alive, other families didn't dare to mess with them. But now that Mo Chanking was dead and their elite warriors were gone, the Mo family had become easy pickings. Whether they could even survive in Linhai Base was now a question. One could say that the Mo family was effectively removed from Linhai Base. Back at his home, Yitian quickly disposed of the bodies of the 10 elite Mo family warriors. By disposed, he naturally meant dumping them on various streets. With so many people from the Mo family dead that night, 10 more bodies wouldn't raise eyebrows. The next day, Yitian acted as if nothing had happened, went out for a stroll, and then returned home to continue his cultivation. Meanwhile, the Lin family was discussing the matter of the Mo family. Linz was reporting the situation to his elder brother, Lin Wanli, the strongest member of the Lin family. "Big brother, based on my personal investigation last night and the overnight investigation of the Mo family, it's preliminarily considered a vendetta. However, who the killer is remains a mystery. There are too many people with a motive, but none with the capability to annihilate the Mo family," Linz said, looking helpless. "Are there any suspicious people or coincidences related to this vendetta?" Lin Wanli asked. "Suspicious? Coincidences?" Linz thought carefully and suddenly remembered something. "Big brother, there are a few warriors left alive in the Mo family. One of them is named Mo Yuan. From him, I got some information that might be related to this incident, but I don't think he has the capability to wipe out the Mo family." Chapter 40, Yitian is not to be provoked. "Oh, what information are we talking about?" Lin Wanli showed interest. "Do you know of a person named Yitian?" Linz asked. "Yitian," Lin Wanli pondered for a moment. "I have some impression. Ming Zhai mentioned him to me before." Yitian is extremely talented. It seems he hasn't even reached 17 years old yet, but already has the strength of an elite warrior. His talent must be high-level cultivation talent, or even higher. Of course, it's also possible that he had some fortuitous opportunities, which is why he advanced so quickly. "Big brother, Yitian's talent must be above high-level cultivation talent. Otherwise, no matter how many resources he has, he wouldn't be able to improve his cultivation. After all, the lower the talent, the less efficient the refining of resources. Yitian is so talented that the Mo family had taken notice of him. Yesterday during the day, the Mo family sent Mo Yuan to invite Yitian to their home. According to Mo Yuan, the Mo family wanted to control Yitian. However, Yitian had no interest in even going to the Mo family's home. He crippled Mo Yuan on the spot and kicked him out. It was precisely because Mo Yuan was crippled that he didn't participate in last night's battle and luckily survived," Linz explained. "Interesting." Lin Wanli's interest grew. "So, you're saying that the Mo family suffered a setback with Yitian and would indeed take further action. But Yi Tian seems fine, while the Mo family was annihilated. Yi Tian couldn't possibly have the ability to wipe out the Mo family, but this incident might be related to him. Should we arrest Yi Tian? Lin Zi asked. Foolish, Lin Wanli said coldly. Do you think that because Yi Tian is so talented, he will pose a threat to the Lin family in the future, so we should either recruit him or destroy him in advance? Lin Zi didn't speak, but that was indeed what he was thinking. Lin Wanli sighed. Lin Zi, you must understand that the world will never lack people with high talent. If we destroy everyone we see, and if we miss even one, our Lin family will be finished. For such talents, either recruit them or befriend them. Do you know about the Hai family that ruled Linhai Base 50 years ago? They were even stronger than our current Lin family, boasting 10 grand warriors, yet they were destroyed overnight. The Hai family? Lin Zi's pupils contracted, finally remembering. The Hai family was said to have been destroyed because they killed a genius with high-level cultivation talent who was from a major base. In the end, a grandmaster was sent, and the Hai family was annihilated. Big brother, I understand now, Lin Zi said, his heart pounding. Good, as long as you understand, Lin Wanli said, relieved. Then he continued. However, you should also investigate Yi Tian. Normally, we should have discovered a talent like Yi Tian quite quickly. I didn't expect that we hadn't heard of him until now. Since Yi Tian is a warrior, he must frequent the black market, and the Martial Pavilion should know him best. Our Lin family has a partnership with the Martial Pavilion. We should be able to get some information from them. Big brother, I'll go to the Martial Pavilion right away. Lin Zi said hastily. Half a day later, Lin Zi returned. Big brother, I spoke to the person in charge at the Martial Pavilion, but... Lin Zi looked somewhat grave. Is it that Yi Tian's identity is somewhat special? Lin Wanli guessed. You're right, big brother, Lin Zi nodded. Yi Tian often hunts ferocious beasts and sells them to the Martial Pavilion. The Martial Pavilion has long known that Yi Tian has the ability to kill mid-level ferocious beasts, but they never disclosed this to our major families. This is normal, as the Martial Pavilion only does business and doesn't get involved in the struggles of Linhai Base. However, this time when I went to investigate Yi Tian, I received a warning from the person in charge at the Martial Pavilion, telling us not to offend Yi Tian. What, could it be that Yi Tian has joined the Martial Pavilion? Lin Wanli was surprised. It's not impossible. Yi Tian's talent is so high, at least on par with mine, but Yi Tian is young, highly malleable, and has a talent for speed. He has much more potential than I do. It would be quite normal for the Martial Pavilion to recruit such a talent, Lin Zi said, still in disbelief. No, the Martial Pavilion did indeed try to recruit Yi Tian, but he refused. However, a core talent from the Martial Pavilion headquarters in a major base had visited our Linhai base. Before leaving, she asked the local Martial Pavilion to take care of Yi Tian, Lin Zi reported. A core member from a major base's Martial Pavilion. Could it be? Lin Wanli thought of someone. Yes, it should be Miss Yu Ling from the Yu family. The Yu family is a massive clan with multiple grandmasters. Sending out just one expert would be enough to sweep our Linhai base. I didn't expect that Miss Yu Ling actually knows Yi Tian, and it seems they have a good relationship. With this background, if anyone in Linhai base wants to deal with Yi Tian, they might have to face the wrath of the Yu family, Lin Zi said, shuddering at the thought. Thank goodness for Big Brother's reminder. Otherwise, if I had tried some small tricks against Yi Tian behind the scenes, our Lin family would be finished, Lin Zi thought, suddenly recalling the Mo family. Big Brother, do you think the Mo family was destroyed because... Lin Zi began, but Lin Wanli quickly interrupted him. Remember, let this matter pass. It's not something we can discuss. As for the remaining members of the Mo family, let them fend for themselves. Linhai base won't miss one Mo family, Lin Wanli ordered. Yes, Lin Zi complied. At that moment, Lin Wanli sighed. Our real problem is still Tia base. Tia base is a medium-sized base with 2 grandmasters and a population of 600,000. They have countless resources around their base, yet they promised our Lin family many benefits to open this trade route. Their purpose is not so simple, but we can't refuse, otherwise we'll offend Tia base. Do you think Tia base wants to attack us? Lindsay frowned. That won't happen. The major bases are not allowed to fight among themselves. It's a rule. Even large bases can't violate it. Tia base doesn't have the guts for that, but it's hard to say what else Tia base might be thinking. I've already sent people to infiltrate Tia base. We should hear news soon, Lin Wanli said softly. I hope nothing unexpected happens, Lin Zi hoped. In the blink of an eye, a week passed. Yi Tian found that nothing had happened, not even the Lin family had sent anyone. This was undoubtedly good news. Without any trouble, he could focus on his cultivation. Additionally, during this time, he had purchased many supplements from the black market that could promote the growth of teenagers. These supplements could allow young boys and girls to cultivate a few months, or even a year in advance without damaging their foundations. Many large families used this method to allow their talented young members to start cultivating earlier. Yi Tian had also given quite a few of these to Yi Yu. After testing, it was finally confirmed that Yi Yu could now begin cultivating. Chapter 41. The Crisis of Tia Base. Sis, this is the basic body forging technique. Watch closely as I demonstrate it for you. Yi Tian stood in the courtyard, personally showing his younger sister Yi Yu the basics of body forging. Yi Yu was a quick learner. In just 7 or 8 days, she had fully grasped the basic body forging technique. After that, she was free to cultivate on her own. Initially, Yi Tian didn't provide her with any beast blood. He wanted her to build a solid foundation first. Only after she had reached the level of a martial disciple did he give her low-level beast blood to aid her cultivation. While Yi Yu was cultivating, Yi Tian didn't waste any time either. After this period of cultivation, his strength had increased significantly, reaching 35,000 jin. With the amplification of his high-level strength talent, this was equivalent to 350,000 jin. His rate of progress was enough to make countless martial warriors blush with shame. Yet, Yi Tian was still not satisfied. He knew he only had high-level cultivation talent. What about those with top-level or even higher talents? Wouldn't their progress be even more exaggerated? Therefore, he had to quickly enhance his abilities, replicate more talents to enrich himself. Sooner or later, his talents would be unparalleled on Earth, and even in the entire starry ocean. Almost there. In a few more days, I'll be able to replicate another talent, Yi Tian said, somewhat expectantly. That day, Yi Tian went to the wilderness, preparing to hunt another batch of mid-level beasts. He needed mid-level beast blood for his cultivation, a resource that was incredibly scarce. Even in the black market, it was rarely seen, and if it did appear, it was quickly bought by martial warriors from large families. Yi Tian could occasionally buy mid-level beast blood, but the quantity was too small. His high-level cultivation talent allowed him to refine mid-level beast blood at an extremely fast rate, consuming far more than other elite martial warriors. Naturally, he needed to go to the wilderness to replenish his supply. However, as he walked on the streets, he noticed many martial warriors walking in groups, carrying large and small bags. He could vaguely see various supplies and daily necessities. The key issue was that these martial warriors were quite unfamiliar, not like those from Linhai Base. So many elite martial warriors? Yi Tian observed one of the teams and found more than a dozen elite martial warriors, expressing his surprise. The key was that there was more than one such team. Along the way, he had encountered at least 3 such teams. These must be martial warriors from other bases, Yi Tian speculated. So many martial warriors suddenly entering Linhai Base indicated that something significant had happened. Although Linhai Base had trade relations with Tia Base, it was unlikely that they would send so many elite martial warriors. These teams didn't look like merchant groups. They seemed more like they had come to settle. Yi Tian didn't think much of it and left the base to hunt beasts. Meanwhile, at the Lin family residence, Lin Wanli and Lin Zi, along with several other top martial warriors, were all frowning deeply. "Big brother, is the information accurate?" Lin Zi asked with a furrowed brow. Lin Wanli sighed. "The information was sent by our undercover agents in Tia Base. It's definitely true. I've long felt that Tia Base's actions were abnormal. They couldn't be helping Linhai Base so selflessly. As expected, they've fallen into such a dire situation that they're considering moving into our Linhai base. When he first received the news, he couldn't believe it was true. After multiple confirmations, the information was found to be accurate. Although Tia Base was a medium-sized base with 2 grandmasters and dozens of elite martial warriors, it was still at the bottom of the medium-sized bases. This time, a massive beast horde was discovered near Tia Base. The leader of this horde was on the verge of evolving into a king-level beast. Once that happened, the horde would inevitably expand, and Tia Base would be the first to bear the brunt. If they could stop this beast horde, the crisis at Tia Base could naturally be averted. However, the problem was that Tia Base was no match for this horde. As for seeking help from stronger individuals from other large bases, that was also hopeless. Tia Base had tried but failed to enlist their aid. To protect the people of their base, Tia Base prepared to move to the nearest Linhai base. However, they were concerned that Linhai base might not be willing to accept them, which led to the proposal of a trade cooperation route. The other elite martial warriors of the Lin family were also full of worries. Once the martial warriors from Tia Base moved into Linhai Base, the balance of power in Linhai Base would inevitably be disrupted. The Lin family might even lose its control over Linhai Base. "Big brother, why don't we refuse to let the martial warriors from Tia Base enter Linhai Base?" Lin Zi suggested. "It's too late for that," Lin Wanli shook his head. "We've already signed a contract with Tia Base. If we go back on our word, they'll have an excuse to take action against our Lin family. They're using trade as a pretext to gradually send a large number of martial warriors into Linhai Base. Once a large number of martial warriors and civilians from Tia Base arrive, Linhai Base will no longer be our Linhai Base." Everyone pondered for a long time and concluded that they were helpless. "We can only take it one step at a time," Lin Wanli said. By evening, Yitan returned with some mid-level beast materials and a large amount of mid-level beast blood. After inquiring about the situation, he learned that a large number of people from Tia Base had moved into Linhai Base. They were not doing business but were renting entire buildings and villas, as if planning to stay here long-term. In the following days, news spread that people from Tia Base were leaving their base to move into Linhai Base. They were even building houses on the outskirts of Linhai Base, planning to expand the base to accommodate more people. The Lin family couldn't stop this, as the land outside Linhai Base was not part of the base but belonged to the wilderness area. Building houses there didn't break any rules. The reason for Tia Base's move also came out. They were threatened by beasts and were on the brink of destruction. When Yitan heard this news, he was shocked. That was a medium-sized base with even 2 grandmasters. If such a base couldn't hold on, then Linhai Base was relatively lucky to be in a safe area. But if Tia Base fell, who knew when that beast horde might come to Linhai Base, putting it at risk of destruction as well? "I must become stronger as quickly as possible. Only greater strength can ensure the safety of both myself and my sister," Yitan urgently thought. So, he redoubled his efforts in cultivation, and his rate of strength increase accelerated. One day, while reading a large amount of information on various beasts at home, he prepared to find a super-fast beast and replicate its talent. Suddenly, his eyes stopped on the information of a particular beast: Black Panther Wolf. Chapter 42. Advanced Speed Talent. The Black Panther Wolf was a low-level beast, but its speed surpassed that of most mid-level beasts. What was even more important was that people had spotted the Black Panther Wolf near Linhai Base. However, due to its incredible speed, even elite martial warriors couldn't catch up with it, so they had given up on hunting it. Zaya Okayanai Forest, Yitan muttered as he looked at the information. This was where the Black Panther Wolf had been spotted. Yitan didn't know much about Zaya Okayanai Forest, only that it was vast, reportedly stretching for thousands of miles. The part near Linhai Base was just a small section or perhaps a branch of it. Located 18 kilometers west of Linhai Base, few martial warriors ventured into Zaya Okayanai Forest. The main reason was that the outskirts of the forest had few beasts, mostly just ferocious animals. Only when one went several miles deep into the forest would they encounter beasts, including mid-level and even high-level ones. The deeper one went into Ainz forest, the more dangerous it became. However, the beasts in Ainz forest rarely ventured out, so they posed little threat to Ainz base. My cultivation speed has slowed down considerably. Ainz forest is indeed a good place for training. If I can find the Black Panther wolf, I'll achieve my goal. If not, I can still replicate any suitable talents I come across and cultivate there for a while, Yitian thought. In fact, he had long wanted to venture out. After all, Ainz base was just a small base with limited resources, making it difficult to find suitable talents to replicate. Staying here would only hinder his cultivation speed. Previously, he had been concerned about his sister, but now that she had started cultivating and the threat from the Mo family had been eliminated, everything should be fine as long as he hired a few bodyguards to protect her. Who should I get to protect my sister? Yitian pondered. Suddenly, he thought of someone: Feng Lang. Feng Lang was the leader of the Feng Lang hunting squad, which mostly stayed within the base to maintain order. The squad was quite capable, and as long as no elite martial warriors took action, they could handle the situation. Moreover, he didn't need the Feng Lang hunting squad to protect his sister Yu all the time, just to covertly keep an eye on her and intervene if she ran into trouble. They had plenty of members, so sending one or two would suffice. It was a minor matter. So Yitian personally went to find Feng Lang and offered 10 vials of mid-level beast blood as compensation. Feng Lang naturally agreed immediately. Ainz forest. Yitian arrived here, and as soon as he entered the forest, he saw towering trees that were incredibly large, reaching heights of tens of meters, some even over 100 meters. Each tree had a diameter of 2 to 4 meters. After walking for several hundred meters, Yitian found that the information was accurate. The outskirts had almost no beasts, just some ferocious animals. It was as if Ainz forest had a strict hierarchy. Ferocious animals could only live in the outskirts, while beasts lived deeper inside but couldn't casually enter the area of the ferocious animals. Of course, this was just speculation and had not been verified. After running for several miles and passing numerous giant trees, he finally began to see some beasts and stopped. He had to be cautious here, as he could occasionally encounter high-level beasts. Some powerful high-level beasts, and those with special talents, were not something he could handle at the moment. For several days, Yitian searched this area for the Black Panther wolf, but found nothing. However, he did manage to hunt several mid-level beasts and obtained a good amount of mid-level beast blood, so he didn't have to worry about that for a while. If only I had a talent for wide-range sensing, I might be able to find the Black Panther wolf quickly, Yitian fantasized. As he walked, Yitian was thrilled to discover tracks resembling those of leopards or wolves. Not just one or two, but a whole group. Black Panther wolves are somewhat like wolves, but are actually a type of leopard. Their paw prints look very similar to these tracks on the ground. Maybe it's a group of Black Panther wolves, Yitian speculated. Whether it was true or not, he had to check it out. So, Yitian activated triple speed and followed the paw prints. After sprinting for several miles, he stopped. At that moment, he felt a strong surge of elemental energy. There's a battle ahead? Yitian's expression turned serious. It was unlikely to encounter humans here, so it must be beasts. It was normal for beasts to fight each other. After all, there were many different groups of beasts, and they couldn't all coexist peacefully. Even within the human race, there were conflicts and fights. He moved forward several hundred meters, and the sounds of battle grew louder, accompanied by strange cries. That is, Yitian saw a clearing where numerous giant trees had already fallen. About 1,000 Black Panther wolves were attacking a large gorilla, but the one with the upper hand was the gorilla. A high-level beast, and not just any high-level beast. It's one with combat power comparable to a peak-level martial warrior. Yitian dared not reveal his presence and did his best to hide, even activating his shadow talent to blend into the shadows of the giant trees. This gorilla's combat power was similar to King Lao's, whom he had met before, and was much stronger than he was. He was not a match for it, and his speed was a disadvantage. If he were to fight this gorilla, he wouldn't be able to escape. His shadow talent wouldn't be able to deceive a high-level beast. He could only rely on his top-tier healing talent to save his life. But if he couldn't escape, being continuously beaten by the gorilla might actually kill him. Can't mess with that gorilla, Yi Tian decided, shifting his focus to the Black Panther wolves. These Black Panther wolves were his target, but they were faring very poorly. Hundreds had already been killed in battle, yet they hadn't fled and were still attacking the gorilla fearlessly. Ah, these Black Panther wolves are so foolish. If you can't win, just run. Why fight to the death? Yi Tian shook his head, thinking the Black Panther wolves were irrational. Suddenly, Yi Tian's eyes lit up as they landed on one of the Black Panther wolves. No, it should be called a Golden Panther wolf because its entire body was golden, making it look incredibly noble. And it was indeed noble. It was a mid-level beast, and its speed was even faster than the gorilla's. The gorilla couldn't catch it, but this Golden Panther wolf couldn't break through the gorilla's defense either. Wow, this Golden Panther wolf's speed talent must be higher than that of the regular Black Panther wolves. Otherwise, it wouldn't be so extraordinary. It's a mid-level beast, but is faster than a high-level peak beast like the gorilla. It's unbelievable. Could it be an advanced speed talent? The thought made Yi Tian's breath quicken. If he could acquire this talent, his strength would undoubtedly skyrocket. Chapter 43. Golden Silk Panther Wolf. Top-tier speed talent. Yi Tian continued to observe from the shadows, waiting for the outcome of the battle between the two sides. About half an hour had passed, and the number of Black Panther wolves had dwindled to just 200 or 300. The ground was littered with their corpses. Such a heavy toll had already struck at the very foundation of the Black Panther wolf clan, yet they still hadn't retreated. After such a long period of fighting, the gorilla was severely drained, both in terms of speed and strength, and its reactions had slowed. Suddenly, the gorilla let out a miserable scream. Yi Tian saw it clearly. The Golden Panther wolf had seized the opportunity when the gorilla's reactions had slowed. It accelerated instantly, and before the gorilla could react, clawed out one of its eyes. Having lost an eye, the gorilla panicked and began to flee. However, it was far too slow compared to the Golden Panther wolf, and the other Black Panther wolves fearlessly blocked its path. Eventually, the Golden Panther wolf clawed out its other eye when it was off guard. Blinded and severely weakened, the gorilla was overwhelmed. A large number of Black Panther wolves bit and clawed at its wounds, using sheer numbers to overpower it. Finally, the gorilla fell, its life gradually fading away. In this battle, the Black Panther wolf clan had lost over 1,000 members, but they had managed to kill a high-level beast like the gorilla. Whether it was worth it or not was debatable, but Yi Tian knew that the credit for this victory mainly belonged to the Golden Panther wolf. Its strength was not weak, almost reaching the level of a high-level beast, and its speed was incredibly fast. That's how it managed to blind the gorilla. Otherwise, no amount of Black Panther wolves would have been able to harm it. "It's my turn now," Yi Tian said, a bit excited. He wasn't afraid of these Black Panther wolves, not even the Golden Panther wolf. The gorilla had been defeated because it was severely drained and had its eyes clawed out by the Golden Panther wolf. But he was different. He had top-tier healing talent. Even if he was severely injured, he could quickly heal and recover, so he wasn't worried that the Golden Panther wolf could kill him. Whoosh! Yi Tian charged forward, instantly killing a Black Panther wolf. At that moment, the Golden Panther wolf, which was feasting on the gorilla's corpse, noticed Yi Tian's presence and roared angrily. This area was its territory, and any creature that intruded had to die. So, the Golden Panther wolf took action itself. It sensed that Yi Tian's aura was far weaker than the gorilla's. A creature like this could be killed with a single swipe of its paw. So fast, Yi Tian's eyes couldn't even catch the shadow of the Golden Panther wolf. He only felt a pain in his body as a claw slashed across him. Heal. In the blink of an eye, his wound healed and he recovered. Not far away, the golden panther wolf looked at Yi Tian in shock. It had clearly slashed open Yi Tian's body, and even saw his stomach ripped open. How could it be that, in the blink of an eye, Yi Tian's stomach was as good as new? What a pity, Yi Tian thought. Yi Tian looked at the golden panther wolf and sighed. In that split second earlier, he had tried to scan the beast's talents, but its speed was too fast, exceeding his cognitive reaction time. As a result, he only managed to catch a fleeting glimpse of its talents and didn't have time to copy them. However, Yi Tian had to admit that the talents of the golden panther wolf were extraordinary, even more terrifying than he had anticipated. Its real name wasn't even golden panther wolf. It was actually called golden silk dragon panther, species. Golden silk dragon panther, bloodline talent, top tier, speed talent, top tier, stamina talent, medium, healing talent, basic. Among these, the stamina talent was related to physical strength. The golden silk dragon panther had been able to fight the gorilla for so long without showing signs of weakness thanks to its medium-level stamina talent, which made it incredibly robust. What an incredible set of talents. With a top-tier bloodline talent, this golden silk dragon panther is destined to become a top-tier beast in the future if it doesn't die young. And with so many talents, once it grows up, it could slaughter a whole clan of masters, Yi Tian suddenly thought. He really wanted to eliminate this golden silk dragon panther, but his strength was far inferior. He could only rely on his healing talent to survive. Soon, the golden silk dragon panther launched another attack on Yi Tian. Again, Yi Tian didn't have time to react. His neck was almost clawed off. Fortunately, his healing talent didn't let him down, and he survived. At this moment, Yi Tian finally succeeded in copying the creature's top-tier speed talent. I must fight back. If it claws my head off, I might not survive, Yi Tian thought. So he drew his knife, displaying a series of shadow-killing moves, forming a wall of blade energy around him. The blade energy was strong enough to pose a threat to the golden silk dragon panther. Even if the golden silk dragon panther was incredibly fast, as long as it couldn't break through the wall of blade energy, it couldn't harm him. If it tried to force its way through, it would injure itself. Retreat, retreat, retreat. Yi Tian kept retreating, fleeing to another location. The golden silk dragon panther tried to attack a few times but collided with the blade energy, almost breaking its own claws. Knife techniques can indeed counter speed. Otherwise, I might not have been able to escape, Yi Tian thought, still shaken. After running a certain distance, he found that the golden silk dragon panther had given up the chase. Few finally got away. Luckily, the golden silk dragon panther gave up. Otherwise, my physical and elemental energy wouldn't have lasted much longer, especially since continuously using shadow-killing moves drains so much energy. Yi Tian sighed in relief. He had to admit that he had been a bit reckless this time. He had thought he had nothing to fear from the golden silk dragon panther, but he had underestimated its terrifying capabilities. Watching a battle and actually fighting were two completely different experiences. If not for his multiple trump cards, he wouldn't have escaped today. Of course, the risk had brought significant rewards. Top-tier speed talent, hahaha. Once I integrate it, why would I need to fear the golden silk dragon panther? I won't even have to fear top-tier beasts like the gorilla. Yi Tian was full of confidence. Afterward, he found a towering tree, carved a hole in it, and hollowed out a small wooden room. Then he sealed the hole and began to seclude himself inside the tree to integrate the top-tier speed talent. Let the integration begin. Chapter 44. The ferocious beast surrenders. Every time Yi Tian integrated a new talent, it was a transformative experience for him. Although painful, the benefits were more than enough to make the pain worthwhile. Having integrated many talents before, the process of integrating the top-tier speed talent wasn't as painful as he had imagined. Soon, the integration was complete. Yi Tian immediately checked his talent status, a habit of his and also the most exhilarating moment. Human, Yi Tian. Cultivation talent, high-level speed talent, top-tier blade talent, medium-level shadow talent, basic healing talent, top-tier. Strength talent, high level. Seeing the top-tier healing and speed talents, Yi Tian couldn't help but smile. He wondered how great it would be if all his other talents could also reach the top-tier level. Let's test this top-tier speed. Yi Tian stepped out of the giant tree, activated his speed talent, and gave it a try. Whoosh! In an instant, Yi Tian covered a distance of 100 meters. He felt as if he had broken through some kind of barrier in the air. Speed of sound. The term popped into Yi Tian's mind. The speed of sound in air is about 340 meters per second. But Yi Tian's speed was far beyond that, many times faster than the speed of sound. After several tests, Yi Tian finally had an understanding of his speed, 10 times the speed of sound. My speed has reached 3,400 meters per second, while my previous speed was at most 170 meters per second. According to this ratio, the speed increase from the top-tier speed talent is 20 times. Yi Tian thought to himself. A 20-fold increase was already quite exaggerated, especially since this increase ignored any cultivation levels. By Yi Tian's estimation, even among human grand warriors, the limit should only be 5 or 6 times the speed of sound. Yet his speed had already surpassed the limit for grand warriors. If I reach the level of a grand warrior, my speed will be even more outrageous, he thought. With my current strength, dealing with peak grand warriors shouldn't be a problem. Yi Tian was extremely pleased. He had been far from reaching the peak grand warrior level, but now a single top-tier speed talent had made up for the gap in combat power. For him, copying powerful talents was a shortcut to rapidly increasing his strength. However, such opportunities were not easy to come by. This time, it was a combination of good luck and daring that allowed him to copy the Golden Silk Dragon Panther's speed talent, resulting in such a transformative boost in his abilities. It's time to deal with the Golden Silk Dragon Panther? Yi Tian was no longer afraid of the creature. In terms of speed, he was not much slower than the Golden Silk Dragon Panther. Perhaps because of its higher cultivation level, the creature's speed might reach 12 or 13 times the speed of sound. However, the gap between 10 times and 12 or 13 times the speed of sound was not so large that he couldn't react. Yi Tian's advantages were significant. His top-tier healing talent ensured rapid healing, and his attack power exceeded that of an average grand warrior, something the Golden Silk Dragon Panther couldn't match. In terms of overall strength, Yi Tian had completely surpassed the Golden Silk Dragon Panther and naturally had nothing to fear. So Yi Tian retraced his steps. Found them, they haven't left. Yi Tian saw a group of Black Panther wolves surrounding the Golden Silk Dragon Panther. At that moment, the Golden Silk Dragon Panther was asleep, lying beside the half-eaten corpse of the gorilla. The Golden Silk Dragon Panther must be digesting the gorilla's body. It seems that consuming the flesh of other beasts can increase its strength, much like how we humans refine beast blood to enhance our abilities, Yi Tian speculated. With the Golden Silk Dragon Panther's talents, fully absorbing the gorilla's body would likely give it a slight boost in strength. While it wouldn't suddenly break through to a higher level, it would still gain a considerable amount of power. Yi Tian didn't want to give it that opportunity. Golden Silk Dragon Panther, let's have another round. Yi Tian jumped out and shouted loudly, waking up the Golden Silk Dragon Panther. Its ferocious face and murderous eyes seemed to say, "Human, you're as good as dead." Whoosh, the Golden Silk Dragon Panther disappeared. Had Yi Tian not integrated the top-tier speed talent, he wouldn't have been able to perceive it. But now he saw it clearly. Just as the panther's claws were about to touch him, Yi Tian dodged in the nick of time. At the same time, Yi Tian slashed with his blade. With the boost from his top-tier speed talent and the speed of his shadow strike technique, Yi Tian's attack was faster than one could imagine. A splattering sound? Caught off guard, the Golden Silk Dragon Panther couldn't dodge Yi Tian's shadow strike, and a gash was cut into its back. It was injured. The Golden Silk Dragon Panther retreated, its large eyes incredulously staring at Yi Tian as if asking, "How can you be so fast?" It remembered that it could easily attack Yi Tian before. But now Yi Tian had dodged its attack and was almost as fast as it was. This was the first time it had encountered a creature weaker than itself in terms of cultivation, but nearly as fast. The golden silk dragon panther didn't back down and charged at Yi Tian again. Shadow strike, shadow strike, shadow strike. Yi Tian repeatedly executed shadow strikes, causing the golden silk dragon panther to sustain continuous injuries. After all, the panther's attack power hadn't reached the level of a high-tier beast, so it was no match for Yi Tian. Each collision resulted in injuries, and only its sturdy body saved it from worse. Had Yi Tian possessed a better weapon, he might have split the golden silk dragon panther in half with a single strike. After about a dozen moves, the golden silk dragon panther was covered in blood, and its condition had deteriorated significantly. Initially determined to fight to the death, it now considered fleeing. It didn't want to die. Whoosh. The golden silk dragon panther turned to run, even abandoning its own pack. You're injured and slower than before. Where do you think you're going? Yi Tian chased after it. After only about 10 miles, he caught up with the golden silk dragon panther and almost cut it in half with a fierce slash. The golden silk dragon panther fell not far away, its breath extremely weak, clearly unable to escape any further. Just as Yi Tian was about to deliver the killing blow, the golden silk dragon panther suddenly did something that shocked him. It actually made a gesture of kneeling and kept kowtowing towards Yi Tian. Its meaning was clear. It was submitting to Yi Tian. Chapter 45. My first beast pet. Are you submitting to me? Yi Tian looked at the golden silk dragon panther with interest. However, he didn't let his guard down, fearing that the panther might be feigning surrender to launch a surprise attack. But the likelihood of that was low, given the panther's severe injuries. The golden silk dragon panther nodded, apparently understanding Yi Tian's words. Yi Tian had long known that some special beasts were highly intelligent and could understand human speech, but they were rare. He hadn't expected to encounter one today. I'm not entirely sure I can trust you. What if you change your mind after you've healed? Yi Tian said coldly. Suddenly, a faint light appeared on the forehead of the golden silk dragon panther. The light instantly broke through the air and entered Yi Tian's mind. At that moment, Yi Tian's first reaction was that he had been ambushed, but then a childlike voice rang out. Master? The voice sounded like that of a 3-year-old child, but Yi Tian knew who it belonged to. Golden silk dragon panther, was that you calling me just now? Yi Tian was surprised. Yes, master. The golden silk dragon panther nodded. Soon, Yi Tian understood what that strand of light was. It was the light of the soul. When a beast willingly submits, it offers its light of the soul for the human to control. If the human dies, the beast dies too. Conversely, if the beast dies, the human remains unaffected. To save its life, the golden silk dragon panther willingly accepted Yi Tian as its master. It didn't feel humiliated. After all, it didn't have human concerns about face. Living was what mattered most. Suddenly acquiring a beast pet left Yi Tian a bit dumbfounded, but it was undoubtedly a good thing for him at the moment. The golden silk dragon panther had top-tier bloodlines and talents, making it a high-quality beast. Moreover, it was the leader of a beast pack. Having such a pack in the Audioverse forest would save him a lot of trouble. Do you have a name? Yi Tian asked. Master, I don't have a name. The golden silk dragon panther shook its head. From now on, I'll call you Jin, Yi Tian decided after some thought. Upon receiving a name, Jin seemed extremely happy, as if it had forgotten all about its injuries. Yi Tian looked at the injured Jin and quickly fed it some healing elixir. Under the dual effects of the elixir and its initial healing talent, Jin's injuries healed rapidly. An hour later, Jin had fully recovered. Returning to its pack, it ordered the black wolf panthers not to attack Yi Tian. At this point, Yi Tian truly had a pack of beasts under his command. By the way, Jin, do you know where we can find treasures? Yi Tian asked with some anticipation. The Audioverse forest was vast and contained countless resources, some of which were extremely useful for martial warriors, such as medicinal herbs and items that could enhance talents. Usually, when he went hunting, Yi Tian would occasionally collect some herbs and sell them on the black market. But searching for treasures by himself was too inefficient, so he hadn't found many valuable items. Xiao Jin had lived in the Xiao Qianyi forest and led a pack, so it undoubtedly knew a lot. "Master, I do know of a treasure. The reason I'm different from the others in my pack is that I consumed that treasure," Xiao Jin honestly said. Yi Tian was thrilled. From Xiao Jin's words, he guessed that the treasure must be something that could enhance talents. The value of such a treasure would be incredibly high. "Xiao Jin, take me there," Yi Tian commanded. Without any hesitation, Xiao Jin immediately led Yi Tian to the location. This was the benefit of having a tamed beast. If Xiao Jin hadn't submitted, it would probably not be so loyal and might even betray him. But once a beast submits, it becomes loyal and considers its master's interests. Xiao Jin didn't bring its pack along. According to Xiao Jin, only it knew about this place. Even its pack was unaware. It didn't want to create another golden silk dragon panther like itself, as that would mean competition for the leadership position. In a short while, Yi Tian followed Xiao Jin to a cave. After navigating through winding passages, they finally reached their destination. What appeared before Yi Tian was a small golden tree with a single fruit on it. The fruit was mostly golden but had a hint of green. "Master, there were originally 2 fruits on this tree. I ate one and this is the only one left. This fruit is not yet ripe. You can't eat it now," Xiao Jin warned. Yi Tian nodded lightly, but his eyes never left the fruit. A voice in his heart told him he must consume that fruit. Could this fruit enhance my talents? Yi Tian wondered. He felt that his talents could be improved by continuously copying others' talents, so there was no need to rely on a treasure. That would be somewhat wasteful, but sensing the desire in his heart, he became indecisive. "I'll eat it," Yi Tian finally decided. Even if it was wasteful, he wouldn't regret it. As his power continued to grow, wouldn't he be able to obtain even better treasures? "Xiao Jin, how long do you think it will take for this fruit to ripen?" Yi Tian asked Xiao Jin, the expert on the matter. "Master, it will take about 20 days and nights." Xiao Jin calculated by scratching its claws back and forth. 20 days, huh? Let's wait here then. It's a good opportunity to focus on cultivation," Yi Tian muttered to himself. Over the next 20 days, Yi Tian diligently cultivated. With a large supply of beast blood, he didn't have to worry about the pace of his cultivation. Meanwhile, Xiao Jin, under Yi Tian's arrangement, continued to hunt beasts to provide him with more beast blood. In this way, Yi Tian's cultivation progressed rapidly. "I've reached a strength of 45,000 jin." Yi Tian sensed his power and exclaimed excitedly. Such rapid advancement in cultivation was mainly due to his consumption of countless amounts of beast blood. He had no idea how much he had used, but even a large clan wouldn't be able to afford such expenditure. He glanced at the fruit on the golden tree. The last hint of green was about to turn gold. It was almost ripe. At this moment, the desire in Yi Tian's heart grew stronger and stronger. Boom! A surge of energy flooded into the golden fruit on the golden tree, aiding it in its final transformation. Under the watchful eyes of Yi Tian and Xiao Jin, the golden fruit finally ripened. Chapter 46. Talent Duplication Transforms. Yi Tian stepped forward and plucked the golden fruit. It wasn't large, just enough for one bite. After a moment of hesitation, he decisively swallowed the golden fruit in one gulp. The golden fruit transformed into a torrent of energy that flowed into his body. A massive surge of power erupted and flooded into Yi Tian's mind, causing him to lose consciousness. What Yi Tian didn't know was that, during his unconscious state, various points of light appeared deep within his mind. These points of light came in various colors, but at the center was a golden point. This golden point represented his most important talent, the ability to duplicate talents. The golden fruit's energy flowed into this deep part of his mind, and the golden point rapidly absorbed it. The golden point visibly grew larger, brighter, and its fluctuations became stronger. It was evolving, or perhaps transforming. I actually passed out. Yi Tian was somewhat surprised and also a bit scared. Fortunately, he was in a safe place. Had he been in a dangerous area while absorbing the golden fruit, he might have encountered danger while unconscious. Standing up, he saw Xiao Jin lying nearby, keeping watch. "Xiao Jin, did you pass out when you ate the fruit?" Yi Tian asked. "I did," Xiao Jin answered truthfully. "Why didn't you warn me?" Yi Tian rolled his eyes in blame. "Master, you didn't ask." Xiao Jin felt somewhat wronged. Yi Tian chuckled. He really couldn't blame Xiao Jin. Although it was intelligent, it wasn't a human after all. Check talents. With a thought, Yi Tian's talent status appeared before his eyes. Human, Yi Tian, cultivation talent, high level, speed talent, top level, blade talent, mid-level. Shadow talent, basic level, healing talent, top level, strength talent, high level. My talents didn't change? Yi Tian was both surprised and disappointed. He had thought that his talents would undergo a transformation. After all, that golden fruit looked extraordinary. Even Xiao Jin had elevated its talents to a top-level bloodline. Logically, his high-level cultivation talent should easily upgrade to a top-level cultivation talent. Could it have enhanced other talents? Yi Tian wondered. But upon closer inspection, his other talents remained the same, unchanged. Subsequently, Yi Tian carefully examined his body and found a few differences. First, his mental state had improved significantly, and he even developed psychic power. His psychic power could cover a 10-meter radius. Although it wasn't as extensive as the 20-meter range of a great martial warrior, it was still a breakthrough. He had never heard of anyone possessing psychic power at the elite martial warrior level, and this was something to be proud of. However, when he asked Xiao Jin and found out that its psychic power could now cover a radius of 30 meters, he felt utterly defeated. Of course, Yi Tian understood that this was because Xiao Jin had a higher level of cultivation. Once he reached the peak of the elite martial warrior realm, his psychic power would naturally grow as well. Apart from this, Yi Tian noticed another change in himself. The range of his talent duplication ability had expanded, allowing him to scan talents within a 50-meter radius. This meant he could more easily check the talents of others or beasts, but still, it's a bit frustrating. Xiao Jin became a lot stronger after eating the golden fruit, while all I got was some psychic power and a slightly extended range for my talent duplication ability. My gains are nothing compared to Xiao Jin's. Yi Tian expressed his extreme disappointment. However, there was some change, and since the treasure came for free, he didn't lose anything. Only 10 more days until I can duplicate talents again. I'll stay here for 10 more days before going back. Yi Tian decided. During these 10 days, Yi Tian and Xiao Jin went out to hunt high-level beasts. According to Xiao Jin, each area in the Xiao Yi forest had a ruler beast, so finding high-level beasts wouldn't be difficult. Working together, Yi Tian and Xiao Jin easily killed high-level beasts. As they had agreed, Yi Tian took the blood of the high-level beasts, while Xiao Jin took their bodies. Soon, 10 days passed. 1,600 portions of high-level beast blood, enough for a long period of cultivation. Yi Tian looked at the small pool of blood in front of him, excited. But soon he became troubled. He couldn't carry all this beast blood, his water bottle couldn't hold much. In the end, he could only take a small portion. If only I had a storage bag, it would be so much more convenient, Yi Tian sighed. Another day passed, and Yi Tian's talent duplication ability was finally ready to be used again. He planned to duplicate Xiao Jin's stamina talent. It wasn't that he didn't want to duplicate other talents, he just hadn't encountered any good ones. Just as Yi Tian was walking towards Xiao Jin, he froze. His retina displayed Xiao Jin's talent status. Besides the top-level speed talent, there was a duplicate button next to the other talents. He was familiar with this situation. It meant he could duplicate. The key issue was he hadn't touched Xiao Jin yet. Could it be? Yi Tian suddenly started breathing rapidly. He finally understood why his talents didn't seem to transform after eating the golden fruit. It wasn't that they hadn't transformed, he just hadn't noticed. His talent duplication ability had evolved or transformed. Yes, the talent to duplicate is also a talent, Yi Tian realized. From what he could see, his talent duplication ability had evolved to the point where he could duplicate talents without physical contact. This was much more convenient than before. For example, when duplicating human talents, sometimes he would encounter an impressive talent but couldn't duplicate it because he couldn't touch the person. What a pity that used to be now. Everything was much easier. Since I can duplicate from a distance, there's no rush to duplicate Xiao Jin's stamina talent, which isn't that useful anyway. If I can encounter someone with a high-level cultivation talent at Linhai Base, like Lin Wanli from the Lin family who has a high-level cultivation talent, I can duplicate it without even touching him. Just being somewhat close would be enough, Yi Tian thought. So, Yi Tian prepared to abandon duplicating Xiao Jin's talent. Chapter 47. Changes in Linhai Base. Xiao Jin, stay here. If you have time, help me collect more medicinal herbs and beast blood. Remember to separate the high-level beast blood from the mid-level beast blood and store them in the blood pool, Yi Tian instructed before leaving. Master, I understand. Xiao Jin responded. Yi Tian wanted to bring Xiao Jin back to Linhai Base, but given its large size and the fact that it was a beast, it would attract too much attention. While Linhai Base did have some domesticated beasts belonging to large families, bringing a special beast like a golden silk dragon leopard would cause him unnecessary trouble. Moreover, Xiao Jin's strength was not yet on par with his own, so it was better for it to stay in Xiao Kaianyi Forest and collect beast blood for him. After packing up, Yi Tian took about 100 portions of high-level beast blood and a large bag of medicinal herbs. With all these items on his back, he left Xiao Kaianyi Forest under Xiao Jin's escort. About 8 miles outside Linhai Base, a hunting squad was cautiously searching for beasts. Each member looked quite serious. The squad wasn't particularly strong. The most powerful among them was only in the late stage of the martial warrior realm. Boss, I've spotted a young martial warrior. He's carrying a lot of stuff, one of the members pointed out, looking at a figure approaching them. The leader looked over and saw a young man, obviously a martial warrior. Should we rob him? Someone asked. The leader hesitated. He didn't think Yi Tian was particularly strong. A young man like him was probably just entering the martial warrior realm. Boss, are you worried he has a strong background? We basically know all the martial warriors from our Tia base, and he's not one of them. He must be from Linhai Base. With our background, what's there to fear from a small martial warrior from Linhai Base? Boss, let's do this. As long as we don't kill him, no one can do anything to us. Besides, we haven't gained anything today. We can't go back empty-handed. Persuaded by his subordinates, the leader finally gritted his teeth and said, Fine, let's do it. They had done this kind of thing before, always carefully picking easy targets. Although this time was a bit risky, the rewards would be great if they succeeded. Whoosh, whoosh, whoosh. The members of the hunting squad ran over and quickly surrounded the young man. Hand over all your stuff. The leader threatened. This young man was Yi Tian. At this moment, he was somewhat dumbfounded. How bold were these people to actually try to rob him? With his psychic power, Yi Tian immediately assessed the strength of these martial warriors. They were all at the martial warrior level, similar in strength to the Feng Lang hunting squad. To him, they were nothing but ants. Do you really want to rob me? Yi Tian said coldly. Stop talking nonsense. If you don't want to suffer, hand over all your stuff. The leader threatened again, his knife faintly glowing. It was a sign that he was channeling his elemental energy into his weapon. Clearly, the leader was about to make his move. Just then, Yi Tian's knife moved. These martial warriors couldn't see Yi Tian's actions clearly. They only felt a pain in both hands, and their weapons fell to the ground. Then screams filled the air. Ah, my hand. My hand is almost broken. I don't want to be disabled. Yi Tian hadn't crippled their hands. He had merely severed their tendons and even shattered some of their wrist bones. In his previous life, such injuries would have been considered disabling. But in this world, as long as there were healing medicines, one could recover. It would just take time. Given the injuries of these martial warriors, they wouldn't be able to engage in combat for several months. The leader of the hunting squad, enduring the intense pain in his hands, looked at Yi Tian with fear. He finally realized that the young man before him was not an ordinary martial warrior, but a much stronger one, so fast that he couldn't even see his movements. Such a martial warrior was terrifying. "What's the current situation in Linhai Base?" Yi Tian asked. He had been away for over a month and wanted to quickly understand the situation in Linhai Base, which these people should know. The hunting squad didn't dare not to answer and quickly told Yi Tian what he wanted to know. After listening, Yi Tian frowned. A lot had changed in Linhai Base over the past month, and there was one crucial piece of information. Tia Base was gone, yes, gone, wiped out by beasts, with hundreds of thousands dead. Only about 100,000 had survived and come to Linhai Base. Among these 100,000, nearly 10,000 were martial warriors. The rest were mostly families of martial warriors. The true civilians of Tia Base had no chance to escape. Now, these 100,000 people from Tia Base had settled in Linhai Base and were even constructing new buildings outside the base, including an outer wall. Clearly, they were planning to make this their new home. Moreover, the Lin family of Linhai Base had reached an agreement with the higher-ups of Tia Base, allowing their people to join Linhai Base, but the Lin family would retain control. The Lin family in control? Yi Tian chuckled upon hearing this. This was control in name only. The Lin family's strength was far inferior to that of Tia Base. How could they control the grand martial warriors and even grandmasters from Tia Base? This agreement was merely a matter of saving face. In reality, the true power now undoubtedly lay with the higher-ups of Tia Base. Of course, this didn't affect Yi Tian. He had no intention of getting involved in their competition. Perhaps before long, he would take his sister Yiyu to a larger base and would not stay in this small Linhai Base. "Get lost," Yi Tian coldly ordered. The hunting squad scrambled away, quickly disappearing from sight, fearing that Yi Tian might change his mind. The rest of the journey was uneventful, and Yi Tian calmly returned to Linhai Base. As soon as he entered Linhai Base, he noticed the differences. There were more martial warriors and more ordinary people. The streets were bustling when he got home. "Brother, you're finally back." Yiyu saw Yi Tian and immediately rushed over, her little face full of longing. Chapter 48, Sword Skill Betting. "Little sister, have you been slacking off lately?" Yi Tian stroked Yiyu's little head, asking with a doting tone. Yiyu answered earnestly, "I haven't been slacking off. I've been practicing hard and now have a strength of 300 jin." Having achieved a strength of 300 jin in just over a month was quite remarkable even among those with medium-level cultivation talents. Yi Tian knew that most of this was due to the beast blood. Without enough beast blood, Yiyu couldn't have progressed so quickly. "Have you run into any trouble lately?" Yi Tian asked again. Yiyu shook her head. "No one has bothered me, but someone did come looking for you." "Who?" Yi Tian asked, frowning. "I don't know them, but they were very arrogant." According to their own introduction, they seemed to be some genius from Tia Base named Sun Feng, Yiyu recalled. Tia Base, Sun Feng? Yi Tian mentally noted the name. Afterward, he placed the medicinal herbs and high-level beast blood he had brought back inside the house and then went out alone. "Come out," Yi Tian spoke to a corner. Whoosh! A figure emerged from around the corner. It was a martial warrior from the Wind Wolf hunting squad. "Greetings, Master Yi Tian," the martial warrior greeted respectfully. "Take me to your captain. I have some questions for him." Yi Tian mainly wanted to know about Sun Feng from Tia Base. He didn't know Sun Feng, but Sun Feng had come looking for him, and his attitude was quite arrogant. Soon Yi Tian met Wind Wolf. "Yi Tian, you're finally back." Wind Wolf sighed in relief upon seeing Yi Tian. He had been worried that something had happened to Yi Tian since he had been gone for so long. "Wind Wolf, I heard that after I left, a guy named Sun Feng came looking for me." Yi Tian asked directly. Wind Wolf frowned and nodded. "Yes, Sun Feng was originally from Tia Base and is considered a genius there. He's far superior to the talents in Linhai Base. He has a high-level cultivation talent and has reached the mid-stage of elite martial warriors." After the people from Tia Base integrated into Linhai Base, Sun Feng started challenging the young generation here. He has easily defeated many talents with medium-level cultivation talents, and even some older, elite martial warriors. He heard about you from somewhere and came to challenge you, but you weren't home, so he left. I see. Yi Tian understood. He had initially thought it was some kind of grudge, but it turned out to be a simple challenge. Yi Tian, be careful. Sun Feng is known for being ruthless in his challenges. Those who have been challenged by him have been seriously injured and will need several months to recover. Moreover, he has the backing of a peak-level grand martial warrior. Even those stronger than Sun Feng dare not challenge him. Otherwise, they would offend him, Wind Wolf warned. I'll be cautious, Yi Tian said nonchalantly. He understood Wind Wolf's concerns. People like Sun Feng were essentially martial second generations. Those who could beat Sun Feng didn't dare to, and those who couldn't had to endure his arrogance. Others might fear Sun Feng, but he didn't. Even if the peak-level grand martial warrior behind Sun Feng were to challenge him, they wouldn't be his match. After parting ways with Wind Wolf, Yi Tian returned home. Cultivate? With ample high-level beast blood, Yi Tian didn't have to worry about resources. He could feel his strength growing rapidly with each day of practice. The rapid increase in his strength had Yi Tian utterly captivated. For him, nothing was more interesting than enhancing his own abilities. However, someone decided to disturb him. Yi Tian, I know you're back. Come out and fight me now. An extremely arrogant voice echoed from outside the villa. Annoyed, Yi Tian stopped his cultivation and walked outside. Who are you? He asked, his tone far from friendly as he looked at a young man not far away. I'm Sun Feng, one of the 4 geniuses from Tia Base. You're Yi Tian, right? I heard you also have a high-level cultivation talent. Let's see who's stronger, Sun Feng said, full of arrogance. Yi Tian knew the nature of people like Sun Feng. If he refused the challenge, Sun Feng would not only not leave, but would also become even more annoying, perhaps even resorting to excessive measures. So he decided to accept the challenge and beat Sun Feng so badly that he wouldn't dare to provoke him again. A challenge is fine, but a simple one is boring. If there's a wager, I might be interested, Yi Tian said with a smile. A wager? Sun Feng showed some interest. What do you want to bet? A bronze-level knife technique. Dare to bet. Yi Tian suddenly proposed. Bronze-level knife technique. Sun Feng's eyes lit up. He was naturally interested in acquiring more knife techniques. Fine, I agree. I'll also wager a bronze-level knife technique. Sun Feng quickly agreed, afraid that Yi Tian might change his mind. What Sun Feng didn't know was that after he agreed, the corners of Yi Tian's mouth lifted in a sly smile. He had a reason for wagering a bronze-level knife technique. He had seen Sun Feng's talent profile. Human. Sun Feng, cultivation talent. High-level, knife talent, medium-level. Sun Feng had a medium-level talent in knife techniques, which meant that a bronze-level knife technique would be very useful to him. And given Sun Feng's status, he should be able to offer a bronze-level knife technique as well. Since you've agreed to the bet, let's talk about our respective wagers, Sun Feng began, introducing his bronze-level knife technique first. My bronze-level knife technique is called King Feng Slash. It can amplify attack power. When mastered, it can amplify attack power by 6 times, and even at a proficient level, it can triple the attack power. What's your bronze-level knife technique? Yi Tian was inwardly excited. He had been searching for such a technique for a long time, but had never found one. Acquiring this technique would significantly boost his combat abilities. My bronze-level knife technique is called Shadow Kill. It amplifies knife speed up to 5 or 6 times. This technique focuses on delivering a fatal blow that's hard to defend against, Yi Tian explained. Amplifying knife speed, that's a fast knife technique, something I don't have. I've hit the jackpot? Sun Feng already considered Yi Tian's knife technique as his own. Extremely confident people never think they'll lose. When do we start? Yi Tian asked. My bronze-level knife technique manual isn't with me, and fights between elite martial warriors can be quite destructive. How about we have our duel at Hui Ming Square tomorrow morning at 10? Sun Feng suggested. Fine, Yi Tian agreed. Chapter 49. Talent Upgrade Top-Level Cultivation Talent. As Yi Tian watched Sun Feng walk away, He couldn't help but think of Sun Feng as a bringer of wealth. Not only had Sun Feng gifted him an attack-type bronze-level knife skill, but he had also provided him with a high-level cultivation talent. While conversing with Sun Feng, Yi Tian had secretly copied Sun Feng's high-level cultivation talent. Yi Tian had also been interested in copying the medium-level knife skill talent. But when choosing between the two, he naturally preferred the high-level cultivation talent. His high-level cultivation talent was already at its peak, very close to the top-level cultivation talent. If he copied the medium-level knife skill talent, there was no guarantee that it would evolve and upgrade. However, once he copied the high-level cultivation talent, it would definitely evolve to a top-level cultivation talent. Yi Tian knew where his priorities lay. Back in his room, Yi Tian began to integrate the newly copied high-level cultivation talent. The process was painless this time, easily completed with just a bit of sweat. Human, Yi Tian, cultivation talent, top level, speed talent, top level, knife talent, medium level, shadow talent, basic level, healing talent, top level, strength talent, high level. Seeing his cultivation talent upgraded to top level, Yi Tian couldn't contain his excitement. This was a top-level cultivation talent. With continuous cultivation, he was 100% certain he could reach the Grandmaster realm. High-level cultivation talent only offered a slim chance of advancing to Grandmaster, and even if one did, further progress would be difficult. However, with top-level cultivation talent, reaching the early, middle, or even late stages of the Grandmaster realm would be easy. Only when attempting to break through to the next realm would he encounter a bottleneck, but even then, there was a small chance of breaking through to higher levels. With this top-level cultivation talent, I don't have to worry about my aptitude before reaching the Grandmaster realm. Yi Tian thought. After testing the effects of the top-level cultivation talent, Yi Tian found it to be twice as effective as the high-level one. Combined with intermediate elemental body training and high-level beast blood, the overall effect could be tripled. The higher the talent, the more effective the use of beast blood. According to the effects of the top-level cultivation talent, Yi Tian was confident that he could reach the limit of elite martial warriors, which was a body strength of 100,000 jin, within 2 months. The next day, before 10 a.m. Yi Tian arrived at Huiming Square. Huiming Square was a shopping plaza at Linhai Base, quite large in size and also hosting an entrance to the black market. When Yi Tian arrived, he saw many people, most of whom were martial warriors. Yi Tian, you're finally here. Sun Feng walked up to Yi Tian, smiling. Why are there so many people? Yi Tian looked around curiously. Normally, there shouldn't be this many people here, and the gathering of so many martial warriors must be related to Sun Feng. It's nothing. I just promoted our duel a bit. Sun Feng said casually. What he wanted was fame. Otherwise, he wouldn't go around challenging people as it fed his vanity. Although it was somewhat unfair to the martial warriors of Linhai Base, he didn't care. In his eyes, the talents of Linhai Base were just namesake, not even meeting the threshold of talent at the Tia Base. Defeating the talents of Linhai Base and demoralizing its martial warriors would be beneficial for the people of the Tia Base in controlling Linhai Base. He had already swept through most of the other talents at Linhai Base, only Yi Tian remained. Therefore, this battle had to be grand. Bring out the stakes? Sun Feng hastily spoke before the duel began, fearing that Yi Tian might not have a bronze-level knife skill. Here it is. Yi Tian took out the secret manual for the bronze-level knife skill, Shadow Kill. Sun Feng also produced the secret manual for his bronze-level knife skill, King Feng Slash. Both men briefly examined each other's manuals. A quick glance wouldn't allow one to steal the knife skill, as the techniques were complex and accompanied by many illustrations. Each illustration contained the essence of the bronze-level knife skill, and one couldn't simply memorize it. Constant comprehension of the manual was required. This is why creating each knife skill manual was difficult and why such skills were not widespread. The manuals are genuine. Let's begin. Yi Tian and Sun Feng stood in the center of Huiming Square, and the crowd dispersed. At this moment, many martial warriors began to discuss among themselves. Who is Yi Tian? Is he also an elite martial warrior? I heard that Yi Tian has a high-level cultivation talent and is already an elite martial warrior. He's just been very low-key, so we didn't know. Both Yi Tian and Sun Feng have high-level cultivation talents, but Sun Feng is obviously much older and should be stronger. This duel should be a foregone conclusion, right? I also think Sun Feng will win. After all, he has a knife skill talent and has cultivated his bronze-level knife skill, King Feng Slash, to a high level. He can unleash triple the attack power. You know what triple attack power means? A strength of 50,000 Jin can burst out with an attack power of 150,000 Jin. None of the elite martial warriors at our Linhai base can match Sun Feng, and the grand martial warriors are too embarrassed to make a move. I guess no one can defeat Sun Feng? Yeah, Yi Tian's chances of winning are too low. Almost everyone was not optimistic about Yi Tian, except for a few who held some hope. These people were members of the Wind Wolf hunting squad. Captain, do you think Mr. Yi Tian has a chance of winning? A member of the Wind Wolf hunting squad whispered. He might, but even if he wins, it will be a hard-fought victory. Sun Feng has an attack power comparable to a grand martial warrior. Although Yi Tian has speed talent and strong knife skills, the advantage is not significant. It will be a narrow win. The captain of the Wind Wolf hunting squad estimated. He made this estimate based on his understanding of Yi Tian, but he had no idea that Yi Tian's true strength had already exceeded the limits of a grand martial warrior. Soon, the duel began. Whoosh. Sun Feng turned into an afterimage and charged at Yi Tian, raising his knife for a fierce slash. A wind blade aimed at Yi Tian, its attack power reaching 300,000 Jin with the aid of elemental force. Although the blade wasn't fast, it was almost impossible for martial warriors below the grand martial warrior realm to dodge it. However, something incredible happened. Yi Tian's figure disappeared. The sure-hit wind blade struck the ground, creating a huge crack more than 10 meters long and shattered a large number of green stone slabs. Not good. Sun Feng realized something was wrong, but when he prepared to dodge, a knife was already at his throat. When did this happen? Sun Feng broke into a cold sweat. He hadn't noticed Yi Tian's movements at all and had no idea when Yi Tian had gotten so close to him. It was terrifying. Sun Feng clearly understood what had just happened. If Yi Tian had wanted to, he could have killed him with a single stroke. He must have a very high-speed talent, Sun Feng realized. P.S. If you enjoy this story, please leave a rating or comment. Chapter 50. The Furious Sun Feng, Do You Concede? Yi Tian held his knife to Sun Feng's throat and asked. I concede, Sun Feng said reluctantly. He was just an elite martial warrior. Although his attack power had reached the level of a grand martial warrior with the aid of his knife skill, his defense was still at the level of an elite martial warrior. His elemental body shield would not be able to withstand Yi Tian's strike. Moreover, the neck is one of the weakest parts of the human body, naturally unable to resist a weapon imbued with elemental force. Hand over the bronze-level knife skill, King Feng Slash Manual, Yi Tian demanded. Sun Feng's face turned ashen as he glared at Yi Tian. You really want to take my bronze-level knife skill? You'll regret it. A bronze-level knife skill was not cheap. Martial warriors without knife skill talent might not care, but those with knife skill talent would value it highly, even willing to spend tens of millions to purchase it. Sun Feng didn't care about losing a bronze-level knife skill to Yi Tian. It was equivalent to losing some money. However, the real loss was not about money but face. He had been thoroughly humiliated this time, losing not just his own face but also that of the Tia base. A genius from a medium-sized base had come to a small base and been defeated by a genius of that small base. If word got out, where would his prestige be? Even his family would lose face in front of other families. Therefore, he despised Yi Tian. Hand it over. Yi Tian's voice turned cold. Here. Sun Feng threw the King Feng Slash Manual at Yi Tian, then glared at him with murderous eyes, as if to say, Just you wait. Yi Tian got the King Feng Slash Manual and was in high spirits. As for Sun Feng's threat, he didn't take it seriously. If Sun Feng dared to cause trouble, he would be the one to regret it. The duel ended, and the other martial warriors dispersed, spreading the news of the event. One could imagine that the entire Linhai base would be discussing the duel between Yi Tian and Sun Feng the next day, and Yi Tian's fame would surely resound throughout Linhai base. One battle made him famous, and that was Yi Tian. Yi Tian, Wind Wolf and his team approached. Wind Wolf, you guys came too? Yi Tian greeted with a smile. Yi Tian, be careful. Sun Feng is not someone easy to deal with. You've made him lose a lot of face. He might seek revenge, Wind Wolf warned. Don't worry, I have plans. Yi Tian nodded. Wind Wolf didn't say much more. A warning was enough. After all, he couldn't help much. After parting ways with Wind Wolf and his team, Yi Tian went home and began studying King Feng's slash. It was a bronze-level knife skill and very difficult to comprehend. With his medium-level knife skill talent, Yi Tian could at most cultivate King Feng's slash to the same level as Sun Feng. To cultivate King Feng's slash to the perfect realm would be too difficult, unless he had a great opportunity to comprehend the essence of the knife or improve his knife skill talent. Next, Yi Tian had one more primary cultivation task, King Feng's slash. While Yi Tian was diligently cultivating, news of his achievements spread throughout Linhai base, defeating Sun Feng in seconds. Such an achievement was probably difficult even for a grand martial warrior, but Yi Tian had done it. Lin Manor. Upon hearing the news from his clan members, Lin Wanli's first reaction was disbelief. Yi Tian's speed is so fast. It seems I've underestimated his speed talent. Perhaps Yi Tian has medium-level or even high-level speed talent, Lin Wanli speculated. With such talent, Yi Tian's strength had already surpassed that of elite martial warriors and was not inferior even when compared to grand martial warriors. Unfortunately, the Sun family is not a family to be trifled with easily. It remains to be seen whether Yi Tian can withstand the Sun family's retaliation, Lin Wanli sighed. Yi Tian was a genius of Linhai base, and logically, Lin Wanli should support him against the Sun family. However, he dared not do so. The Sun family's strength far surpassed that of his Lin family. Although the Sun family had no grandmasters, they had 2 peak grand martial warriors and 8 grand martial warriors. Moreover, those 2 peak grand martial warriors were far stronger than he was. He had once sparred with a peak grand martial warrior from the Sun family and was defeated in a single move. Many martial warriors in the Sun family had knife skill talent. It was said that this was because the Sun family rarely married outsiders. They mostly married within their own branches to ensure the purity of their bloodline, which also increased the chances of giving birth to clan members with knife skill talent. Rumor had it that because of inbreeding, many members of the Sun family were born mentally challenged or disabled, and were secretly executed. Such a ruthless family like the Sun family would definitely not let Yi Tian off easily. In the Tia base, the Sun family was also one of the top 5 major families. With the Sun family's strength, how could the Lin family dare to oppose them? One could even say that a single peak grand martial warrior from the Sun family could sweep the entire Lin family. On the other side, the Sun family. At that moment, Sun Feng was venting his anger in his residence, smashing many pieces of furniture. Even some servants were severely beaten by him to vent his frustration. Fenger. A middle-aged man walked in, glanced at the broken furniture scattered on the floor, and frowned. Are you still angry about losing the duel? The middle-aged man was Sun Feng's father, Sun King, also a grand martial warrior but only in the early stages. However, he also had knife skill talent, making his strength comparable to late-stage grand martial warriors. Father! Sun Feng calmed down a bit, walked up to Sun King, and called out. It's just one loss, there's no need to be so disheartened, Sun King said. Father, I want Yi Tian dead. Can you help me? Sun Feng requested. He was self-aware, knowing that he couldn't kill Yi Tian with his own strength and couldn't mobilize the Sun family's grand martial warriors. His only option was to seek help from his father. No, Sun King flatly refused. Why? Sun Feng was puzzled. Because it's a critical time now, Sun King explained. Although we've become part of Linhai Base, many people here still consider us outsiders. Our foundation here is not yet stable. If we kill Linhai Base's top genius at this time, even if the Lin family doesn't trouble us, what will the other martial warriors of Linhai Base think? They might cause us problems in various ways, severely affecting the family's development. So, we're just going to let Yitian go. Sun Feng was very unwilling. No, Yitian has made our Sun family lose a lot of face. We can't let him go, but we can't act against him at this time. In a few months, when our family has completely stabilized its foundation in Linhai Base, we can then take action to eliminate Yitian. Sun King assured. Fine, let Yitian live a few more months. Sun Feng's face darkened. A few months was not a long time, and basically, nothing would change. Neither Sun Feng nor Sun King believed that Yitian could grow to the level of a peak grand martial warrior in just a few months. And so, time slowly passed, and the entire Linhai Base remained very peaceful. The Sun family hasn't troubled me. Yitian, who had been cultivating for about 10 days, found it strange.